Welcome to the In Season podcast, rated R for language.
None of us are doctors or neurologists. The things you're about to hear are opinions of people living with epilepsy or seizures. These are firsthand experiences. Epilepsy can cause speech problems, and the medications are hard to pronounce. So please bear with me.
Epilepsy can cause bad memory, so some stories will be repeated. I'm Pookie. Get ready.
Okay, the icebreaker today was, what was your biggest test in life?
Metaphorical test or real test?
The question was just, what was your biggest test in life? I guess you can go about it how you want to.
I guess when my daughter died would be mine.
Oh, how old was she?
32.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Oh,
Sorry, Jeff.
It was predetermined.
May her memory be a blessing.
that's horrible. I'm so sorry.
Thank you, but it was really predetermined. She was a drug addict, and my ex-wife and I knew it was going to be any time.
What do you do to make yourself feel better when you feel like shit?
Smoke more weed.
I
I was
know,
gonna
that's what I
say
was
that.
thinking.
Smoke pot. Smoking helps me get through a lot of shit.
Yeah. Poster rights. Jocelyn?
Oprah, what you got?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just sad. I mean, I used to smoke a lot of marijuana, like a lot, like daily, all day.
We're hippies, Joy.
Oh, I mean, I loved
You're in
it.
the right group.
I fired an employee who was taking advantage of me, and suddenly I didn't need it. I'm looking forward to getting back to it, just not as much.
Recreation.
Not as much. Laughter, honestly. I'm a big sarcastic, dark humor person.
Any type of laughter.
Any type.
Any type of laughter.
I love joking around and being sarcastic.
It's weird.
I love dark humor.
Or all
I
types
love
of humor. There we go.
humor in general. Humor in general. And reaching out to friends, I talk with my mom. She turned 78 the other day. I just honestly I like making people laugh.
You seem funny.
That's
Thanks.
a good quality.
Thanks. And one more thing, I run my own small business. I'm a CPA, and I feel like a win. Like one of my goals when I meet with new clients, and specifically just when I meet with people in general on Zoom, if I can get a smile out of them or if I can make them laugh, I'm like, good meeting. So it's just basically laughter. Yeah.
What's a CPA?
I'm sorry, certified public accountant. So I'm an accountant, and I prepare taxes for people. So an accountant, but I specifically do taxes, tax returns for small businesses and individuals. Individuals that's it. Yeah, tax returns.
What state are you in?
Very boring. It's really boring, but I like it.
What state are you in?
Washington State. I'm in Seattle.
Nice. West
Yeah.
Coast.
West Coast, yeah. It's very liberal here. I'm going off on a tangent. I'm sorry. My older brother, he lives in Denver, Colorado. He came to stay with me and take care of me for the second week of recovery post-surgery. I had not seen him since before the December before the pandemic. He's all of a sudden really right wing. It was very difficult to have him here. It was very nice of him to come. Oh God, it was so hard to listen to him talk about Trump. He is delusional, and I just treated him like he's a cult member. So that's why I got through it. So anyways, it was a rough second week of recovery as far as that goes. Yeah, where did my brother go? he just got swept up into all of the right wing stuff. I think they go off. My brother's an angry person. He has been his whole life, and I think that the right wing has gone after the emotional side of the angry white man. So the rest of us, we're
That
a
sums it
family
up
of
very
five.
well.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. I'll stop now. But
I forgot what the icebreaker was in the
it
first one.
was what
Oh, what's something you do to make yourself feel better when you feel like shit?
Yeah.
Me, like I said, I can smoke and go watch TV, and yeah, once I smoke, it's pretty much off my mind.
And I smoke. I'm sorry about. I smoke by myself because I don't have friends who like to smoke weed.
Hey, join the club.
Yeah, let's all have a smoke party and
But-
smoke, and some of us will stare at the wall, and then we'll just like make each other laugh.
Yeah, I smoke before I start usually, but oh man, Angel, what was your answer? I didn't remember you answering.
Well, I like reading toaster stories now. They make me feel better. But reading and playing video games make me feel better. RPGs, pretty much.
Oh yeah,
You know.
same here. RPGs, just not first person, but otherwise, yeah.
Excuse my ignorance. What's an RPG?
Role playing game where you
Ah.
play a game and you're specifically one person the whole game. Yeah. Then first person, I don't like those where you're sitting there looking at the gun the whole time. I like seeing the person, jump over stuff, all that stuff. Moving forward.
Yeah, those are great, especially when they have a good story.
Yeah.
Like Dungeons and Dragons, is that a role-playing game?
Yes, it would be like Baldur's Gate and stuff like that.
Okay. Because Dungeons and Dragons was and it is like a really popular game that people play.
I
That's
did the alpha for Baldur's Gate.
I think Dungeons and Dragons just
Oh,
started
sorry.
as table.
Maybe I am thinking of a different Baldur's Gate. It might not be out yet. Never mind. I'm shutting up.
Yeah, you might be talking about one that's already out. I seen one that's out. I didn't play it, but I heard it was good.
Yeah, it was so much fun. Um, but yeah, okay. I don't remember much of it. It was fun. If you don't mind all the glitches, but then again, it was alpha. They were updating it like every day.
So I got something here. Not sure about this one. It says anybody here autistic? Just found out about 30% of people with epilepsy have autism and vice versa. I have long suspected I'm on the spectrum and I just want to get some perspective. Oh, Toaster, you responded to this post. I'll read your comment before I go into other comments. You said not autistic, just ADHD as fuck. I remember that other guy said that. ADHD as fuck. And then said, I realized that.
I stole that line and I have no shame about it because
Oh yeah, I like
I
it.
love it. I'm
I
not getting
realized
paid for
that
this shit, so I don't mind stealing it.
I know my mind works differently. I've been tested for autism so many times because there's a lot of overlap between the two. Another person says, same as my son, he also has mild learning difficulty in speech and language difficulty. Difficult to tell if the language problem is caused by the onset of seizures at 3 or whether he would have had that anyway. Someone here says, I have it over here. The link between the two is crazy. Someone else said, my brother has epilepsy and nonverbal autism. The nonverbal, it sounds obvious, just like you don't talk right.
I think so. Or would it be like the I don't know.
I've been tested for autism many, many times because um, it doesn't show up as much now, but it will. Sometimes you'll hear me stutter. That showed up very, very early on, along with messing up R's and L's. So she might be saying, if because it sounded like she was saying it was a mild uh, um, learning disability, he might just be having trouble with some sounds, like but and duh
Yeah,
sounding alike.
Yeah.
I had trouble when I
Mark
was
has
younger
both.
with S sounds.
R's and L's.
Someone said both kids are diagnosed. I strongly suspect that I am. Another person said, I got AAA diagnosis, ASD, ADD, and anxiety. At age 27, and nothing really changed, but it certainly helped explain a lot. Plus major depression. LOL. I want to learn more about it. Autism. Seems interesting.
I have autism running in my family. I don't think I was autistic, but I like my family that lives with me thinks I should check for it now. But I think it's more of my mind slowing down because of the meds.
Could be. More through there. Got another post. It says, post seizure denial. My question is, does anyone ever have a seizure and come out of it and go into denial when told that they did, in fact, just have one? Earlier this week, my mother dragged me out to get lunch with her. I was already in a cluster, 3 to 4 TC the previous 72 hours, plus focal after focal all day, every day. In the middle of our meal, I had a seizure. This time it went for 5 minutes and required my midazolam. My mother had never needed to administer it in the past, and she explained the experience to me. It certainly traumatized her, and I feel terrible for that. According to her, within 5 seconds of administering it, the midazolam, I came out of it, borderline Pulp Fiction style. Then I just continued eating my meal with zero recollection while incredibly loopy. She had to convince me that I had a seizure by telling me to look at the blood on my shirt because I refused to believe it. Seconds later, EMT showed up, and I could not process that I had a seizure, regardless of all the evidence. So somehow, in my confusion, I refused to go to the hospital. Then, according to her, finished my meal as though nothing had happened. It wasn't until the following night that I was willing to even consider the possibility of having one after being reminded endlessly as I was in denial. I bit my tongue, bloody shirt, and soreness eventually made it clear. But when I was first told, I borderline got into an argument with my mother saying that there was absolutely no way it happened. And I was furious that she called 911. I was in complete denial.
I think that 101 epilepsy. We get into denial a lot, and we might not even be out of our seizures yet, and we'll deny it,
Yeah. Let's see. I don't think I've denied it. I think I've had to fight myself wondering if I had it because I was alone, maybe. But if I have one and I'm home,
Yeah.
somebody notices, then they're going to point it out, and I pretty much don't shut them down. Like, pretty much get the signs if no one noticed, or sometimes I'll get signs and I'll be like, I think I had one, but no one's around. So, yeah, there's those.
I've got told that I said no, I wasn't having a seizure, but I don't remember any of it when I come through it. So I was already blanked out in space. By the way, midazolam is the nasalum spray.
Um,
That's the
When's the last time you had to use your rescue medication?
2 nights ago.
yeah. I think I might have used it unaware because I can't find one of my packets in my room. So I had to order it. And I checked the camera and no one's been in my room.
Yeah, I got my camera here. No one's been in mine either. Stuff seems to come out missing, and I'm the only one in here, so I don't know if that's just me. I guess stuff come up missing and ends up in my lap and all kinds of stuff.
I always lose stuff.
Yeah, I lose stuff and I'm sitting down, like, where is it? Then I get up and it falls out of my lap. I swear I just looked in my lap. But anyhow. Oh, going through the comments. Somebody said, I've been pretty lucky in some areas when having seizures because of my epilepsy. I have different types of auras that come on before a seizure, and they'll let me know how bad the seizure is going to be. So if a seizure dose becomes a full-blown one, I'll know it will have happened, because if I can't find anyone place to lay or make it to my bed to lay down, and when it happens, even if I am out alone, I'll know I had a seizure, because I'll still be present for 4 seconds into the seizure before I just collapse wherever I am, if I am not sitting somewhere already. I wish I had signs like that. When I get a sign like that, it's too late.
When I'm in California most of the time, I go into the spa every day, at least
What?
once.
And there's water?
Yeah.
Oh, so I'll have to talk to my neurologist because I really want to go to the Korean spa, the naked spa. And
You're
there's
not, you're not, you're sitting and you're above your head
I
is totally
know.
above the water.
I
So I don't,
know.
I mean, unless you have a seizure while you're in there.
And there's people around to pull my head out.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because like I really want to go. It's relaxing. I mean, it's therapeutic.
Yeah.
All right,
Enjoy.
cool. I'm gonna go to the naked spa with my friends.
I suggest you go.
I mean, have you guys ever been to a naked spa? Well, I guess I don't know if they have them for men. Well, you just said you go to a spa.
I,
I went and
I
got
have
a
a spa in my
massage.
backyard.
I
Oh,
would go. But
I got a massage.
go to the spa.
oh my gosh, you guys. The spa, the Korean spas with these pools, they're like different temperatures.
I'd go with a buddy.
Yeah, well, come to Seattle. We'll go together.
Yay. If
Oh,
I ever end up in Seattle, you're gonna have a toaster on your front lawn, and you're gonna be like,
okay.
yes,
I have a spare
yes.
bedroom, and I'll treat you like it's like $35 for a day, and you can, anyways, you go with me to the naked spa. Sorry, it's women only.
The
35
guys
That's
bucks.
on
I'm
one side of the
okay.
wall, the women on the other side of the wall will have the Epilepsy Universe Spa Day.
Yes. Well, and then we can go. I'm going on a tangent again, but I call it a hot tub time machine boat, but it's a
Yeah,
hot
but
tub
it's making us laugh and smile.
It's a hot tub boat on Lake Union, but I call it a hot tub time machine boat because it's just funny. And you can't go in the summer because then you sweat in the hot tub boat, but you go when it's like a cloudy day in the evening in like the fall or the winter, and then everyone is in their expensive boats and they're shivering in their jackets, and we're in swimsuits, smoking weed, drinking a beer, having fun in our
Oh,
swimsuits in the hot tub in a boat. The boat is just a hot tub,
Mm,
and you have a little
that's
eh,
great.
joystick. you have a joystick to like go slowly around Lake Union. Lake Union is right next to downtown. And so you do it at night with the lights of the city. It's amazing. You can do it for 2 hours. It's the best. So if you guys ever come to Seattle, tell me,
Oh, yes.
and we'll do hot tub time machine boats on Lake Union.
Like Doctor Who.
Yeah, and we'll figure out how to actually time machine in the hot tub time machine boats.
Wish I had
It's
a
the
time
best.
machine.
I want to interject real quick because I don't know how to do it. Kimmy Bear on our group is asking how to get into the Zoom.
The information is listed a lot of places, quite a
Yeah.
few times.
You just have to spell Guatemala correctly. That was my
Okay, I'll be right back.
Gotcha.
Speaking of Pookie, how did you choose Guatemala?
It was very odd. I don't know. Sometimes things just come to mind
You
and
were
I
stoned.
throw it out there randomly. Yeah, sometimes I get ideas from things and they just pop into my head and I do it. Like,
What strain of weed were you smoking?
I can't remember.
I spent several months shuttling between Miami and Guatemala, helping my wife's new company out. She was in Miami and I was in Guatemala, and then we'd switch.
Oh, nice. Never been to Guatemala. That's in Mexico, right?
No, it's in Guatemala.
Oh, well, yeah. South America?
Yeah,
That was a dumb thing to say.
it was a fun time. Every time I would go to the factory, there would be 3 or 4 guys guarding the doors with machine guns.
Wow.
And I was
What
there to
does
yell at
she
the
do?
guy that owned the factory.
What you said your wife's company? What did she do?
It was, she had just left the company where we met, and she went to another company that was women's sportswear manufacturers. And their factory was in Guatemala. And they were having problems with their the guy that ran the factory. So I was sent down there to straighten him out while there were guys outside with machine guns. That made me feel real good about yelling at this guy.
That must have been scary.
It was.
Right.
Did you wear like a bulletproof vest?
Nope.
Oh
Wearing
my
shorts and a
God.
t-shirt.
You're pretty badass.
Not really, but I did what has to be done.
I would have
Yeah.
put my pants.
That's rough. Needing to have someone there with a gun to use the bathroom. Yeah, that's quite a time. Someone here says, am I losing it or is it my epilepsy? I'll try to be concise as possible. First off, I have TLE. I take lamotrigine. Seizures have been okay most of the time. It limits to when I'm on my period. Sometimes it skips a month. All in all, focals are better. Now the tricky part. I've been just sort of been feeling shit lately and I can't figure out what it is. I've been misdiagnosed for years as my doctors thought my seizures were panic attacks and because of them. They always have these panicked feelings. Jamais vu, blah, blah, blah. My neuro knows these feelings happen during a focal, but she'd often ask me if it could just have been anxiety. Anyhow, this is why I'm always a bit iffy when I'm struggling with something. If I'm not completely sure it's neurological, I don't want to be gaslit again in case it isn't mental. I'm slowly gaslighting myself into thinking I'm insane. Anyway, here is the symptoms I've been having for some time now. Suddenly feeling scared, nervous, yucky. Stomach feels weird, nauseous, clenching my jaw, being very restless, not being able to sleep, just low key, feeling like something is wrong, but I don't know what. It's like either a strange case of anxiety where the thing to be anxious about it is not clear enough, or it's literally just epilepsy. Help, I'm going insane. I don't say you're losing your mind. Sounds like you're going through the early phases of epilepsy. It can be rough. I felt like I was losing my mind in the beginning too.
Yeah. I think what is it called? Sailor Mom said told
John
me
Vu?
yeah, it might be an aura. So
Yeah, I think it's Vu. It's Jamais. And then there's Deja Vu, so I thought maybe they're similar.
yeah.
But
Deja vu is the feeling of something, and Jame view is I forgot what it was, but I was describing it one day, and she said that's what it might be. Go ahead, Toaster.
Dejas are all very, very similar. James Vu is
phenomenon of
more of
experiencing something familiar as unfamiliar, often associated with epilepsy or brain fatigue.
Yeah, like clairvoyance or something.
I get deja reveille.
What's
I've
that?
dreamed this before.
Like
This
I've
has
had this
literally been a
before.
dream. Yes, I've had this dream before, but I am awake. This moment has happened in a dream and I know it. And then
Now
the
you
dread
know what to
hits.
do.
Yes, lay the fuck down. What was it you called us? The floor
Floor testers.
testers. Yes.
I will take your floor.
My fellow floor testers. How was your day going? Good to know. Good to know. So I move forward. I'll go through one of these comments. Someone says, sounds like you're not getting enough sleep. I'm not a doctor. Someone else says, I'm no doctor, but it sounds like you may be dealing with depression, maybe. When I was first diagnosed 5 years ago, it took me 3 years to realize and admit to myself I'm depressed. All those same symptoms you posted, I have dealt with and still am. Also, having to rely on everyone else, being not allowed to drive, maybe trying to talk to a doctor about going to therapy. Another one says, sudden is a clue. If it comes out of nowhere, it could be focal seizures, especially because you already clearly have epilepsy. These can be focal seizure symptoms. I hope you get the help from someone or from your epileptologist. Yeah, I suggested this person just see your doctor. I don't think you're losing your mind at all.
Yeah. They also mention around their period, so that's more of the woman section, but it sounds catamania.
Yeah, that part too. Someone else here. Wetting yourself during seizures. I'm pretty new to having epilepsy, only having had 2 seizures till now. Both times I wet myself. One I had at home, and for the other one, an ambulance was called, so both times I had no big problems regarding changing myself afterwards. But I was wondering how people manage this problem. Do you have a change of clothes with you at all times? I'm sorry. That was funny. Do you have a change of clothes with you? You have a change of clothes with you at all times? I can manage the embarrassment in the moment because it's a medical emergency. But to imagine to go home afterwards while still having visibly urinated on myself seems unbearable to me. What do you guys say to this person? I say it's just something you got to get used to. It comes with the territory. It's nothing that we can control at all. Yeah, I peed on myself and I just was like, damn, these are nice jeans. Peed on my nice jeans, something you can't control. You can't get mad at anyone, not even yourself.
I never peed on myself or went number 2 on myself during a seizure.
You never
So
peed on yourself?
no.
I peed on myself so much I can't even count.
I
I
haven't
don't
peed
know.
on myself, but I did number 2. But I was at home, and so I feel really lucky.
Hello, Court. Hi, Annie.
Yeah, hi Court, hi Annie. I'm sorry, you guys. I didn't say anything when you guys came in. Um,
Welcome back, Kate.
I call Andy.
So they get the icebreaker questions, I guess.
yes, they do. Indeed, they do. The icebreaker today is, what do you do to make yourself feel better when you feel like shit? Personally, I try to get the peace of being somewhere alone and smoking. I smoke better alone for some reason.
Oh, somebody else came in.
Hey,
Hey,
Twisted.
Dyra.
Hey, welcome back.
back.
hey.
So the icebreaker today is, how do you make yourself feel better after you feel like shit? And that goes for Kate and Court, you haven't answered, and Twisted, you haven't answered. So
Hey y'all.
hey Court, long time no see.
I know. I have a lot of updates, but I pretend like I'm not dealing with anything. I do a very unhealthy thing, so don't ask me.
Yeah, last time we talked about putting sardines in yogurt. So
Oh,
Court,
now I remember.
Oh no, please don't have that one
Don't do
again.
that. Don't do that. I didn't say in yogurt. Just kidding. I know a sardine dip with yogurt. Haha.
so
That sounds disgusting.
icebreaker, you guys. So what do you guys do to make yourself feel better?
Honestly, a good cry doesn't hurt. That's what worked this morning.
Oh, yes. I
Yeah.
do that.
Lawyer was a bitch. I put on the playlist that I knew would get to it and got it out of the way before everybody woke up.
Yep.
Haven't tried that one yet. I think I can cry and smoke. That might go together.
Cry and smoke are pretty much
Then I would slap myself because I feel like I'm killing the buzz.
my thing, I'd say.
There you go. Best of both worlds.
Oh, but
And
I
what do you
smoke
do?
the regular kind.
Gotcha.
And what do you do when you're feeling like shit?
I usually take an extra dose of Feco, which is what I did earlier, and pack a bowl. If I'm not feeling that bad, I'll just go for a walk or do something that gets me moving. But right now I can't move because the doctor manipulated my shoulder all over the place to see what he could see without going in there. And yeah, I cried without making a sound. It was like my case manager was there with me and she started to cry. And I was just like, oh, give me a minute, let me relax. He said, nope, that's all I'm gonna do.
The warrior.
Yeah, so I came home and digesting it all. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I felt like shit. I'm like, I've been walking around with this mess, and they had, not that they had to, but basically waiting until a statute of limitations ran out where I can't sue them now for the injury. So now they'll fix it. And I'm like, yeah, I know how that works. And it's not the doctor's fault. I know that. It's frustrating for them just as much as it is for us. But he said this never should have happened. I had a seizure because I went to the emergency room for a seizure, and they discharged me to have the seizure outside. So that's what happened. And until I could no longer legally bring class action or whatever, a subpoena against them, they couldn't do anything. So we had to wait until that ran out. And here we are. So I just have to wait for the scheduler, to call and schedule the surgery. But oh my God, it feels like he broke my arm. And then when he told me what happened, he said, the rotator cuff is okay. But you definitely damaged the joint. So that's where the problem is. It's the damage inside the joint, and not as much the rotator cuff. But I did tear a couple of tendons off my bicep. So they have to reattach that, suture a little couple pieces inside the joint, and hope for the best. But when I came home, I was okay for a few minutes. Then my case manager texted me, and I'm like, that's it. I'm falling apart now. I had to wait 2.5 years for this. Come on, yeah. But it's just, it made me feel really bad. And she said it's not the doctor's fault. And I know she's right. She's a case manager. She sees it all the time. It's the law, because this was pretty clear cut. I could have sued them, and they had to wait until I couldn't. So I felt really bad for a little while. Now I got plenty of THC in me right now. I was thinking about taking some lorazepam earlier. I was chatting with Angel, and I'm like, oh my God, I don't know. I think I might need to take something. But so far the FECO is working, but I feel beat, just really, really beat. But sitting out here on my phone, it's nice out. But yeah, it's usually the cannabis or some other natural substance that I have here. It just depends, but I can't keep feeling bad. If it's after a seizure, I know it's gonna go away, usually. So, but yeah, I try to get active or I get stoned.
What advice do you guys give someone who's wetting themselves and new to epilepsy?
Oh, get washable chucks. If it's overnight, it'll help protect your bed. I don't know. If you want to just wear the disposable underwear all the time. Yeah.
Well, if you're a girl, it's kind of, I wear pads on sparky days. It doesn't get all of it, but if you are out, it is better than being able to just pull it off and throw it away is better than not having anything. Of course, now my mom has a spare change of clothes in her car for me, which I appreciate very, very much. But yeah, one of the first things I want to do when I get home is shower, because it's still all over your skin.
Yeah.
Get some good smelling soap and learn to love showers.
Yeah, I had to sit in the emergency room wet because they didn't have pants my size. Yeah, not this past time, but yeah.
It gets all like sticky and irritating. Like, you got to be able to wash. That sucks that they didn't help you in the hospital.
Yeah, it was my nice genes too. But yeah, let's move forward. Someone says, I only have seizures at night. No diagnosis yet. About a year ago, I started having seizures only at night. I don't remember any of them when I wake up. The only way I know that they're happening is because of things like biting my tongue or being told that I had a seizure, waking up extremely confused, or finding blood on my pillow. The last time it happened, I bit my tongue so badly I was spitting blood. I've had several tests done, MRI, EEG, blood work, and everything has come back normal. And normal or negative, it's incredibly frustrating to not have answers, especially when it feels like something serious is happening and I don't have any control over my memory. I don't have any control or memory of it. Does anyone else experience nocturnal seizures with normal test results? What helped you finally get a diagnosis if you did? I'm open for advice, similar experiences, or even things I should push for with my doctor. Thanks for the help ahead of time. I suggest third and fourth and second and all those opinions after one if you don't like the first one. I'm always down for a second opinion.
So what they're asking in this question is basically, what do I do first to get this diagnosis?
Basically.
Okay.
I think
Well,
I think get an EEG first, an overnight EEG.
and an epileptologist.
And a second opinion. Jeff, you have night seizures. What would you do in this predicament?
I would get a new doctor. Go spend a couple of days in an EMU, and you'll get diagnosed more than likely. And they can. When I went, they lowered my medication until I had a seizure. I think that's the best thing to do.
That sounds like good advice.
Yeah, build a case.
Did you repeat that? Because it did sound good. I just literally sat down.
The person is having night seizures, nocturnal seizures, and they have not been diagnosed and can't get diagnosed, it seems. And they're asking, what do they do? They've had
Get a
several
nanny
tests. I think the doctor might know they're having seizures. That's what the person kind of said. I don't know.
You know, my
The doctor
doctor
knows.
like knows that I'm having seizures, but they wanted me well, they didn't tell me they needed them, but they said it would really help to get a seizure on camera to help figure out like what kind of seizures and like where in the brain they're happening. So I got cameras installed. It wasn't cheap, but I was just like, credit card. I mean, like, whatever.
Yeah, I got a camera right in front of me, like right here.
Did anybody have to do a like a week or so observation at a clinic before?
Yes.
That was fun,
Every
right?
3
You
days.
have the probe, like, did y'all have the electrodes on your head and you
Yep.
got like Dr. Evil's like little menace? Yeah, oh my gosh. And did y'all, oh, I don't want to say this and it's gonna be on YouTube. Were y'all allowed to shower?
I'm sorry.
I would call
hear that.
call it freshen up.
We can only freshen up, which is a nightmare for me because showers are my comfort before sleep.
Use wipes.
No,
But on the bright side, depending on how your symptoms are following a seizure, you're not going to remember it.
Yeah, I only had one because my boyfriend's really good about recording them on camera. And then my doctor saw I was having one and they all alerted her in the clinic. She ran down to witness it. And her and the physician assistant was like, okay, now it's bilateral. And this was last October. So, because I only had right temporal lobe. And that's my next question. So I was telling my other doctor, so my doctor that ran down, her name is, she has a concierge. She's planning now. She left the clinic because she couldn't do what she wanted to with her patients. Like it's like 5 neurologists. And has anybody, my other doctor is like, I don't know what you're having is quite a focal seizure because it doesn't sound like one. So when I hit a checklist of being tired, sleepy, hungry, and dehydrated, like at least 3 of them, I will have a seizure. But she's saying she don't think it's a seizure. What do y'all think?
Sounds like it.
She
Sounds
said,
like you need another opinion.
yeah,
What's
yeah,
up,
Did
Toaster?
you, yeah, did she say what it does sound like? It's like if it doesn't sound like a seizure, then tell me what it is you think it is.
So she's one I'm gonna have to have in person because I think she's just so overwhelmed. She's not really good at answering messages. Like when I told her, I said I tried to call you several times and I can't get through to your clinic. What's going on? She made a televisit right away, right? And then my other doctor who left, I talked to her physician assistant and she moved me over to another neurologist there too. So I am going to get his opinion and I'm going to try to see if I can get this seizure on cam, right? But I had one yesterday and I almost went a week without it. And I was really careful all week to avoid one. So we'll see. And it was because I was doing my hair. Isn't it? Don't it look
I love it.
it's stress? Yeah. So that's it.
Love the hair.
I
Yeah,
love it.
me and Ann are like
I like
focal
big
to
hair.
bilateral, so it starts focal and then goes bilateral. So yeah, we can go through anything.
Toaster, what you got?
So, this is going to sound horrible. It sounds like you are at the start of the EEG journey.
Me?
Yes.
I've had everything.
Have you? You've had every. Okay,
I've had a
good.
CAT scan. I've had an MRI. I have an EEG, and then they threw me in that clinic.
They threw me in that clinic. What I'm saying is, it sounds like you might. Okay. I mean this with big sister love. You need to get a better clinic. You need to get in with a level 4 epilepsy clinic. Those are the
Okay.
clinics that will really want to know exactly why it starts in that area. And yeah, it starts on this side, but where on this side of the brain?
Yeah, and because I was looking up POTS too. And
Yeah.
it doesn't sound too far off, but like you said, and I know my doctors because y'all already know my story. I was just supposed to be a doctor. Like
Yes.
I know hex cuppery, how it works. I say it separates the sodium and the chloride. They were like, what? And I said, yeah. So I know I have to have certain salt levels, so I have to watch my. And they were like, and I don't even like shut the hell up, Courtney. But that's a good point, Toaster. I am gonna try to go to a different clinic just to see. And how many opinions do y'all usually get, y'all? Like this would be my 3rd opinion seeking. I'm just
If you're talking new treatment plan until you're satisfied, I would say 3 is essentially a minimum, because especially if this is going to help you determine whether you go the surgery route or, like I said, deciding the treatment plan. If it's going to be any major decisions, then I would say minimum 3 sounds safe.
because
say the
You
best
have
of
such a
5.
good head on your
The
shoulders. You
best of
can
5.
okay.
This is
It's
your
Okay,
life
trust
gonna
your
we're
be
talking
instincts too.
about.
it's a scary journey,
Yeah.
but you got friends at your back, and we know what you want, which is science information.
Yeah, and that's another thing, y'all. I've stepped up yoga and vagus nerve stimulation, like cold shower in the morning. Maybe some changes happening, just a little FYI. But
What's your take on B12?
I don't want to. Oh, matter of fact, Pookie, you know, I had a little discussion. I stopped B12 and it went down.
You know, shout out to Nature's Made.
I stopped B12. B12
You
was like,
stop it?
Why
had
is B12
it.
bad for us?
I don't know. It was kind of doing too much for my system.
Everybody's different. Yeah,
I
I'm
reset.
hyper as fuck.
Right. I reset everything. Actually, I just started taking a multi. And when I did that, I'm like, oh, okay, what's going that's what I'm saying. My seizures are kind of going down. And another thing I'm doing is I started taking Xcopri at night when I first got it because I heard about the drowsiness being so bad. I'm about to switch it to the morning because where I have my most seizures is peak during the daytime. So why am I taking it overnight versus early when I wake up to prevent it? Like if I'm going to preparing for bed, that's what 12 hours in between like my other meds. So maybe, you know, the sleep I'm having help because I don't have issues at night. So
That's why I take the Depakote in the morning. If you
yeah,
have two separate ones.
I'm learning from y'all. Y'all teaching me a lot. Like I'm telling you, it's just the I guess you can say the implement how to implement things. I'm foreign to because like I said, I got diagnosed 2 years ago, but I was 1 year seizure free. So look at that. 1 year seizure free. And then a really stressful event happened, and then it was one to show up, and I had one tonic-clonic, and then I didn't have tonic-clonics. And then March of 2024, I started having focal impaired awareness seizures.
Xcopri is a 24-hour thing, so you can take it day or night. I recommend
still has a
to avoid the side effects because
But I'm
it's
2 months in. I think I take it peak time when I'm at my most risk for seizures. That's the only reason why I'm changing it because I don't have issues at night really because I'm calming down. And so, you know, like even though the half-life is like 50 to 60 hours, if I'm not mistaken, the peak time of the new medicine will be in the morning before nighttime. So that's the only reason why I'm doing because I'm not as active, right? I'm not as active during the day.
It's worth experimenting.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to try it, y'all. I'm so sick of this shit, but I know we all are, right?
What I was gonna say is some of these medications make us B12 deficient. So if you're not taking one of those, then B12 is not gonna help you. But quite a few of them make us B12. Takes it out of our system. So that's why none of us knew that because they didn't tell us that. And now that we have the B12 in our system, I see how it changed me, and I love it. I mean, I'm just saying, maybe you don't need it, so it's not.
Because B12, if I'm not mistaken, is rich in animal protein, and I eat a lot of animal protein, just like B6, and then I take some cod liver oil that also have B12 in it, and then I was taking a B complex 100. So I think we
You
need
were overdosing
you
on
get enough
B12.
fish and stuff, you have a lot of it.
I knew better, y'all.
Yeah, you're overdosing on
I was
B12.
hopeful.
That's why
I
it didn't
I
work.
just wanted some shit to work. Aren't we all like that? Damn.
Yeah.
Of all the
No,
things
that's why I can see why you went for the B6 and the B12 and like 5 other sources. But, you know, looking back, maybe 1 week at a time.
Yeah, these are
So
extra
thank
strength.
you for that example.
3,000 micrograms twice a day. So, wait, no, 3,000 micrograms per serving. A serving is 2. One in the morning, one in the night. So, I'm doing good with that.
Someone also bought it for me at the health food store. I didn't get to pick out which B12 I wanted, and I thought he'd know better because he's a huge supplement person.
Get the gummies. So much easier. And if you have a Safeway near you, use Instacart and you can buy one, get one free.
Okay. I'm just gonna right now. I'm just gonna stick with the multivitamin because I solved my electrolytes too, and I don't take them as much. And then I only doing a multivitamin, but I do magnesium citrate at night. Most people call it magnesium citrate because
Mm.
it's used. We know what it's used for now. But it knocks me out at night. And then chamomile tea knocks me out too. And then another
Not
thing,
good for you.
huh?
Chamomile is not good for you.
It depends. It
Uh,
really depends.
What
It can lower the
medications
threshold.
did you look into? Well, what medications does chamomile not mess with you for? If
Me?
you don't mind me asking, yeah, what medications do you take that the chamomile never mess with?
Lamotrigine extended release, lacosamide, which I'm about to get off of, and Excopri.
Okay.
So, because I've been doing chamomile for like a year, and if I don't take it, I actually kind of am more at risk for seizure because I don't sleep well. I take chamomile at night, and it's just a tea form. And then one other thing is I don't know if y'all know this, but at certain levels in the middle of the night, you need glucose. Did I talk about this? I feel like I talked about this the last time. Glucose.
Is this why I get up and get a midnight snack?
That's why, because glucose helps you sleep thoroughly through the night. Like when I wake up and 3 hours into my sleep, I knew I didn't eat enough like complex carbs or 2 scoops of ice cream. But don't be like me. I'm
I
done
sleep
being
I sleep peacefully all through the
So
night.
if I have 2 scoops of ice cream, you can sleep.
or
Say that
two
again.
filled.
What'd you say, Jeff?
I said, so if I have 2 scoops of ice cream before bed, I'll be able to sleep.
You might
Possibly.
just look up glucose and sleep because even the higher other macronutrients like protein will eventually become what's it cool? I can't think of the glycine in the bloodstream, but yeah, just eat a little something, right? Like honey in the tea or the marble slab amount of carb like I have in the freezer that I eat 3 spoonfuls of and I'm wake up drooling. So just consider those things.
Yeah. So yeah, being here kind of taught me to advocate for myself a lot. And I wrote everything down. I went to my doctor's appointment, what was it, 2 days ago? And I just told him everything that was on the paper, and everything got handled. Told him my shoulder was hurting because I had a seizure Sunday. It was like, all right, I'll set your appointment with the chiropractor. I was like, nice. Then told him I need a neurologist because my other one retired. He was like, oh yeah, I heard about that. I'll refer you to somebody else. I actually just got a text message that said call and set an appointment. But yeah, pretty much advocating is big deal. It helps in certain places. Some people don't care about stuff, but I don't know if it's a California thing, but our doctors are on top of it. Well, at Stanford.
So speaking of advocating for yourself, I was recovering from surgery and there was a little snafu and they were pulling the lumbar drain out and it snapped off and they had to do some lower back surgery in between the L4 and the L5. They had to go in there and get the piece out. And so it hurt. After the surgery, it hurt. And so I had a friend here the first week of recovery, and I refused to take the oxy because I don't want oxy. And I was just taking Tylenol. Well, I wanted to have some weed with my friend, and I wanted to do edibles. And my friend told me that she refused to do edibles with me until I called the doctor and got it cleared with the doctor. So I called the neurosurgeon and I asked, can I have a cannabis edible? And because I said, I'm not taking the oxy. And I said, I'm in pain. And I said, I want to take it to sleep. And they said they had never, ever been asked that question. They had never been asked by anyone if they can take, if they can consume, if they can have marijuana. Isn't that funny? I think everyone just takes, it just has marijuana.
I don't think anyone asks.
I think no one asked. I'm the only now I have been clear all along this medical journey that I vape, I dry herb vape weed daily, and they're all okay with it. I mean, no one cares in Seattle. And so I think it's hilarious that no one asked their doctor if they can have weed. And I'm the only person who's asked. And they were okay with it. They're like, yeah, go for it. That's all I wanted to say.
Good, you got to the real answer.
No, it's totally fine to take an edible when you're on all these drugs and I'm not taking the opiate or the oxy, which is heroin.
An opiate, basically, what you just said. But we got Lufa. What's going on, Lufa? How you doing?
Sorry, my Oh, hello.
How's it hanging?
It's going.
The icebreaker today was, how do you make yourself feel better when you're feeling like shit? I'm not sure if Court answered this, did you? I think she kind of deflected about the tuna and sardines thing, and we never got an answer.
Which part of it? I am not ashamed of my adventures in food, okay? Y'all know the science girl is annoying, so I love food science. So what exactly I want to hear, because I have a dill sardine dip that you can make with yogurt and people think it's mayo. That's me. I'm the gluten-free girl who people don't realize is gluten-free till they finish. And they're like, wait, you're not supposed to be eating this. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you didn't answer the question again.
I said it.
Wait, okay. I think I heard that. I didn't know if that was the
Smashed sardines. I don't know if you want the boneless, skinless kind. For those who are
basically.
There's boneless, skinless kinds. If they scare you, the little tiny bones are actually good for you because it's high in calcium. And then there's the ones that are boneless, skinless in oil, or bone in olive oil as well. So you'll get a high nutrient amount of healthy fat. So what you do is you take it and you smush that, like you can take your epileptic frustration out on it, and then you dice up capers, or you can just put fresh dill in it, or what else? Lemon juice. And then you serve it with crackers.
Yeah, lemon. Yep, lemon.
If you don't want sardines, replace it with salmon. Y'all don't like salmon either?
I love salmon.
There you go. Problem solved.
It's sushi.
I like tuna.
You can do tuna, Mercury, but hey, we all have our thing.
Yes.
Kate, I hope you're not laughing at me, Kate. Please laughing.
It is all
Yes,
Anne. Anne
gosh.
is the one that's got me rolling over here. It's all Anne. I don't know what kind of pomegranate or something. She was just holding it in her mouth, and yeah,
Anchovies.
that's what had
You
me
like
laughing.
anchovies too. Annie, you like anchovies? You're muted.
Oh my God. You put them on pizza with pepperoncini and hot Italian sausage on a sourdough crust.
You're my girl.
That's my grandpa.
You're
That's
my
Gumpy.
girl.
We called that pizza Gumpy because of the anchovies. But my mouth is watering. Just because you know what? With all that other stuff on there, those anchovies don't matter anymore. It just gives it that umami flavor that you can't get out of a mushroom. You can't, and sardines really are not all that bad, folks. Okay, I tried one can and I'm like, maybe I can do this. The dog absolutely loved them. Okay, so we shared a treat, but I'm like, I might be able to, put a few things together, but the anchovies on pizza, it's no joke, guys. Black olives, hot pepperoncinis. Oh, I can make you a pizza. Court, are
I'm
you
with
all
Opie
right?
on this one.
Yes.
I'm agreeing with you aesthetically, and I look at Pookie's face, and you would have swore he saw something so vile. What? Are you serious? Hey, Andy, I'm on your side because guess what? I make Caesar salad from scratch. So
I'm just listening. I could not control my facial expressions. I didn't know which way to go with that. To each his own. Hey, you like something? Tomato.
Hey, if you've ever had a whatever, if they call it original or full dressed Caesar salad, the first thing they do is they rub an anchovy into the bowl with olive oil and sometimes a cut or split clove of, yeah, they muddle it in there. And then they take the solids out if you don't want it. But that oil, oh, you don't know. You've never had Caesar salad till you've done it with an anchovy. No, no joke.
Andy, that's fine, but not on pizza.
Oh,
Not on mine.
do you
no.
not watch Teenage Ninja Mutant Turtle? Like, come on. They tore that shit up on pizza, Jeff. Like, what is up with y'all and fish? Y'all eating tuna, which is like the worst thing with mercury.
I eat salmon. I eat flounder. I eat all these other types of fish. I'm not going to eat sardines.
I used to eat sardines when I was a kid.
Why?
Didn't know any better.
Yeah, I used to eat it when I was a kid.
Right, we didn't know any better.
Were you forced to eat them, Pookie? Because that's the difference.
No, they were delicious as a kid. I haven't actually opened a can to actually look at them. They
So
just
you're being
sound
fake.
disgusting as an adult.
No, you're being fake. You're supposed to be on our side. That's
I don't
fine.
know the
And
last
you
time I
round
seen
up
a
the shit.
sardines, but the last from what I remember, it isn't something I want to eat these days.
No. Sardines, hot sauce, cheddar cheese, crackers. I'm in that thing. And then the thing is, I think it's an American issue because they love tinned fish overseas, especially in the Mediterranean area. Tinned
Okay,
fish is
the combination of stuff that you just said, that you were talking about together?
what you mean together? The capers with
No, you
sardines?
said something about hot dog sardines and something else.
Hot dogs? No, I said hot sauce.
Oh, okay, hot sauce. Okay. To each
That
his
face,
own.
that was valid. That was a valid face if you made it because of that.
To each his own.
I just want to say I have autism and everything you just said is totally off my palate. That is all the most, and excuse my language, but
Gross.
diabolical food combinations ever. I mean, sardines and capers are that's insane. Olives are disgusting, and my name is Olivia. That's I don't like anything like pickled though. I don't like pickles, and I don't like. Yeah, everything that you just said did not sit right in my mouth.
Either.
So
But
yeah.
Lufa, the icebreaker was how do you make yourself feel better when you feel like shit? Also, Raven, how you doing? That question goes for you too.
Hey,
Hi,
Ray.
sorry, can you repeat it? What was the question?
How do you make your feel? How
You're
do you make
breaking up
yourself feel better when you feel like shit?
Mm, depends on what kind of shit we're talking about, but I guess I'll take a little bit of lorazepam if it's physical, or snuggle my dog or paint my nails if I am feeling depressed or something.
I'm more along the lines of peace and marijuana. Find somewhere I can chill by myself and smoke and look at the wall or whatever the case. But yeah, that sounds.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
Personally, wouldn't paint my nails, but to each his own.
That does sound peaceful. That does sound a way to just relax, decompress, and if you have to think about it, think about it.
Lufa, you ready?
I don't know. I watch Coraline or spend time with Tony, my cat.
How's Tony been?
He's good. He's good. He is happy. He's a good boy.
Lupa,
Mm.
I think you need a virtual hug.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Well, I appreciate the virtual hug.
Sorry, Lupa, I'm nosy. Is that Mr. Garrison on your wall?
It is. It says jokes about him, okay? I was gonna
Oh,
work.
by the way, I just want to say I agree with you. I'm not quite a fan of pickles, and I'm not quite a fan of olives, exception of Kalamata, because that's in red wine. You're not alone.
Yeah, olives are just out of the question for me. I'd just rather have cherries. Feel like it's the same thing as an olive, but better. And you can use it as chapstick, lip stain.
I have one question though, since we were debating about what foods we hate. Can we hear what's everybody's favorite food, please?
Least favorite foods is what you're asking?
No, the favorite food. We've already discussed that tinned fish. Hey, y'all hate that shit.
Do I really need to answer?
Why, Toaster? Why is that the question?
No shame.
I
Come
know
on.
the answer.
I like plain buttered noodles with salt and pepper, but it has to be the egg noodles, the swirly kind, extra
Yeah.
wide.
That's good.
I like toast. Buttered
That's good.
toast.
My comfort
Sourdough.
Fine.
Sourdough. Like
My comfort
melt
food
the
is
butter
cereal.
into it.
I could go for cereal any time of day. That's my comfort food.
Oh, and snickerdoodles.
With almond milk.
Snickerdoodles are dope. I'm gonna vote macaroni and cheese, especially if you have like chicken nuggets with it.
Yeah, I like homemade mac.
Tuna mac and cheese.
Oh my god, yes. I just
haven't
made
Tuna
it
is
years
so
ago.
good.
I don't think we got answers from a few people.
We keep having tangents, but they're fun.
I don't know what my
How's
favorite
yours
food
palate?
is. My favorite dessert is a cheesecake.
My
You are
favorite,
all Philly. You are 100% Philly. You are like a hoagie, 100% Philly. I love you, Angel.
Right.
Cheesecake.
Thank you.
I love ice cream, okay, and it shows. But yeah, I grew up in a dairy family, and one part of the family made their own ice cream on the farm, and custard and all. Oh God, ice cream. I absolutely, because you can put whatever you want in it, even mint and chocolate chips. So it tastes like a York peppermint patty. I mean, you can put anything in ice cream, even bacon. I love ice cream.
Heard of that. Yeah.
Okay, so now I gotta talk shit, Pookie. I don't like cereal.
Hey, to each his own.
I called it floating.
Out of all the kinds of cereal out there.
No.
Oh.
I call it cold cookie soup floating in animal secretions. Obviously, yours is an exception because you like almond. But no, cold cookie soup. Why would I eat that when I might as well eat a chocolate chip cookie for breakfast? I'm not about to lie to myself. Fuck cereal.
Each his own.
All right. Sugar overload. Yeah, I guess I could see that. No boxes with the animals on it, but I mean, Special K, like the life, all the 100% multigrain. There's different textures there. Not too much sugar
Fruity
on everything.
Pebbles.
All brand.
Okay, Pookie,
Fruity
we're
Pebbles,
talking
Fruit
no
Loops.
sugar overload. Don't talk about Fruity Pebbles.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. but
Your sugar-free
whatever works.
Do you know they make a Captain Crunch Oops All Berries?
Oh
It's
yeah,
the only cereal my son will eat. He will not eat any other cereal.
Which one,
I feel
Toaster?
Yeah, he gets waffles a lot.
waffles. That's a good one. That's a good breakfast for me. Like I could go do one of those right now, put it in the toaster, and then that'd be like a midday snack.
See, I'd rather eat a
Waffle.
Pop-Tart. I'll miss Pop-Tart. I can't eat Pop-Tarts anymore. I miss
Uh,
donuts. I miss Pop-Tarts. There's no good gluten-free donuts unless I make it, and that's too much time.
If
So
I eat a Pop-Tart, it's out of the package and it's not in the toaster.
see, it's good either way, unlike cereal.
Do you like stuffed French toast?
Stuff just sounds too heavy. What are you putting in it? Like anything more than just a syrup?
What do you stuff with French toast?
Cream cheese.
That's too heavy.
What
I'm
are
sorry,
they stuffing? It's a slice of bread.
but you're muted.
Well, French toast. It's a brunch item.
Yeah, I can have breakfast.
It's not a
also.
breakfast. It's not a breakfast. It's a brunch. It's a okay. Because it is heavy, it is thick, and it is eggy, and my dad makes it so perfectly. And he's teaching Jeffy how to do a simplified version with the leftover. So and he uses that to make a dessert. Like
Yeah.
Well,
it's
what you
delicious.
guys have been saying about really diverse foods, I guess I would probably just narrow it down to like a rice
I
and
used to
beans
make
or
some good stuff.
something that feels like you can never really go wrong. So I could add anything that I want to rice.
Right.
I
I
think
love breakfast food. Breakfast food any time of day. Denny's is my favorite.
I think I don't like breakfast foods that much because I'm not a sweets person. Because everything's sweet in the morning, with the exception of like true scrambled eggs with heavy cream or
Bagels.
I mean,
Bagels.
not really.
Okay,
No.
I'm done. What? Really? You don't like bagels?
No, like it's
Oh my
fine.
Lord.
I've never been like, oh, I'm craving a bagel. Yeah, no.
If I have a bagel, I make sure I put egg, cheese, and some type of meat. I don't really eat a lot of red meat, so
Bacon.
slice of
Egg,
chicken breast,
cheese, and
Bacon and
bacon.
eggs. Bacon and eggs for
Yes, I
breakfast.
am
Start
not a
with
good
protein.
Jew.
Your
I am
name
not
is
a good Jew.
Toaster, and you're over here defending bagels.
I do eat bacon actually.
Think about that.
So never mind about the red meat. The bacon, egg, and cheese, and bagel. It's my go-to sometimes. It's easy, and the toaster and everything else is on the stove, and it's done in a few minutes.
Yeah. You really should start with protein. Your first meal should be the highest protein meal of the day. Otherwise, you can develop what's called insulin resistance, and that leads to type 2 diabetes, which is
Yeah.
exactly what I am reversing. And guess what? You can do it. You really can do it. But
That's why my dad makes eggs all the time.
every day start with protein and some good, the good fat, one of the good fats. But try to limit the carbs for the morning, especially sugar. The only sugar I have is in my coffee. The rest of it is protein. So, and it changed. Yeah.
I got to work on eating. Period. Shit.
Cookie, come on. And you made a point just real quick. I try to aim for, they say ideally 30 grams. You'll be full to your next meal. I try to eat 50. And on top of that, they're saying Alzheimer is type 3 diabetes. They're finding Alzheimer is really linked to insulin resistance and issues with dementia and things like that. So just a little annoying science girl FYI.
Love it. Thanks for the facts. Kevin, let's get you on the icebreaker.
Oh yeah, Kevin. Hey, love the shirt. The icebreaker today is What's something you do to make yourself feel good when you feel like shit?
Wait, that's
Oh.
not a button up.
Come again? Philly in
well,
the building?
if, yeah, that conversation sounded really delicious. I get something good to eat. I feel like shit. Good food. I like good food. Yeah. But like crappy food, not like really good food, not nutritious food. I'll get like I don't know, yeah, just some nasty General Tso's chicken or something down the street.
What's your favorite
Nothing.
food?
Yeah, that's good. Nice and sugary. Yeah.
What's your
Everyone
favorite
has their
food?
favorite Chinese food or
Yeah.
Asian food. Sorry, need to be politically correct.
Eh.
Kevin, favorite food?
Oh, my favorite food. Oh, I knew
Philly
that.
cheesesteak, since you're from Philly? No? Tired of
I haven't
Philly?
had I'll get kicked out of Philly for this, but I haven't had a cheesesteak in like 7 years. I can't stand them.
I guess maybe since I'm not from Philly, it's a good thing to get when I'm in Philly. So maybe, yeah, you're in Philly. You're tired of Philly cheesesteak.
And you've probably added years to your life as a result of that. So no hate, no judgment here.
So yeah, it's just not. They're not for me anymore. I don't like them.
No.
Yeah,
We
it's
don't
like
call them Philly cheesesteak here. We just call them cheesesteaks.
understandable. Yeah.
I'll go with French fries though. My favorite food. Love French fries. Oh, just wanted to add that on there. Love
Hey,
French
Mark.
fries.
Mark, you're right in time for the icebreaker. I like the hat, by the way. The icebreaker today is how do you make yourself feel better when you feel like shit?
Yeah, toaster's right, killing aphids. I mean, more than just jokingly, yeah, killing aphids, being outside with my plants, the gardening, taking care of something living out there that's um not like actively needing anything, just there, you know. Yeah, relaxing. I like plants. So,
All right,
yeah.
jump back in it. The next question was, how many of you guys don't have a real reason for your epilepsy? All my EEGs, CT scans, and MRIs come out normal. Yet, 10 years later, I'm still having seizures. I've met with a few epileptic people at support groups, but most of them have a reason why they're seizing. Just wondering if there's more people out there in the same boat as me.
Oh yeah. That's the most frustrating part about this.
Yep. There's a whole bunch. I don't even care like why I have seizures anymore. I just live with it. I know I have seizures, you know?
And
Yeah.
it gets old really fast hearing everybody else's theories over and over and over. Yes, I was on Depo, but it's not the root of all evil. Please. Don't want to hear that ever again.
Do you know that the meningioma that they took out of me, it was from the Depo-Provera shot?
Are you part of the class action?
No, because I got it in Mexico.
Ah. Yeah, that could probably disqualify you.
Wait, Twisted, did you stop yourself from speaking Spanish? You said you was about to say Mexico?
Yes.
I speak Spanish, just a little, if you ever want to go that route, but yeah.
So,
I have aphasia.
Now, was the meningioma? I understand that was the result of the depot. Did that account for any of your seizures?
It was a result for the seizures.
Okay. Well,
what's
at least
aphasia?
that theory is not totally dead.
Oh, Pookie, aphasia is when you can't speak.
Difficulty.
Difficulty. Yes.
Because isn't it also like just processing it too is part of it, and then that's part of it, right?
Okay. Yes.
I'm just making sure because I don't just adjust accordingly. That's all.
It says communication disorder. Aphasia is a communication disorder that results from brain damage to the areas of the brain responsible for language, often due to a stroke or traumatic brain injury. It affects a person's ability to speak, write, and understand both spoken and written language. Aphasia can occur suddenly, as is not a reflection of a person's intelligence. Rather, it impairs language, expression, and comprehension. Treatment typically involves speech and language therapy to help individuals regain their communication skills.
Is it just as much of an issue in Spanish and or English, like mother language affected just as much? No. Yeah, that would be
What
frustrating.
was the word?
Aphasia.
I feel like that could also be something that people with autism could struggle with, is understanding.
I think if it's a result of autism, they call it something different. Though, don't they just slap that
Probably,
nonverbal
but
label on it?
yeah, they say like nonverbal and stuff, but really I think it's just a matter of teaching
comprehension.
I mean, there's different forms, of course. Like some people go nonverbal on purpose, and as a way of coping, or as that's how their brain works. They get overwhelmed, they go nonverbal, or they don't want to, usually don't talk about things that they don't know much about, or they talk about things that they go on about things that they know a lot about. Now, it's different for everyone who's autistic, and there's different levels, I guess, to whether you're more high functioning or whether you need more assistance in your life. But I think that if people were to take a step back and, and I think we're doing better now in this generation of doing speech therapy and stuff
Starting
like
it
that
earlier.
for kids. Yeah, like my friend with her 2-year-old, I helped her get. The doctors were kind of gaslighting her, but I told her, like, your daughter is presenting everything that I presented as a child, so I would fight for her, and she did, and now they're on the right track and getting her speech therapy, and she's doing really well. But I think that not necessarily if it's, sometimes it feels like as somebody with autism, everyone else is speaking in a different language, and I just don't understand it. I mean, I understand it, but I don't get it. It doesn't, the words don't fit together and they don't come together in my mind completely. But I guess it would be called a different thing. I'm not sure, but I just find that it would kind of relate to that in a sense of like teaching how to understand the other party. Wherein, like, if you were speaking a different language, you would do the same. You would work on understanding the other party's language, and I think it kind of sets a like a setting. It correlates in a way of how we can understand people with autism better. But that's just a separate ramble.
Before you go, Mark, Oh, I seen something here about autism, but that was the question before you got here. I didn't know you had autism, but I'll go through that after Mark talks. Because we talked about it and we knew nothing about it because we didn't have it. So we just went through the comics.
Yeah, I wanted to tack on with Lufa that I think in the case of autism, it could also be an issue with executive function. Um, the I assume that the word is still the same, like the definition and stuff. It might be a symptom, but something about autism that is um massively misunderstood is the spectrum part of the definition, and I just wanted to help clarify that the um when psychiatrists use the word spectrum disorder, what they're
The
meaning is
DSM,
a group, huh?
the DSM spectrum and stuff, the DSM.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
When psychiatrists use the word spectrum disorder, what they're referring to is a collection of um, symptoms, basically that um,
Because it
seem
presents
to kind of correlate together.
differently.
There's a statistical link between these, and these symptoms are not universal. But it's not um like 0 to 100 and everybody's on the spectrum. It's not like the
Mm-hmm.
color spectrum or anything or frequency. Um, it's these
There's
symptoms
still
that
like a
are
wall of,
kind of clustered together
yeah.
and kind of appear together, and they don't
I
really know why, but
actually,
each one can kind of have its own spectrum, more like
yeah.
that 0 to 100. So like not everybody has
Well, like
the
there's bipolar 1 and
difficulty with eye
bipolar 2.
contact to the same degree. But some people just can't make eye contact, can't lock it at all. Some people are entirely nonverbal. Some people just cannot help themselves, you know. Um, um,
And
some, sorry, what?
I was, well, like the other day, because I've been seeing a lot of these like there now there's credible sources online that you can take like an at-home autism test if you're genuinely curious if your child might be on the spectrum or if you might be on the spectrum or have ADHD. There are credible sources. Um, that doesn't give you a definite diagnoses because it's not a definite diagnosis until it's diagnosed by a uh, health professional and the proper care team and whatnot. But it's not accessible to everyone, so I understand why people may use online tests sometimes. But I had a friend of mine who I think may have taken one of those online tests because I've seen it become like a trend where people take it and then they use it so that they can use different language and verbiage and whatnot that typically only the autism community would use or just like the R word or they use it to take advantage of bullying you more for having autism. And a friend of mine said that in the 30 minutes of research that he's done, uh, everyone's kind of on the spectrum. And I was like, that's not true. Everyone has their unique things and their own little, you know, funny parts of them. And he's like, well, when everyone's at home, they act weird and stuff. And I was like, well, because they're in the comfort of their own home, they're in their safe space. You know, they can be themselves and let free and let loose all the emotions that they need. Whereas people with autism don't have that. That's not how it is for us. We can, it's very different for us. That's a very horrible comparison that you just made. And saying that everyone is autistic is a huge problem because
It's not
you
true.
know it's not true. It's just a fact, and you would think that. And someone got upset with me for saying that, or saying that I was gatekeeping autism. And they just were misunderstanding what I was saying, but I don't even know how you gatekeep autism. And that's a weird thing to do. But um, they were almost on the side of everyone's a little autistic, and that's very harmful to people with autism. And that's, not everyone has Down syndrome. Not everyone has.
Well, it's a good thing. You can rest assured that that will never be an accepted form, an accepted opinion or perspective or viewpoint,
It's
whatever.
just such a it is though.
that'll
Some
never
people
that'll never
do
take it off.
really accept that viewpoint and do really think that everyone is a little bit autistic, and it kind of feels unfortunate because I know why they're saying that. They're saying that because under the pretense of we're weird. That's how they're
Well,
viewing it.
let's just agree that a lot of people suck. What's
Yeah.
up, Courtney?
I was just agreeing with Lufa. I hate that so much. I think the truth is that it's a very small percentage of neurotypical people. I think that it's more so that everybody's different. And to assume that there's something beyond, like she said, like I think Mark mentioned the DSM, is because everybody has different needs, everybody has different things they need to achieve what they necessary in life, and the self-diagnosing autism drives me so crazy. So like I said, I think it's really more so what is neurotypical.
Yeah, and advocate for yourself if you do think you have, like, really. That's what my mom and I had. They tried to diagnose me with bipolar when I was 2
No, what the fuck?
and put me on medication. I was just had sensory overload. I didn't When I walked into preschool, I had to have glasses on. My mom either had to back me in or I had to come in before all the other students because I didn't like them staring at me. I needed all the tags in my clothes cut out. I can't have any other mac and cheese other than Kraft. I'm very particular about my foods. I don't like the sound of chewing, eating, gulping, any of that. It drives me nuts to the point where I start bashing my head and my ears. And then for people to say everyone's autistic a little bit, but I can't eat dinner and bond over food like other cultures and families do, and then I'm judged for that. I'm told that I'm being disrespectful and I should eat with the rest of everyone else when it's triggering for me.
Yeah.
But then you sit there and say it doesn't correlate. It doesn't make sense. There's still a boundary. There's still, there are these, yeah, sure, everyone's weird. But just because people have their quirks doesn't make them autistic. There are things that qualify you as autistic. I can't really think of the words, but it's not gatekeeping. It's more of just an extremely misunderstood concept that doesn't have to be as misunderstood as it is, because I think sometimes people with neurotypical brains almost want to be autistic sometimes and pick and choose, just like I'm sure the same thing with race. People want to pick their race when it works best for them, and or their religion when it works best for them. It's things like that. They use it to their advantage, and it ends up harming the people that actually deal with those things on a daily basis and live on a daily basis the way that they are. And then to have people pick and choose when they want to be that way is insulting. It's extremely insulting.
And it minimizes your needs, right? It
Mm-hmm.
minimizes your unique needs. And I
Mm-hmm.
think a huge issue with that, unfortunately, is the influence of social media. No fucking way somebody was saying gatekeep autism. And then that really makes me mad about what they were trying to prescribe you at too. You're still developing your personality. Like you
I
just
mean, it was 2004, so I guess it was a little bit of a different time, but
what area,
honestly,
what state are you in?
no, I was in New Jersey at the time, but now I'm in Illinois, and I got diagnosed at 12 with Asperger's and then diagnosed at 17 with autism. So, it was like, but I was misdiagnosed many times with different things, and finally I have my diagnoses in order, and I have my first therapy appointment coming up this Saturday. Yay.
And Lufa, thanks for mentioning advocating for yourself. That's such a huge thing that I even
Yeah.
like. Thank you for that reminder.
That's the best thing you can do. There's no one else that'll advocate for you. Asperger's is like the higher functioning version of autism, but now they've kind of uh dispersed the name Asperger's. They stopped using it. So then now it's just different like levels of autism, like level 1, level 2, level 3, and it just depends on what your needs are. Like Mark said, some people are nonverbal, so obviously they would probably need a little more assistance within their daily living. Some people are easily manipulated and and whatnot. But there are a lot of people with autism, a lot of controversial people with autism, a lot of non-controversial people with autism. But I mean, the girl that played in what is it called, The Last of Us, she has autism, and then Elon Musk has autism. So those are, a little more controversial person and a less controversial person, so that we get an idea.
So here's a question everybody can have an answer to. What is something that you won't let your epilepsy stop you from doing? Goal, essentially.
Swimming.
Nice.
Someone asked me if I was a triathlete today, and I was like, "What?"
Okay, that's a compliment.
Yeah, I was like, "Ooh, do you not see the epilepsy everywhere written on me?" But yes, thank you. No.
Nobody's ever going to see epilepsy right now, that's for sure. All right, we'll start from the top. What about you, Angel? What's something that you will never let your epilepsy stop you from doing?
Being a good dad.
Right on. Courtney?
I don't know because I have the opposite issue where I do the most and then I trigger a seizure. So let me think on that.
Kevin?
Kevin, you're muted.
Yeah, I know. Let's see. Get my goals straight. Uh, Stop me doing that. I'm just gonna join a good sports league this summer. See what goes on with that. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
should try
Do
out
they
for
play all kinds of different
pickleball.
sports? Oh, okay.
Pickleball's so lame. No, I hate that. Uh, Play real tennis, not like in between table tennis and real tennis. That's what you get when you get a pickleball. It's like the love child of ping pong and tennis. Can't stand.
Gosh, that's what I said. I was like, this is a crossover of ping pong and tennis.
Right.
That's literally what it is. And it's, dare I say, a middle-aged woman's sport, but my cousins rep it, so let me not say no more.
Yes, and I laugh at those who play it. No
You are
offense.
laughing at my family, and that is completely okay.
I'm sorry.
I giggle too.
Yeah,
And
okay.
they expect me to take the game seriously, and I don't. So, I'm there. I'm right there with you, Kevin.
Oh, okay.
Anything that brings you
I,
joy.
I did not mean to offend you there, but it
No,
was.
I'm not offended. I am not offended. My mom bought a pickleball shirt from Kohl's. Yeah, let that sink in.
What does a pickleball shirt look like? What do you mean? Like a polo?
No, I don't even. It's just a shirt that says pickleball for $35, and I'm like, all right, whatever makes you happy, Mom. I love you. I love you so much. Maybe not the pickleball. I wrote on my list of triggers for my epilepsy and my epilepsy notebook that pickleball is one of them, but just because of the correlation and shit that it takes. And when my mom saw that, she was like, pickleball? Really? And I was like, I mean, I can play it, but it triggers my mild. The pickleball? I thought you liked the pickleball. No, I just do it for you guys. I do a lot more for you guys than you actually really think. There's so much that I do not want to do, but bless you.
All right,
Okay.
Jeff. Well, you got a good connection. What is your answer to that question? What is something that you won't let your epilepsy stop you from doing?
I guess two things. It won't stop me from living uh, the fullest I can, and it won't stop me from loving my wife as much as I do when I first fell in love with her, or more.
There you go. I was thinking
I,
traveling internationally.
I have to just one other thing, Kevin. When you get older, you may appreciate pickleball. It's great for older people. I don't play, but my wife plays both tennis and pickleball, and she loves pickleball.
Can that just go back to my middle-aged woman sport that I said originally? Who's throwing up? Tony. Sorry.
I'll keep that in mind, Jeff.
Yeah, it's
That just backed
I
up everything. Thank you, Jeff.
I wouldn't have played when I was younger either. I played tennis, but now you don't have to move as much,
Mm,
and that's a good thing for somebody that's older.
yeah,
That's all.
Seems like a simple sport. Like someone doesn't have to run too much to play it. So, but
Angela, I'm old.
I did not know you had autism, Lufa. Before you got here, that's what our first question was about, is giving perspective to someone. But we could give no perspective, so we just read comments. But I'll read it to you because you could give this person perspective. It says, I just found out about 30% of people with epilepsy have autism and vice versa. I have long suspected I'm on the spectrum. I just want to get some perspective.
Oh, I think I saw that post. I think I commented on it. I don't even know. I don't remember. Yeah, people with autism typically have a lot of different other problems. Like I have the multiple whatever, I can dislocate the EDS, so I can move around all crazy, but as I get older it hurts. I don't know if my autism is connected to my epilepsy, would I say? Yeah, I think maybe it's just something that's linked because it's the neurons or whatever, and neural pathways are formed, and if neural pathways are formed in a not so great way, that can cause problems as you're growing up. Um, and I think being autistic and that happening for me caused some problems. But I think that was more just mentally, like my BPD, uh, my borderline personality disorder, I mean, and things like that. But I wouldn't be like, just because you have epilepsy, I wouldn't say you have autism. And just because you have autism, I wouldn't say you have epilepsy. But if you're having like myoclonic jerks or seizures, and you have autism or not, I would just get that checked out either way. But honestly, from one autism to the other autism, I really don't think it's that big of a deal. Um, like the overstimulation definitely gets to me, and my epilepsy a lot quicker. But that's just how it is because I get overstimulated. That's just how it is. But I don't think that it really. I guess there's other studies that we could be doing, I guess I would say. Um, yeah. It's not there's not really much insight to give there. It's autism's linked to a lot of things. Someone said that autism's linked to the original humans, like cavemen. Forgot what they're called. The nomads, no pat Mark. I feel like Mark knows what it might be called. Nomads, the
Neanderthal?
knowing, yeah, yes. Someone I saw a post about that the other day. And I keep seeing posts, so I don't know. Um, I don't know.
You're
But
referring to Neanderthals, which
yes,
were a rival of Homo sapien.
yes. Someone said that autistic people are linked to Neanderthals, and I just kept on scrolling because I don't really know.
That person needs to be punched.
I don't really know what to say about that.
Actually, they were both very advanced. Neanderthals were very advanced. They were more advanced than Homo sapiens when they started out. There was more of them, and
Yeah, larger
they,
brain
Well, they
size.
were almost
yes,
comparing it as, yes, so they were comparing it as if neurotypical people were Homo sapiens and neurodivergent people are Neanderthals. But I have to clean up my cat's vomit, so I'll be right back.
Okay,
Well,
so
there are certain genes that have been found to have a statistical link to autism diagnoses, and there are certain genes that have been identified in the human genome that were also present in Neanderthal DNA. And if one of those genes from the Neanderthal DNA is one of those genes that's found to have a correlation with autism, then it's entirely possible. I don't think that person should be punched in the face at all. There has been about, or I forget where it was, but there's about a 20 to 30% of autistic people are found to eventually have an epilepsy diagnosis as well. So there definitely is a link um, to epilepsy between the two, autism and epilepsy, neurodivergence maybe, weird wiring. Maybe we should come up with a better word, something that doesn't have stigma or something that, for epileptic autistic people. We need our own fancy sciencey word, something. But yeah, it's it's interesting. The prevalence of epilepsy among autistic people is somewhere around 20 to 30 times higher than it is among the overall population. So a lot of research needs to be done, but it's a very fascinating question.
I've always wondered about uh, uh, most of the ailments in the physical body, the modern body. That would be like 10,000 years ago when civilization began. And we started eating different foods and processed things. And especially recently when the skills changed for human beings. We became more social, especially more social. I mean, so would humans, I don't know, 50,000 years ago, an autistic human perhaps not be considered, I mean, they wouldn't require these uh, social skills uh, that we need today. Like a person, once again, I'm not an expert on autism, but say, uh, since our biology has not changed very much in the past 10,000 years, um, our mental and social, or all these skills just changed one day, and now we're dealing in offices and everything. Would Could that attribute to um, what might look like a disability for an autistic person? Because it's society's the problem, I think. Yeah, does anyone even remotely understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I think I kind of get what you're saying, but I think well, okay, it's like how much of what is like a neurodivergent disability these days just would not even stick out 15,000 years ago in a hunter-gatherer society.
I have ADHD.
What are we talking? Are we still on the same subject?
Hey, Twisted never got to answer that question about what your one of your life goals or something that you're not going to let epilepsy stop you from doing.
Going on vacation.
Yes, I'm with you on that travel one. Did you ever have an implant or anything in your brain?
No.
Okay. Yeah. See, I'd still have to figure out how to get through whatever it's called, that security part.
There's a
if
bomb
we
in
go
your
flying.
brain. If I was accompanying you, I'd be like, she's got a bomb in her brain. She's with
Hey,
secret intelligence from a different country.
Well, doing all
But you
this
don't
traveling
have
that
to
we have
take
for the
your
last
shoes
couple
off
days with the
anymore.
dog is perfect. Well, I'm gonna have to avoid the metal detector. That's the thing. So I'm sure it'll end up just being a wand or something. But whatever. We'll have to deal
Well,
with
just
it.
make sure you're not with anyone that makes any like out of proportion jokes, because I would definitely get you seated in the back questioned.
Yeah, that's funny. No, that I'm gonna be with my son, and he's probably gonna try to beat the shit
Yeah,
out of
don't
everybody
let
that
your
comes to my
son make
mommy.
any jokes, because I'm the type that would make jokes about myself having something in my head, and then when they go through everything just for it to be an epilepsy implant, and then for me to be like, oh, I fooled you.
He's really protective about anybody that gets close to mommy. So we'll probably just have to, I don't know, practice or just tell him what to be
He's
aware
like
for.
your what are they called? They stand at the front door. Bodyguard.
I think he might just be trying to find an excuse to get away with it. Because I said R, I said it was cute one time, and now he's taking it to the next level. Getting him a wristband today at the trampoline place. He was like side-eyeing the guy behind the counter. It was cute. But now, for the most part, traveling with the service dog has been a big bonus because nobody wants to come around. Once she has her vest on, I mean, yeah, the Amish were kind of judgy, but for the in like the rest of the state or
Okay, but the
country that we've
Amish
been in so
don't
far.
know. The Amish truly don't know.
Yeah. So other than that, though, that's the only like social or like public access setting that was
I
not
think if you
receptive.
were able to explain it to the Amish, they would accept it. They seem like pretty chill people. The only
I just
people,
needed to get through the line,
yeah,
and I
sometimes,
think that was like a big no to break their line.
yeah, they probably just didn't understand. But the Amish, from what I've seen and experienced in Jersey, they've been pretty understanding of things. Cause
Well, it probably didn't help that I said excuse me in English and then in Spanish, and
probably not.
yeah, that they probably got offended at that.
Yeah, probably.
But
How
it's
dare
cool.
you?
That's where we were going,
How dare you not ride in horse and carriage?
right?
Where's the bonnet?
I had something, but I forgot what it was, so I'll move forward. Okay, got one. I think I asked it before, but not with this crowd. It says, do you ever worry about intellectual decline? Since I've been having investigations for surgery, I picked up a few times that uncontrolled seizures can eventually cause intellectual decline. Does that scare you? I'm worried that one day I just won't be me anymore. I'm scared that if this surgery doesn't work, then all is lost. There was Zach there. Oh, there was one question in there. Does that scare you? Do I worry about intellectual decline? It's crossed my mind. Worried? No. But it's crossed my mind.
I think what scares me is people taking advantage of if I do have memory issues, which I do. That's what I'm scared of, is people taking advantage of that. And even I mean, I have had an intellectual decline since the ECT, but that's different. Ish. But yesterday I was trying to figure a bunch of things out for getting myself set up and whatnot. And I couldn't find my debit card, and I knew I left it downstairs. I knew it was downstairs the last time I had it, or the only other place it could be is in my wallet or in my mom's wallet. There's only 3 places it could be. And I was like, okay, before I freak out, let me ask my mom, because, whatever. And we just reset my username and password because I forgot it, and I forgot it again. And, now I have to write down every username and password, and dementia and Alzheimer's already runs in my family. So I'm already screwed. I already know my fate, but, it's okay. But, I texted my mom and I was like, hey, like, do you know where my debit card is? And she was like, I haven't seen it, but I know it's not with me. And then I started to freak out because I started like crying. I was like, there's no way that I could lose my mind this much, like that I lose my debit card now, that all my stuff is like, how did I lose my debit card? It's nowhere in the house. I can't find it at all. How, like, I'm losing my mind, and it just completely threw me over the edge. And then my mom came home and said she had it the entire time, so I tore up my room for nothing. But it is something that scares me, because I find that I either react very heavily to if I feel like someone's taken advantage of it, even if they haven't, or I just automatically don't trust anyone, because I believe that they're going to use my which people have in the past used my epilepsy to their advantage, and it's very unsettling. So I would say yes.
Yeah, that thing with the taking advantage of your memory. Who I've been going through that for years. So for
Yeah.
I've been told that I don't remember things, and I'd be like, I remember this, and they try to change the story, and I'm like, no, I remember this. You're trying to tell me I've been told literally, how do you remember that and you don't remember this? And I was just like, some things stick with you. And yeah, like I said, I've been told that I don't remember this and you didn't do this and do this just because they didn't see it and they don't remember it. They think I shouldn't remember something that they did not see. And they'll ask me, how do you remember this, but you don't remember this? This
Yeah,
is more important than this.
they use the memory to gaslight, and usually people that wouldn't gaslight you because you were normal before, now are gaslighting you, and it's like, oh, okay, so I was right the entire time, and now you're being even worse by using something of a disability to made to your advantage. That makes you look like an asshole. But hey, go keep volunteering and all your BS, whatever.
Yeah,
The intellectual decline. Anybody else on the intellectual decline topic?
I'm afraid of the dementia and Alzheimer's. Before, I was the only person in my family with any neurological disease, but um my grandma, she died a few years ago, but she had dementia. So now I'm definitely like afraid of that. And it's it, it it's a big fear that I always had as growing up with epilepsy, but I try not to let it worry me, and I try to just like live each day because you never know.
Seize the day.
Yeah, one question I always ask is, well, I asked it a few times, so I'm not gonna say always ask. Do you guys ever think like I know my memory is bad. It's fucking horrible. My short term. Um, but I want to ask the question, like, do you ever think that your memory is just like gonna get so bad to where it plateaus, or do you think shit's just gonna get worse and worse? I feel like my memory has got to the worst it's gonna get, and my retaining has got as worse as it can get. It doesn't seem like it's getting any worse. It just seems like it's already shit. And yeah, you guys feel like your memory gets to a plateau, or is it progressively just getting worse?
I want to hear, how does Courtney think it's going to be a benefit?
Huh?
Yeah, Courtney mentioned that intellectual decline may be freedom.
For me, I'm an anxious overthinker. I need to cut that shit off sometimes, and it's hard for me to do so. Of course, I'm in therapy and things like that, but I'm always trying to solve the problem that may not need to be solved, and that's where a lot of source of my seizures come from. My seizures come from stress. My seizure that I was seizure free from 10 months was because my little cousin who's autistic, her mom decided to slap her, and I was the only person who did some shit about it. I reported my own aunt to CPS because none of the other elders in my family did anything. That's my life. I'm a parentified child. I've had to be the adult since I was a child. That's all I know.
So do you think the intellectual decline might actually just kind of come back to bite you, making you feel like you don't have the resources? You have this problem that still needs solved, but you just can't remember how to fix it or something?
I think it might be that, but I also think it will stop me from thinking so much in some ways. Yeah. It just depends on how it plays out. Like I said, I'm always the constant problem solver, and I'm the youngest of the siblings. I was the only girl. So it's just awkward in that kind of way. Like I said, nobody takes charge. Like I don't want to say charge, but when there's something that needs to be really actionable, and usually in my family, that's why even now, like when it comes to my family, I'm like pretty much going under the wing of boyfriend's family because they're such an opposite experience. But yeah, like I'm protective of like one of the youngest person in my family. Like nobody did anything when they found that out. And this is my dad's sister, and I called him first. But like I said, it's just a strange thing to always witness and always want to do something if something needs to be done. That's why I'm always making that joke in here. I'm the annoying science girl because that's pretty much who I am overall. I keep all this information, I store all this information, and I just don't want it to be up there hanging out, I guess you can say.
So back to the question that I honestly forgot. So if any of you guys remember, you can answer. What was it?
About memory.
Oh yeah, like with your memory, do you guys think it's like plateaued and got as worse as it's gonna get, or do you guys think your memory is just gonna get like progressively worse? Mine's, I feel like my short term is just over. That's what I feel like because I can remember things younger as a kid and all that stuff.
I have no short-term memory.
Yeah, mine is gone.
And my
I've
long-term memory is
none.
going as well. And I guess that's kind of natural. As you get older, you lose some of your memory. And I'm losing it, from that and from the epilepsy. And what Lufa said about her debit card, I go through that with my phone all day long. I never know where my phone is.
I put things
uh,
down and I look in one place and it's not there, and then I go back to that same place and it's there, and I'm like, how did it, what it doesn't make any sense. And I just had it, and every day it's with so many things, whether it's my weed or my phone or I left my glasses at my friend's house, which I specifically went in with the intention of, do not leave your glasses here, Olivia. Make sure you bring your glasses home. I kept saying that. And then I get home and I text her. I'm like, did I leave my glasses there? She's like, oh yeah, girl, I got them safe for you. Don't worry. And I'm like, how did I remind myself not to leave them? And I left them. It's almost like if I remind myself so much, I'm bound to forget. But I think part of it too is the electroconvulsive therapy leaves short-term memory loss for a lot of patients, forever. So I think
So now you have to get a lanyard.
yeah, I think that I'm just screwed. I also have dementia and Alzheimer's in my family, so I'm just in for it. I'm just going with the flow. I'm just seeing what happens in life, and whatever goes because I'm not worried about that because I already know
You're
I'm
just gonna
susceptible
do it
to
while
it.
you can.
When you
What's that you
said
said?
that, it reminded me like how you said you went in there with the intentions of like telling yourself, don't forget your glasses. That reminded me of this time, like I was on the bus and I kept telling myself, I am not feeling good. And I was like, okay, I got one stop left. And I'm like, focus, focus, focus. I got one stop left. I had a focal and I missed that stop. And I was sitting there telling myself the whole time, focus, it's one more stop. So what I'm assuming is since I pulled the thing, he stopped. Maybe nobody got off. And when I came to, I was a stop pass. So I just kind of laughed it off and got off and turned my 10-minute walk into a 16-minute walk. And yeah. But yeah, that's what that reminded me of. And you're like, don't forget your glasses. Don't forget your glasses. I kept telling myself, you're not feeling good. Pay attention. Stop is coming. The stop is coming. And I couldn't make it right past
Yeah, I
I
think
set
my
reminders on
memory's
my phone
going.
for appointments,
it.
and then I forget. After the reminder goes off, I forget.
Twisted, you had your hand up. What's up?
I forgot what I was gonna say.
I knew it. I think it was
There
something
goes
about
the
the
answer.
memory too. Something about the short term versus long term memory.
Oh,
I don't
I
know.
think
For me,
if we're
yeah, go ahead.
worried about our long-term memory and short-term memory going, or like if it'll go faster.
Honestly, I always thought it was a bigger deal to have lost so much long term memory because there's so much of my past that people that hate me are trying to tell me who I was and what decisions I made, and
I mean,
obviously
there's
can't
some
believe them.
long-term
So
things that I
that's
don't remember.
I still think that long term is always going to be more important than the short term, but that's probably because that's what I can't get back.
Yeah,
The
I
short
got
term, I
my
found ways to adapt.
I got my
I
long
mean,
term. My short term is over. I can sit there sometimes and I'm like, what is it? What is it? Was it? Then I'm trying to think back on what was I doing before that. But other than that, long term, I can remember places I've been, phone numbers when I was a kid. I remember my grandmother's phone number, and I don't know why.
yeah, I remember the original phone number that we had back in New Jersey, and I have no idea why. It means, it's just like the most random things I remember. And
Yeah.
then people are like, how can you remember that, but not this? Girl, if I knew, I would tell you, but I don't know, and I don't
Right.
remember. So you take a minute in my body, and then we can come back and talk about this. But
Oh,
We
until
don't
then,
know.
shh.
Yeah, we don't know how our brain works. How we going to tell
Doctors
you?
don't know how our brain works. Like, what? There's no, what? Well, and there's also like, I think when it comes to the memory questions, it's a little harder. It's a little, not harder, but different for me just because of the electroconvulsive therapy. Because I had that done before they diagnosed me with epilepsy, but they knew that there were signs of epilepsy, and I had a seizure that lasted, I'm assuming, over 5 minutes, because when I was going under, they were like, yeah, last time she seized for way too long. So, and I'm literally like going under the second that he's talking about how the last session did not go as planned and how they have to turn down the levels and how my body's starting to react really sensitively to the ECT. And after that session, they also didn't give me regular anesthesia. It was like a benzo form of anesthesia. It's called something, and it made me so sick. We had to stop every 2 seconds on the way home because I kept throwing up. And at that moment, I was like, I'm done. I was like, there's no more ECT. I'm not doing the maintenance sessions anymore. I've been doing this for almost 5 months, then it'll be 6 months, and that's 6 months of my life that I'm like, that is gone. That is literally gone. And then to be shoved in the face with, oh yeah, by the way, you're epileptic and you were right the entire time. And while it says that there's no interactions between people with epilepsy and ECT, I would beg to differ. If you should know if someone's epileptic going into electroconvulsive therapy, because that's exactly what it's doing. It's targeting an area of the brain and sending it into a forced seizure.
I mean, how is that not
So
on a diagnosis list, like top of the chart kind of thing? No, that reminded me of something though. That's kind of
they
why I
kept
like to
saying it
play
was
dumb in the
psychogenic.
RNS meetings sometimes
They kept
because
saying it was psychogenic seizures I was having, and
oh,
not.
okay, so PNES was still
Yep,
on the
it was still PNES, and they were like, that has no interactions. And I was like, but I don't think that you shocking my brain is gonna get the seizures to stop, and it didn't. It's only made my memory a million times worse than I think it originally would have been. And it has forever broke my brain. And a lot
I
of
mean, are you talking
people,
like scarring or What leads you to believe that's a forever thing?
I just don't have like I'm not me. You know, like I'm here, but everything is like gone inside of me. Yeah, like numb, but to like a like nothing makes me happy. Nothing is exciting. Everything I used to be interested in isn't interesting. Um,
Yeah, it sounds like how a lot of us feel after the diagnosis in general. A lot of stuff does change.
Yeah,
yeah, but
I lost interest in a lot of things.
it's more like I don't have like when I swim, it's sure it's nice, but I don't feel anything. If something happens to someone, I typically I don't feel anything. I just don't feel anything anymore. Like I'm just like gone. And it's kind of just feels like they zapped out uh me, the bad parts and the good parts. So it's just like I'm completely gone. And
I've
when
been
I was
told,
going through ECT, a lot of people kept saying like it was like I was there, but like there was nothing inside. Like I was soulless. There was just it wasn't the person that they knew before. And ever since ECT, it's been different, and it's been very life altering. And it could take up to like 2 years to fully recover from it. So, and I'm only like 8 months in, so
yeah, I've been told that I was, I guess, robotish. They were like, you get kind of quiet and you get kind of careless, and I was just like, that sounds like the usual me. And um, they were just like, you don't really have emotion towards things. And it was mainly for like people talking at me and not talking to me. And people expect me to blow up or whatever. And when I don't,
yeah.
they think I'm just emotionless and I don't care about what you're telling me.
I've been
This
told it
that.
looks like I have the devil in me, and I'm like, I literally don't know what to tell you. Like I have no that made me feel nothing, and I also have no response to that because I don't it don't feel like the devil's in me, but I could see how you could feel like it looks like the devil's in me because I look so blank and uh like lost.
Yeah, I've been told that you're not even paying attention. Look at your face. And I'm
Usually
just
when
like,
I'm told that I am paying attention to. It's
yeah.
when I'm like when it looks like I'm paying attention, I'm not paying attention.
All right. I actually got to call this neurologist real quick because I got to call him and get an appointment before too late. But I got something we can go into before that. It says, how many of you guys don't drink? Just wondering what the title says. I'm curious if not drinking is the default among folks with epilepsy, or is it just a bias because I don't drink? No judgment. I'm just curious. I don't drink. I haven't drank since Easter, and mainly because I started this. I mean, other than that, I didn't really, alcohol didn't bother me. Then I was like, I got to be an example. Nicotine, alcohol, caffeine, cold turkey. Any of you guys? How's your old addictions, if it was an addiction?
I stopped drinking
Mine.
years ago.
Oh, go ahead, Jeff.
I actually I never overdid it, but I love to drink. Uh, when I was younger, I was in a group of wine tasters. Um, we met like once or twice a month, and everybody bought a different bottle. Uh, I used to drink a lot of bourbon or scotch or tequila. And when I had my bypass, the doctor said, if you drink again, you're going to die. So I decided not to drink anymore. Go ahead, Angel.
Yeah, I already have liver problems, so that further encouraged me that, like, I was already not drinking, you know, but our meds, if you read some of the stuff with our meds, it really messes up your liver, like Depakote. Yeah, it's really strong on your liver, and you got to be careful for what you take. Um, but not only that, it lowers your seizure threshold. So yeah, drinking is not advisable.
I don't miss it personally.
Yeah.
At this point, it's been long enough. Don't remember the taste, and yeah, it is what it is. I don't miss it, especially because
Yep.
it's doing way more harm than good. And if it was a social setting, then if those people are legit, they should be able to chill with you without the without the booze.
I was gonna say, like, I'm thankful for the friends that I do have, because they'll oftentimes be like, oh, we can do a sip and paint, and then they'll automatically be like, oh, I mean smoke and paint, like, because they'll be like, oh wait, we can just smoke weed, or like have an edible, or do something like that instead, because they know that I have epilepsy, and I have 2-3 friends that are aware of that, and because I don't blame them for automatically going to like alcohol because of their age and stuff, but I appreciate that they accommodate, and kind of like change it to be like, oh, I'm sorry, like I meant like this, and so that you don't end up feeling sick or whatever, because I I used to drink a lot of Hennessy, like a bottle to myself.
Oh, that stupid song just came in my head. You know what I'm talking about.
It was bad. It was really bad. And that was back when I was like 18, right after my cat died. So, it was bad. I was drinking like a bottle of Hennessy, and I was not sharing it. So in one setting, along with other things. And I recently just had a 1 can of 5% like spritzer alcohol, and halfway through the can I was like,
That
no
actually
way am I getting through this. And then I was like, I need to go to the bathroom, and I threw up, and I was like, yeah, I cannot drink anymore. It interacts with my medications too much. It makes my epilepsy feel awful. Every time I drink, I don't feel like buzzed or fun after. I feel sick. And that's exactly what I'm always trying to not feel, which is why I'm glad that marijuana is an option, even though my family will be like, well, maybe that's why you're throwing up all the time. No, that's not why I'm throwing up all the time. I have cyclic vomiting syndrome. That would mean I've been smoking since I was a child. So let's clear the air there. It can cause that. We can cause that, but that is not the cause for me. It is actually the help for me. But they just, I don't know, something about green leaves to them doesn't, they like aged wine and champagne. They like to be knights. I like to be a wizard.
Wilfred,
All
did you
right.
say
How
you
about everybody else?
misplaced your weed earlier?
Yes, I misplace my weed all the time. And then I find it like a week or a month later, and I'm like, oh my God, I have an eighth. Yay. Oh my God, I got some gummies. Or, oh my God, is this a cart? What? Yeah.
I keep mine
If
right
I
on my dining
randomly
room
say
table so I
hello,
can't lose it.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
does anyone just feel like a complete idiot since your epilepsy started? Does anyone just feel like a completely waste of space due to their brain not working anymore? I learned memory controls everything at the end of the day, and since I have none left, I can't accomplish much. I can't work, but can't get disability. I can care for my kids, do the basics, but more than that is just a no. Hell, I can barely form a sentence without having trouble, and no one understands the complication I have every day. Anyone like me? I hope not, but at the same time, I don't want to be in this alone.
Everyone.
Yeah, I get that time to time, and then I just go to my own space and smoke some weed. And
The devil's lettuce. That is why we are the devil. That's why we have the devil in us.
I don't drink anymore ever since Easter, but yeah, Hennessy was the stuff.
Well, because in my head I was like, I'm drinking to get drunk. And if I just had a bottle of Hennessy, I was set. But I have epilepsy and the medication, they don't bind well together, and then it's a waste of the medication, a waste of the alcohol, then I feel like shit. And then I'm
How
like,
long after your diagnosis did you actually stop drinking?
actually I think I started drinking after I left.
Because you
and
never did like pregnancy or any other reason to stop, right?
no,
Yeah,
I've never.
so
I mean, I
I have an appointment with a neurologist.
probably would have became an alcoholic, so because it runs in my sperm donor side of the family, and that's where the addiction part comes from. So I
Sorry to
wait,
thankfully,
interrupt.
so you're saying that comes more from the father side than the mother side?
yeah, there's no addiction on my mom's side. There's only addiction on my father's, and like heavy addiction, very heavy addiction, like
Oh, but you're not saying for like everybody, you're more likely to be susceptible to an addiction if it run in the father side?
I don't know if it's more susceptible depending on which side, but I just know that
Oh, okay. No,
genetic.
I thought that was a point you're trying to
No,
make.
no,
That's
no,
all.
no, just genetically, like that. The addiction genetic thing comes from my father's side, and I just happened to get that. You could not get it, and you could get it. It's just, it's however your body makeup is, whatever your genetic makeup is, which is why they call it makeup because everyone's different. But yeah, that's why I could drink a bottle of Hennessy with water as my chaser in 10 minutes and be good. Because I was built for it until I wasn't. So, but thankfully, I'm a retired Hennessy girl and a retired, oh, I hate the name. It starts with an S. It's Svedka. Ugh. And Fireball. I used to do Fireball. I did a lot of Fireball as well. Little shooters. Take like 7 or 10 of those shooters with a Fireball. I used to be heavy into it. Yeah, but when I got out of what my mom nicknamed it as the high house, because that's pretty much what it was. I stopped drinking and I stopped doing drugs, and I've been clean ever since. And that's when I really started taking my diagnosis seriously and getting the doctors to take me seriously. So, a big point I would like to say is if you're doing drugs and drinking a lot, it's going to be hard for the doctors to take you a little seriously. So if you stop that shit, they'll take you seriously. And sometimes tell them that you don't smoke weed because they also don't like that sometimes. But really stop, don't drink if you're really trying to dive deep and get those diagnoses and get proper treatment. Stop all the thing. And like I stopped nicotine. I didn't want to at first, but when I realized this is a trigger for my epilepsy and it's making me feel and my cyclic vomiting syndrome, I cut it out cold turkey. The only thing that has never bothered me is weed. So, me and my little weed babies.
Good to know. That reminds me of that post. Somebody asked a question about the hospitals. What was your favorite hospital? And I found out that I'm going through my records over here, just seeing. Okay, so I've been to this ER, 3 times in the last, or 5 times in the last 3 years, and so that must have been my favorite one. But I decided to question family because I couldn't honestly remember. And they're saying that was the place where last year they automatically assumed you were high and they had to talk them out of, the Narcan right away. And I was dragged out of the car and there was all kinds of complaints after that, but none of that was on the record. So that was another thing that I think I finished a post just saying, don't trust the after visit summary. And a lot of people agreed on that. So do you guys have any input on, just what, how twisted the reality could be on a medical record?
Yes, because I was digging in my grandparents' basement the other day and I actually found probably like 30 bottles of empty Depakote that I used to be prescribed. I didn't even know I was on Depakote, but
You think they kept it as evidence for you?
No, I keep all of my medication bottles because I just do. I don't know why. I have no idea why. I keep all of my medication bottles though.
I do it too, Lou.
Yeah, it takes up a lot of storage in the basement, but if there's something, but I cannot throw it away. It's like, no, I'm gonna do something with this one day. I'm gonna build a home out of these bottles. Don't you worry. And they come in handy. So, if anyone wants to build a home out of medication bottles,
sounds more useful than keeping baby teeth.
Yeah, what?
I'll lend them to you.
Thank you. I kept my grandma's. I kept my grandma's medication bottles. I keep people's medication bottles just
because it runs in
because
the family that way, huh?
it's just something that I do. But I forgot what oh right, they that's like when I was in Streamwood, somebody DM'd me and said that yeah.
I keep the ones that have medication in them that I don't want, but yeah, a lot of Capra in here.
I have a lot of ones that are probably not safe to ingest at all because they're from like 2020 or 2018. But anyways,
I do not
somebody's
want Capra in my system again.
Somebody's aunt died at a facility that I was at, that I have spoken openly about how they need to be shut down, and it's a mental health place, but it's not connected to a general hospital. It's specifically just a psychiatric hospital, and it's Streamwood Behavioral Health, and that's where they wouldn't give me my medication for my seizures. They wouldn't give me anything I was prescribed. They took me off of my Klonopin cold turkey. That's where they shoved me with 3 of the booty juice pens. And that's where I woke up in the hospital after having a grand mal seizure. After I told the psychiatrist I'm going to have a seizure. And I was on a 1-to-1 at that time because they kept saying that I was being defiant when really I was just like, you guys are treating me like shit and there's patients smearing their shit on the wall. But let me digress, right? And that's where my mom threatened them with a lawsuit. And while I was still on a 1-to-1, which is where you have somebody like following you around at all times to make sure that you're not doing anything to harm yourself or others, I was released, which you are not to be released while on a 1-to-1. That means you are still a risk to yourself and others. So it gives you no reason to be released. So that means that they were hiding something. They have things to hide. And somebody's aunt, I guess, just died at that hospital. And I'm sure it was because they were neglecting whatever physical medication she may need, because they're notorious for that. They are notorious for neglecting treating people with Medicaid because they automatically assume drug addict or you're doing this for attention or this, that, and the third, which then why are you a psychiatric hospital if you're going to neglect people coming in who have physical
Medicaid's
chronic
notorious
illnesses?
for denying claims from, with psychiatric.
Yeah, and then you
derivatives as
look
well.
at the discharge plan and I was never on a 1-to-1.
Right.
So they change things all the time. They do many different hospitals do that for many different reasons, and it's why
Yeah, that's how I learned so much about insurance, though.
yeah, and I have a fear of going into the hospital now because I'm afraid that they won't give me my medication or something or whatever. And the last thing but you know, if something happens in a hospital and I die in a mental hospital, you would see it on the news because so would the psychiatrist. I would not go down without a fight. So
The last one I went to didn't even carry Briviac, and I was lucky that I brought all my medications with me because I would have not had Briviac that day, and I would have. Who knows? They
well, and
had
they
every
should,
other medication.
as a psychiatric hospital, you should know that you should also do your research into different medications that could cause severe psychiatric needs like Keppra. And if a person is coming in who's on Keppra or Breviact, that should be carried there, even though that might be the source of the problem. That doesn't mean that you can just rip them off of it.
Yeah,
They're
definitely
coming
never
there
cold
for
turkey.
protection. They're coming there for help. They're coming there because they are a danger to themselves and others, and they can't just get off of the medication. So it's like, as a as a as a mental health facility, you should have that on hand. You should know that. That should be something that is not even questioned. And the fact that it is crazy. The fact that they wouldn't carry or didn't want to give me my Klonopin for my seizures is insane, because they were saying that I was a drug addict and that I was just doing it to get high. How am I going to get high on 0.5? At one point, they were having me take a 0.5 pill and split it in half and take that. And that's when I was like,
Yeah, that's what's confusing a lot of times about what they do with these prescriptions is they call something a Schedule 4. It's in that same category as, something you can take to get high, but definitely doesn't do that. That it only makes that classification because it causes such strong dependence so quickly.
mhm.
And that's still costs, influences the cost of the meds too. But anyway, back to the discussion. Everybody can contribute to let us know if the recovery time depends on the length of the seizure. So if you have a longer or worse seizure, does it take longer and is recovery a little more painful? How does it work for you guys?
I think well actually I've never been able to know how long my seizures were, but sometimes I hear they were more violent than others, and then I need longer rest times. But I feel like I can rest better at home than the emergency room, to be honest. So loud and a lot of going on. I'd rather stay home after a seizure.
I generally feel crappy the entire next day.
Yeah, I can pretty much just rest at home. Give me some time, I'll be all right. Smoke a little bit, sleep a little bit, bounce back.
Yeah, I would say it depends on where I'm recovering is one thing. And I also never really know the times of my seizures or anything like that, or the severity, unless I had a concussion or hit my head or went down. But some take a few hours to recover from, and some take like a week or two to recover from. So I don't know. And yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just different for everyone, or
Yeah,
however
my
it
shoulder,
affected your brain that time.
my shoulder's still getting back I hear a lot of people say they have shoulder problems after seizures. Like I didn't even hit my shoulder, but it hurts. My doctor is going to send me to a chiropractor, so that's good. Um, but yeah, anybody going through that, the shoulder pain after a seizure, or is that just me?
Well, you heard this story before, but yeah, I dislocated my shoulder before, and yeah, I get pain from time to time.
I didn't even fall. I was laying down. But yeah.
You can dislocate your shoulder from seizures.
Yes.
Just for the jerking motion.
Yeah, I think I don't know what happened. No one saw it, but the way my mom described some of my seizures is my arm goes completely around, and I might have went like, because I was in my room at the time, I might have went under my bed and might have been restrained by my bed. So
Yes, that does make sense.
and this is,
Mine. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, this is why there's a reason why they say don't restrain people with epilepsy.
Yeah. Yeah. Mine, we took a closer look at the MRI, and it basically looks like my shoulder joint was put in a vise. And when I was describing what my seizures are like and what it was like when this happened, the orthopedic just looked at me and said, you know, we only get one of these in a lifetime. And I said, you know what? I talk to friends twice a week, and I would say about 5% of us have had dislocations from the tonic portion of a tonic-clonic seizure because our muscles tighten so much, they can literally pull tendons off the bone. And that's part of what mine looks like. So, yeah, it's more gruesome than I thought, but it's from your muscles getting so tight. And then, yes, when you start the clonic, where you start moving again, and with the convulsive actions, those muscles are so tight they can tear, and or they can dislocate. You know, if they don't tear, they're going to pull the bones with it. And you know, I'm like, okay, that's all I need to know. Thanks, but yeah. And I saw my orthopedic today, so it's like I'm just waiting for the surgery scheduler to call. But yeah, I definitely tore this one up. But it can happen. Yeah. I hope you never have it happen, though, to be honest. It
I
hurts.
broke an ankle.
But did you fall from the seizure?
Yes.
Yeah, see this. No, I was out on the bed and they were pumping me with Ativan, and my joints were dislocating
Oh.
during a tonic-clonic seizure going into status epilepticus.
Oh.
So I still have trouble with my knees and my ankles. We're trying to get the ligaments back. I was pretty messed up from a couple of seizures in the last 5 years. But yeah, oh yeah, my body is falling apart. But I didn't know it could happen either until they started saying, you know, this is probably from, you know, muscle tension. And that type of muscle tension is rarely formed in life other than epileptic seizures.
Oh.
So, yeah, and to have an orthopedic say that, I'm like, yeah, that's quite likely because, yeah, that is what happened that day. But totally messed up my shoulder. But the rotator cuff is still good. We just have to do a couple tweaks. But yeah, it just tore the tendon right off the bone this
Ugh.
time. Ugh, yeah.
That's gotta hurt.
Thankfully, um my hypermobility allows me to not rip anything apart. And although I'm sure it'll hurt in the future, I can pop my shoulders and knees and stuff out of their sockets on command already. So that should
Is
be
that
good.
called double jointed?
Court.
Oh, my first seizure, I dislocated my shoulder, so I got initiated the best way possible. And ended up going to a physical therapist and everything. I had to do the bike thing, and I was like, "Oh, this shit's gonna suck." So yeah, it's like I get really sore. And I guess since we're talking about muscles, I don't want to get off topic, y'all. I'm sorry, but anybody struggle to weight lift? Because I used to lift weights and I get overwhelmed and I can kind of have I can start a seizure with weightlifting, and I'm trying to
Does a
figure
spotter help?
Huh? You said what, Kate?
I was thinking, does a spotter help? You know, so that way.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, I was working out with my friend. Like we have a home gym. And so, but I was going to the gym before we had it set up, and I was going with my friend, and I was like in the middle of an ab workout, and I had a focal seizure. And she said she thought I was staring at somebody whose form was that. And I was like, no, girl, I was having a seizure. She was like, your face looked like you were pissed. And I'm like, why am I mad at someone else's form? And then we were leaving the gym one day, and my boyfriend and I were arguing, and he said he knew something was wrong because when I came back too, I was like, "What was happening?" He's like, "Oh yeah, you stopped arguing. I know something was awful with you." But anybody have seizures that start when you try to work out? Yeah, I'm sticking to yoga for now, but I miss like
Yeah,
walking.
I
Well, I
do.
blame those because of the time of day, though. Those only happen because no matter what the workout was, if I did it a little too early, it seems like whether it was because I mean, you know, obviously you start with the uh, child pose and down, you know, a lot of downward dogs, a lot of those in yoga had me thinking maybe it is just that. But then I went back to just like your basic kind of calisthenic, get the blood pumping first thing, those kind of exercises, you know, wall sits, squats, like nothing that would mess with my head. And same thing happened when it was that time of day.
What time of day was it again, Kate? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
About 4 a.m.
4 a.m. Okay.
Yeah,
Because
between like
that's part of
4 and 5.
oh, sorry. That's part of the reason why I want to move Xcopri, because if it is working for my focal seizures, what good is it doing when before I'm going to bed when I need it the most in the daytime? So that's why I'm like trying to move it up to see if there's a
Is that a
difference.
capsule or a tablet? Like how does that one metabolize?
Xcopri, it's a
Yeah.
it's big as hell too. It's so
Oh,
damn
okay.
big. You know, the half life is like I said, 50 to 60 hours. And
Oh, okay.
so I swear it's big, y'all. And I don't want to keep saying something's big like this on cam, but it is huge. Well, let me switch the subject. But yes, it's people choke on it.
It's okay. It's comments like that that might make editing worth it.
It's no. It is a large pill to take.
Does anyone take all of their pills at once? I take all of my pills at once. Like it doesn't matter how many there are. I for some reason if I take them one at a time, it feels wrong even if I end up like choking on the pills. I just have to take it all at once. So I'm pretty sure my mix of pills would cuz I don't know if it
Courtney, don't even stress. If you know that the shit that I said on here, and you know the last hour that Pookie even posted, I'm watching it back, thinking, no, I did not seriously go into that. I would, yeah, no,
I haven't had
you got nothing to worry
really
about.
watch any of them yet, just because it's been so chaotic on my end. But I am gonna try to watch them soon. But yes, I'm with you. If I take them all at once, because that's another thing I can confirm. Okay, you ruin things for me. I can confirm once it's down my throat.
Wait. All right. Anybody ever oxycarbazepine?
Is there a generic name of that?
That's yeah, I think that is the generic. I think that might be the Carbatrol.
I used to take it.
Trileptal.
Trileptal?
Trileptal.
Tripitol?
Trileptal.
Oxycarbazepine is generic for trileptal.
Trileptal.
Yeah.
I used to take it, but turns out I am allergic.
Okay, I'm
That's
assuming
how
I
I
was
am with
supposed to take
Namorphagen.
this because I have it, but I didn't even know what it was. I didn't even know I had this oxycarbazepine. Like, what is this for? This is for epilepsy, right? Nobody ever told me
Yeah.
to take this. I don't even know when I had how long I had it. There's no date on the bottom.
What's the one that starts with a D? The
Dilantin.
Dilantin.
Depakote?
Depakote. I'm allergic to Depakote and Lamictal. And the only reason I know that was because of the genetic DNA testing for them, which kind of helps when it comes to my epilepsy medications, because then I can be like, no, that doesn't work in my system, and yeah, that's more likely to work in my system.
The genetic testing thingy?
Yeah, I got that done for my mental health, for like mental health medications, and a lot of antidepressants and whatnot kind of cross over with anti-seizure medications. So they would give us like Depakote for mental health reasons, or Lamictal for mental health reasons. When it comes to benzos, obviously that would be for mental health reasons. But they cross over, and you'd be surprised how many of them kind of cross over. Not like too many, but a good portion kind of do a little crossover episode where they're like, hey, I do this and that too. Which is how I knew the clonazepam worked. Hey, that's like the size of a Keppra.
Yeah, I also have this. They tried to give me this for the insomnia, but I could just deal with that. I don't mind staying up all night.
What is it, Pookie, they gave you?
Hydroxine, HCl, 25
Hydroxyzine?
yeah, 25
Hate
milligrams.
hydroxyzine. I
What is-
hate hydroxyzine.
What's the brand name of it?
It's for
Userex is the brand name. This
I
is
don't
the
know.
generic for
Okay,
Userex.
I don't know.
I don't
But yeah,
like that. But
this
that's
is
just me.
Coppery. This is it's Coppery's 200, and this is
Lamictal.
Lacosamide.
Yes.
This is a lot, but I know the shape,
That
so
is damn huge.
that is huge, right? Look at it. It's so
And
much.
I'm only on the 50 milligram one.
These are 500 milligram Keppra sitting around.
And I don't take the 200. I tried to take the 200 one night of the Excopri, and I was like, absolutely not.
I had a friend who puts it in water. He puts his Keppra, crushes it up and put it in water. He said it works the same.
Yeah, I
I
know.
asked
I'd rather
that
snort
once
it.
upon a time.
That sounds disgusting.
Yeah.
That sounds taste buttily disgusting.
Lupa, that or olives? Which one? Which you can choose your poison?
Oh my god, no. You would probably have a mixture, like with a little olive on a little thing in it, and be like, I'm taking my ex-copri with my little olive in it, little tequila drop, little oil and vinegar, No, that's disgusting.
Ugh.
Neither.
You
My
should
choice is
prescribe
neither.
a salad, oil, vinegar, and epilepsy pills. Maybe that should be my new product. Just come out with a new salad.
I'm not investing.
A seizure salad. Get it, y'all.
I
That
see.
Seizure
Okay, I'll
salad.
invest in that if we're doing different types of salads. I'll invest in that. A Caesar
Seizure.
salad with we need to trademark that because we can make things with like vitamins and shit that people with epilepsy need.
Yes,
And
that's
this
the
is
perfect
the salad if for you and your seizure.
Yes, we have. Who's taking one pill up in here? Really? Who is?
Right.
What was
The
the question?
salad.
We'll do the Pirates logo.
I got something, you guys. It says, is it possible to become smart again if you stop having seizures? I finally found a nice medication cocktail that's preventing my seizures, at least so far. I've been having seizures for 4 years now. My cognition has decreased so much. I used to be smart, and now my brain can't operate as well. The brain fog is also crazy, not to mention the bad memory. Is it the case that the seizure synapses will like get replaced by normal synapses?
No.
I mean, I would say
No.
learning differently.
Everyone learns differently. Just learn how it's easy for you to learn again. That's what I do.
At the same time, you got to accept that the memory or the information that you do learn might not
Yeah.
stick. So
Yeah, you're
stimulating
also
more senses with that same information, learning not only like read the manual first, but then act it out kind of thing,
mhm.
use more senses to learn the same information is kind of how I've had to adjust.
And just accept that, some parts of your brain are now a little different. And that's a hard thing to accept. But once you do get over that, it's really easy to find things. Not really easy. Let me not say that at all. It becomes easier to find things that you are good at and that you can do with your diagnosis. But I feel like I'm getting dumber every day. But sometimes I surprise myself and I'm like, wow, today you were smart. So some days are just dumb days, and some days your brain does work, but try to be easy on yourself.
Since I have had no seizures in that amount of time that this person is talking about, um, I don't feel particularly sharp, but I don't think I've been out in the real world for that long. I think you just have to build new pathways in your brain. And I don't think I've been doing that. I think I've let myself down in that manner. Um,
So it's
we
never
have to
too
build
late. What do you want to learn?
anything. I think that's the question. How do you build new pathways? Is it a matter of doing it socially, physically, um, emotionally? All those manners?
All right, so
Uh,
start with crochet and then go out and score a date.
And seizure salad first. We get our bank first. Okay.
We're
So
trademarking that.
so of course my chime in as annoying science girl is that the brain is as valuable as it can be if you consider amino acids and protein as well as healthy fats. So this can help in many different ways across the realm of what you need with your brain, whether you want it to be mental and emotional, and of course, physical is what we're aiming for. But it's mostly just you attempting to do what you need to do, you feel like, and learning will help with that. I unfortunately underestimated and kind of was resistant to changing, but mindfulness is a huge thing. Like mindfulness is a good thing. Like we got to turn our brains off, and I feel like that helps at a certain extent. And like we talked about the last time, your vagus nerve system, that's huge influence on how we process things. And that's also what's the really big thing about our seizures come from. And so, like, again, there's neurons only found in 3 parts in your body: heart, stomach, brain. And that's where the nerve is connected. So those 3 things are going to also be connected when you build towards what you need to. And so the main thing is just remember it's malleable. I tried to take Japanese this past semester. I just signed up for fun. Like, I'm already done with school. I have an MBA. And I just told my teacher after the end of it, I was like, I didn't really need this course. And I have a family emergency. Just give me a seat. And she was like, what the hell? But yeah, just try to do what you can, where you can, like how, if you don't mind me saying, mark your name. He's over here playing the piano. I need to go build my easel to paint. You got to do something that actually stimulates your brain in a calm way.
When I
So
was to add on to that, I asked my mom and I haven't been talking, so I asked her before we started talking. We started not talking, but my I believe my aunt and uncle were there as well, and they were talking about like just doing stuff and whatnot, and they always try to kind of like hide that they're going to different states or countries from like me and my mom because we're not wealthy and we're not high class like that. But that doesn't affect me. I don't care. Go to Greece. I don't care. Good for you. Enjoy the food. That's what I would want to do. Enjoy the food. Have fun. If I could do it, I would. Go for it. But anyways, I'm getting off track. But they I I said at some point because they were saying something and I was like, don't you guys ever just like sit down with yourself and like just sit there for a little bit and just like calm down and think and like just sit with your head? And they were like, I mean, yeah, like with TikTok or like I'll scroll on Facebook and I'm like, no, I mean like just sit there with yourself, not your phone, not like sit there with yourself and just something with you and yourself and it's just you and your soul and your body. And they're like, I wish. And I'm like, what do you mean you wish? You literally have so many opportunities to do that. And you're saying I wish, like you can't sit there and do something that's just for you and your mind and your body. And instead you pick up your phone and I'm sorry to be that person, but the phone doesn't help. It doesn't help. And comparison is the root of a lot of evil. And if you just sit there with yourself for a little bit and like just think and like be like, okay, but I did this and I have this, and this person doesn't struggle with what I struggle with, and I still did this, and and you can be writing during it or drawing or playing the piano or playing the guitar, or you could just be I prefer to just sit there and do nothing. I like to sit in like a kind of like a mindfulness pose. But like that's my version of mindfulness is just like sitting with myself in complete silence with nothing else going on because usually I need something playing all the time to fill up my head. But eventually you need a moment of like to come back to yourself and kind of sit with your body and understand your body for a moment. And I find that if you find the type of day and uh whatever, you learn more about yourself and your body if you just sit there for like 15-20 minutes and just you don't have to close your eyes or anything, just sit there in silence and think and just and you don't have to think about anything particular, any thought that comes in, just let it come in and then just go right off of it with anything else. And then when your mind is you'll find that like 20 minutes has gone by and you feel like all these thoughts have just developed out of your brain and it feels nice and then your brain is done and it feels like a moment of like of silence, but loudness for your brain to get everything out that it can, if that makes sense. So sometimes just sitting with yourself in silence is nice. Anyways, that is my, sorry, kind of tangent. Sorry.
All right.
I agree. Like I said, it's underestimated, and I never did that. Like when I mentioned earlier that it will be freedom for me to lose intellectual decline, to be honest. But I need to not, that's kind of careless for me to say as well because I overthink. Like I overthink so much, and I think it is become from a place where I had to take care of myself and adults in my life since I was 6. So that's fun, right? But I have to learn to calm down. Like I recently had to relearn to breathe because I started reverse breathing and your posture and all these other things like stack. Like holistically, you have to look at your body. And so that's something I'm resetting and I'm trying to calm down and really just, like you said, Lufa, mindfulness, think about nothing. Like one thing I have worked on too is there was this thing where if you worry about something, you just write everything you're worried about and it just kind of leaves your mind. You don't have to have a solution for it. Or another thing I've been learning to do is if you want to think on something and ruminate over it and just think on it over and over again, you'll say, I'll get to it later. And your brain thinks you will and you'll never have to. So you can trick yourself, y'all. There's hope for us after all. But
Well, and it's not like an overnight thing either, because I, like, at the end of my days, I'll just like sit there and I'll be like, I'll just sit there and think about this one interaction I had for an hour and think about all the different ways or how they reacted and how I reacted and what this could possibly mean and what that, and I just think about every portion of my day and I just over, almost like it's a movie, and it becomes too much. So I find that if I sit there and I think about, I start off with nothing and then I just let my brain kind of wander off and pick off the different points. Oh, but that tea looked really, oh, and there's also that color that I like, and I also liked it, and it just kind of pitter pats so that the overthinking is like a minimizer. But overthinking is hard. That's something that does not just go away, unfortunately.
I think that it's just a good start to try to rest your brain. What is unless it's a TBI, from what I understand, but TBIs that still think have it, we have overactive neurons.
Hey, can I have that?
Yeah, so we have to figure out some kind of way to rest them. And also look up little things too that could be possibly influencing your seizures because I don't know, gluten intolerance can be 1.8 times people who are gluten intolerant also have epilepsy. So yeah, so just think of like holistically really look at your body. Like what really works when it's not with itself, right? So I just think that's something that we have to really consider. And it's so hard because the way we've been taught, the way we've been trained, like most of our value comes from how useful and how hard we can work, but that's hurting us, right? We can't be available all the time. Oh, so cute, Kate. Oh, so cute. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Sorry, y'all. I used to be a child care worker too. Okay. So yeah, we have to look at things as how they are part of us and what we do and how we do it. Like, please, y'all, it's self-care. It's self-care. It may not heal us, but it's so crucial to our well-being. It is. And I'm saying this because I don't do it. So this is my gentle reminder to myself.
What Lufus said about taking a minute to, or a few minutes to go over your day. About 50 years ago, my ex-wife and I went through EST, which I believe is still around in some format. as was Earhart Seminars training. And when we went, it was like about 500 people inside a room at Madison Square Garden. And every once in a while, the, I guess, therapist, counselor, coach would say, in 10 seconds, we're going to take a 5-minute break and just sit in your seat and think about your day. And this is something you should do every day. Just take some time out, think about your day, think about what you did, and if you could have done it better. And I've kind of stuck to that, and I've been doing it now for, like I said, 50 years. And I mean, it was really a crazy scene in there. You had 500 people crying at the same time. And you couldn't go to the bathroom. You couldn't leave your seat. It was fun.
Okay, one last thing is you all heard fight or flight, right? Everybody knows fight or flight. Have y'all learned rest and digest yet?
No.
Uh-oh. Y'all know rest and digest, y'all.
No, I don't.
Raise their hand. No, okay, don't encourage me. Twisted raise their hand.
Yes.
Well, also, one thing was, what is reverse breathing? I meant to say that.
So most people aren't breathing correctly. You have to have a diaphragmatic breathing. Oh my God, y'all, really? Do I have to be this girl? I was trying to escape from being this.
Breathing with your chest and breathing with your belly.
There we go. Lupa got it.
There's a difference between breathing with your chest and breathing with your belly, and you want to breathe from where it's deeper. You want to get that full breath from your belly.
Your chest shouldn't lift when you breathe.
You shouldn't be breathing with your chest. You should be breathing with your belly. I know that because I'm a swimmer.
Yes, thanks, Lupa. Now I got backup. Okay, so rest
It's
and
like
digest.
speaking with your diaphragm versus speaking with your throat. Right.
Yes, same thing.
I knew that because I used to be a death metal singer.
That sounds dope.
That's so cool.
Right.
That way of life, y'all, again, holistic stuff, is that you have fight or flight, but your body has an opposite way of being, which is rest and digest. And that means everything you're doing is in your parasympathetic nervous system. It's not things that you should be emotionally forward to be action, right? It should be slowly happening behind you, right? Like you're breathing when you're digesting food. And when you digest, I'm not talking about just food, it's also processing your thoughts as well. Like Jeff was saying, taking 5 minutes out of your day to reflect on things, that's a certain way of digesting as well. So yeah, and I'm hungry. That's why I'm up and I'm off cam, but I'm here.
Yeah, I got this app that pops up every few hours on my phone that tells me to tell it how my day is going. I started it because I thought it would be helpful, but sometimes I don't want to do it at the times it pops up, like a few seconds ago. So yeah, where were we at again?
All right. So there's
years ago.
That's cool. There's another question here. Somebody's asking, every time I take my medicine and I go out and get overstimulated, go to a rave or a club, I end up just feeling like I'm drunk basically. And I don't know if it's like an epilepsy thing, but I've been on that medication before I was even diagnosed. Lamotrigine 150 and Vimpat 50. Is this something I should talk to my doctor, or is this a common side effect, or is this just the overstimulated type of thing because I've only gained that after being diagnosed?
Talk to your doctor because I'm on Lamictal and I haven't heard of that yet, but yeah, the overstimulated part. I don't get
Yeah, I was saying
overstimulated
vertigo that's
much.
not coordinated.
I do peaceful things like painting.
Yeah. Or like If you do want to go out and socialize, if you are like a socialite, then maybe find like the specific type of scene for your social life, because there's
Pickleball.
clubbing and then there's like niche clubs, for like niche groups of people, because they don't want to be thrown into that one club scene. Like personally, if you were to throw me into a random nightclub and I found some random dude trying to like grind up on me, I would be freaked out and he would be punched in the face because I'd be like, what are you doing? But I forget I'm in the nightclub, but also don't do that. But I think I would feel more comfortable, like for me, if I were to go to a nightclub or something, I think it would be one for like my specific targeted area of people that I would find myself more aligned with, whether that be like queer, like sometimes like rock or emo, but maybe find like your specific place, because I think that would really help. Because it doesn't have to be like a nightclub or anything. You can still do fun things like that, or go to like I just saw someone have like a little painting party with music playing and stuff. So it's basically like what Pookie's doing, but like boop, 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 boop. So just I think finding your calling.
Jamar, don't do that.
No. I had something. I sit here and do like small peaceful things. Like you see, I was just painting. And for some reason the other day I made a coaster and I like it. Anyhow, got something that says, why is epilepsy still rarely talked about in the public? It really surprises me. I have temporal lobe epilepsy. I had a temporal lobectomy in 2020 and have been seizure-free since so far. I continue to suffer from memory and learning problems as a result from both the seizures and surgery, I'm guessing. Anyway, I'm having a really tough time understanding why epilepsy is rarely discussed or even acknowledged in the public media, etc. I understand there's a stigma, but still, there's zero excuse for the lack of seizure first aid taught in schools. But maybe it's better for now that I'm older. There are so many diseases that get so much attention and awareness and funding for research. Why can't epilepsy be one of them? I really wish more people understood how much this disease can destroy people's lives. Opinions. Come on, people. I don't know why it's not talked about. I say it all the time. That's why I do this, because nobody's going to talk about it. We will, and eventually somebody will see us talking about it. I figure it's more important than they think it is. Why would they talk about this for 10 hours?
I'll just say, I mean, just the sheer amount of people we don't have. We're just a very small minority of people. First of all, I mean, we don't have that many people. I mean, and when you see other neurological diseases, I guess we don't get the sympathy that Parkinson's get. That sounds awful, but or it's not as famous as Lou Gehrig's disease or something. Yeah, well, I guess people just don't assume. That's part of the stigma. People don't assume epilepsy is that awful.
Or they
That's
think it's
invisible.
only bad when you're having a seizure. They don't think about everything that comes along with epilepsy. They think it's just one seizure.
Yes.
And
think
We're trying to just swept away our disease. Yeah.
because it's quote unquote not that bad.
For humans, seeing is believing. we're not walking around seizing. Unless you have focal aware, then that's different. But if they're not actually seizing, I mean, in front of, they don't have sympathy for it. And the thing about that I hate the most is that I've gotten advice from people who don't even know what a seizure is. So it's just like one of those hard things, because if they don't see it and they're not really going out to research and understand for themselves, they're not going to do it. And that's like most of the people in society.
I think maybe part of the problem is that epilepsy isn't a singular diagnosis on its own. That you you have people who have seizures because of, you know, a tumor or an abscess. You have people who have a traumatic brain injury. You have people who just have seizures out of the blue. And all of them get the word epilepsy, but epilepsy isn't really the exact like diagnosis in the sense of the precise singular cause of their problems. It's really more of an umbrella term for individuals, patients who are particularly prone to seizure activity. You know, particularly a specific form with the the brain waves, but you know, it's it's different from, you know, breast cancer. That's kind of easy to point to. Um, you know, we've got brain stuff, and people kind of get brain stuff, but there's so much more beyond that, and going into that level of detail to every single person that you talk to is not something people are interested in so much. So I think that we're in a particularly unique situation where you know, through social media for the first time, you know, we're the first generation that really can communicate our particular experiences out to everybody directly, to the community. It's not just limited to only the people that I have immediate access to. We can send it out there. So I think that what we're doing here um, is important. I think that you know, rather than looking at it as why isn't there more, I think we should look at it as let's make more discussion about epilepsy. Let's make more awareness, you know. We have the tools.
Using our resources for good. Yes. And I also to add on top of that, I know not a lot of people like feeling like a test subject, and so it wouldn't be for everyone, but whenever I have like with my doctors and stuff, they always ask if like they can use it for like studies and stuff, and I'm always happy to be like, yes, please use what you find in my brain to help the future generation, because there's gonna be more of it, and they shouldn't have to suffer the way that we have when there are ways that there are to treat it. There probably are ways to treat it that we just don't know about. And so like, even with my therapist, she's got like a little intern that's learning or whatever, and I was like, this will be good for the intern because she can also see a side of yeah, Tony wants to make a point here too. He has to speak on the cat drama on Saturday on my therapy session. But she'll see a side of what's not of something that's not just mental health, but also like intertwined with a diagnosis that's not talked about a lot, and epilepsy, and how that also contributes very heavily to my mental state, and how the medications I'm on contribute to my mental state. And I think that's a really good thing for people in the mental health field to learn as well about, because anything that has to do with the brain, I'm going to start to assume is going to affect you mentally. I'm just going to assume that, because it's starting in your brain, and most mental health things start in your brain. So, yeah, I think it's a good thing. So I was very happy when they asked if they could do that, because I am more than happy to help teach somebody a side of mental health that's not seen a lot or talked about or taught a lot about too. But yes, everything Mark said was spot on.
Anybody else have anything on that? We could pretty much move past it. We already know. We're trying to get it talked about. Okay, this one says non-photosensitive people. Do you still avoid certain lights? Most people with epilepsy, me included, aren't photosensitive despite the stereotype. But I still try to avoid any kind of strobe light just in case. I wasn't going to a rave anyway, but I always try to look away if I'm in a car and the sun's shining through the window, through the trees, or a faulty light bulb is flashing. The question would be, do you guys still avoid certain lights? No. I tried to see what was what when I went to the concert. And yeah, eyes were wide open. A lot was going on and didn't bother me. And I told the girl next to me that I have seizures, and then I showed her my bracelet. Then I had to tell her, don't worry, I'm just letting you know I have seizures. The possibilities are endless. I told her, but I'm not gonna have a seizure. Don't say that. Don't think like that. And yeah, I had to tell her I don't have them that often for her to calm down. She had the look in her face, so much worry. As soon as I said I have seizures and I'm next to you. Angel, you had something?
You had a great time, but she was worried about you the entire time.
I was gonna
she
say
was all right.
no. I was gonna say no, I don't avoid certain lights, but certain lights do bug me. But they don't send me into a seizure. They just bug me. Sometimes the way the sun like shines directly into my eye, or certain things like VR lights, the redness. Yeah, I avoid those, but that's just because it gives me headaches, and the headaches will stress me out, and I don't want to be stressed.
Have you heard of Todd syndrome?
Come again?
Have you heard of Todd syndrome?
No.
It's
Me personally, no.
It's aphasia. It's when
Is this the one you're referring to that's also called Alice in Wonderland syndrome?
no.
Oh, okay.
It's when you become after the seizure, when you become paralyzed up to 30 minutes to an hour. You can move.
That sounds like it sucks.
I
Paralyzed?
That sounds usual. That sounds like a typical how long it takes for you to actually come back. I mean, if the seizure's going on for more than 2 minutes, that's about how long it takes for me.
Isn't there like the post-ictal state and stuff where you're like not fully awake and aware, but like for me, like I could be going on and on about something, but eventually I fall asleep and then I wake up and then I actually wake up from the seizure. But there's a point after the seizure where I I'm still not awake, but to someone that doesn't understand what a seizure is, it may look like I am. But I'm not sure about being like not able to move. I do fall asleep and I don't wake up until I wake up, which if someone also didn't know what a seizure was and didn't test my heart, they'd probably think I'm dead. But
because I remember stepping out on the porch and looking at the sun, and there it was. It triggered me, and as soon as I turned my head to my husband and stepped on a nail or something, I got a seizure. And it lasted 30 seconds to a minute. And once again, aphasia. I got Down syndrome and I couldn't move.
So does the paralysis extend to, like breathing or functions like that, or it's just the voluntary movements that don't happen?
Since my stroke, the hemiparesis and all that shit, I got my weak side and my dominant side, and bless you. Yep.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like it takes some. I mean, is it workouts? Like, how do you adapt to that? Is there any kind of recovery? It's more like something you just have to be prepared for.
No.
Okay. So somebody else was talking about concerts here, saying that they're going to a concert in a couple weeks. Since we have floor seats, standing tickets, sister's like really worried that something might happen to me from exhaustion or stress. They emailed the arena. They don't say where it's happening. But they said I emailed the arena and they said it's cool. They'll provide accommodations. It's a pretty popular arena. Does anybody have any experiences? Because this person's just saying they're really scared. Their sister's stressed out. The first response says, I have 2 relevant experiences. I went to a metal show about 5 years ago before they were diagnosed. Not triggered by flashing lights. So it was the floor show at a metal concert. First act made their way towards the front. I became overheated and overwhelmed while they reset the stage for Deftones. Before I knew it, I was being held up by a friend while my husband got help from security. They made a path for us to take a break in the back of the arena. I was able to get appropriate help. Now that I'm more aware of my triggers, I would be much more careful to set myself up for success. We ended up switching with friends who wanted to be on the floor. We took their seats in the balcony. This was one of the experiences that made me wonder if something was wrong with me. At the time, I was wearing my Apple Watch, so I was able to look back over my vitals. Husband and I went to see Andrea Bocelli perform for Valentine's Day. He was in a boot from a stress fracture, so we sat in the ADA area of the arena. We had choice of 2 different balconies. They faced each other on the sides of the stage, so the view was semi-obstructed. We still had a nice time. It was fun to see the backstage action, have fun and listen to your body. So this person got ADA seats in the balcony. I don't know. Would you guys go balcony or floor? I would be personally concerned about like flipping over the balcony.
Do you have a disability card?
I mean, I qualify for disability Social Security, so I think they said I could get a handicap, parking permit or something, but I don't have any other cards besides that.
Do you, Pookie?
No, I don't. I'm on my 3rd appeal at the moment. I have not been able to get disability, and yeah, it's just not working out.
Yeah, Courtney, my only advice would be to get a lawyer.
Yeah, I tried that. Yeah.
Okay, so just real quick, I literally thank God I saw it when I worked for my company. I checked off the long-term disability deductible. Lo and behold, I need it. I got it. But they're making me apply for disability with the government, whatever. So I was on hold for 40 minutes today and I was like, this shit gonna suck. Like, so that's my journey so far. So I'm not gonna talk about it now, but if y'all are willing to help me, I'm grand competition. I don't know the numbers on my name. That's how important I am to myself. But yeah, just feel free to message me on here because I'm so confused. Annie's always a big help. So yeah, disability is really confusing already.
All right, hope we can help. So nobody else has opinions on the concert thing?
With that
Mark, you're
one,
rocking
I
out
had
on your own.
something. I just
What
went to a
was-
concert and I didn't ask for accommodations. I was actually wondering what was going to happen. So I was kind of on guard, but I was there wondering. And I was like, yeah, I've been to the flashing strobe light thing they tried at the hospital and that didn't work. So I assumed I'd be good. And I'm here now. I'm good. Not everyone's going to be good. So I don't suggest it, but take a leap of faith. Try it yourself, but I don't suggest it. There was a lot of lights, fireworks, all kinds of stuff.
They put you in the ADA part where they don't allow people with they don't get to see the show, but they park you where the disability people are.
Oh, okay, so you're saying the only allowance is in parking, not where you're actually at, where you get to see the show. Or that definitely isn't better.
Yeah, I had floor seats, and I'd rather that than anywhere else. So yeah, it
So,
worked out fine.
where you don't see the light directly.
Okay, so kind of like
You
that other one
know?
who said they were on the side.
Uh-huh. Which I think it's better.
There you go. But hey, now that we got Super Sia here, let's get you that icebreaker.
Oh yeah, see, the question is, what are things you do to make you feel good when you feel like shit?
Sleep. That's like my number one right now because I've been taking a lot of Nasolam, and every time I take it, I just pass out for like 3 or 4 hours, and then I wake up and I feel great. And so, yeah, sleep, number one.
Try taking some B12.
I haven't yet, but I do have it on hand. It's just that I bought a whole bunch of supplements like all at once, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna do something good for myself." And then I took them all at once, and then I had a seizure. So, I'm gonna bring them with me to my follow-up next week, and ask the neurologist what he thinks about like how much I should take.
I know some of these medications take the B12 out of us, so I know that is what helps me replenish my B12, and it's helped the focals all
How
the way.
much do you take?
3,000 micrograms a day.
Okay. Maybe
Yeah.
I'll start at like a lower dose.
And if you get gummies, they're so much easier. You don't have to take them all day like pills and stuff.
Yeah, I do want to get
Shout
some
out to,
gummies.
yeah, shout out to
Too many
Neighbors
pills
Made.
already.
I'm not taking no more pills. And when you take gummies, it's so much easier. You can just do that and keep going on about your day. And have to
Hmm.
look for water.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have like powders and stuff, and I have liquid, what's it called? Like the liquid, I can't think of the exact word right now, but it's the little bottles that come with the droppers and stuff. And I bought vitamin D, I think it was, iron, magnesium, and a few others along with B12, and then I think omega-3 too.
Okay,
Um,
promise I'm not trying to interrupt you. That is what I had, and I had seizures. I was
really?
omega-3s, I was taking B12, I was taking vitamin D3, I was taking a multivitamin, I was taking iron, and I had a seizure.
I wonder if it's like, yeah, it's confusing to me because like I used to take it years ago. Um, I
Well,
didn't really have much of an issue with it, but this was before I started having like, you know, TCs and stuff. But yeah, I just one day I just took it the first day that I got it, and then yeah, it just went straight into a seizure, and I was like, oh my God. And it was a really bad one too, because it was a TC cluster, so I had like 4 or 5 TCs in a row.
what meds are you taking right now?
I'm taking Keppra.
Okay.
Yeah, and I am starting to hate it like really bad right now.
You just started Keppra?
No, I've been taking it for I think it's been about 3.5 months, I think, almost 4 months. But like at first it was really good, and then I started to build a tolerance to it, so they upped the dose, and it happened like really fast.
Mhm.
And they haven't upped my dose again anytime recently, so I want to get off of it because I'm noticing that recently I've been getting like way more aggressive, and I've been seeming like really careless, and kind of selfish, and that isn't like me. And so I feel kind of like out of body when I'm acting like that, and it's really uncomfortable.
Um, But yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't really mean to interrupt you. But yeah, I was having the same issue with the vitamins and multivitamins. I'm sorry, not the vitamins. Well, yeah, vitamins and the supplements in general. So I have to be careful. I just started over with my multivitamin only right now. And I think
Yeah,
I'm
I think I might try like maybe just the B12 on its own. Um, but everything else, yeah, I want to like double check with the neuro because I'm a little scared to take it again. I know I need it.
I like to treat my medication like I do my skincare. The less you have in your routine, the better results, and the more you'll know what's causing the problems and what's causing the acne. So if you kind of a correlation, because I used to be on so many medications for my mental health and none of it was working, and I'm like, if I'm on 8+ medications right now with vitamins and nothing's working, then there's probably something more to this, and it's probably the mixture of the medications are not helping. So definitely going slow and adding medications on very slowly and one at a time is super important. That's what I've learned in my 20 years of being medicated.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
So
it
welcome
does.
to Irish Fluky. What's up? We have
Welcome.
a thing here. Is this your first time?
Second.
Oh, okay. Well, there goes the memory. But you know how it goes now. Go ahead for the icebreaker.
I think he came before you came. One time he didn't really say much. I don't think he said anything at all. Actually, yeah, Ann was here. He said he was Irish. That's all he said.
I
I
wouldn't
remember
have
you're from
guessed.
Ireland, and yeah, you take Kepra. I remember that because I edited that video. Maybe that's why I remember it. But how you doing? I think your screen might be frozen. Maybe it's me.
I think it's frozen.
Okay, good thing it's not my service.
I gotta go.
On the bright side, it's not mine. Irish, whenever you're not frozen.
Oh.
There you go. Yeah. The icebreaker was, what do you do when you feel like shit? What do you do to make yourself feel better when you feel like shit? Does anyone ever take no for having epilepsy on forums to avoid issues? Just want to say firstly that I would always declare my epilepsy in situations where I may be in danger to others. For instance, driving. However, I found for things such as getting piercings or laser hair removal that I have to say if I have epilepsy and need to be 2 years free to get them. I can be 1 year seizure free to drive, but need to be 2 years to get laser hair removal. Doesn't make sense. For that reason, I chose to tick no sometimes on these forums, as I know these won't be triggers for me. And if by chance something did happen to me, I would never blame them for anything. Does anyone else do this? It's hard enough sometimes to get over the counter painkillers when they ask you, are you on any medication or have any illnesses? And I just want to get a headache tablet. Does anyone ever
Where does
take
this
no?
person live?
Yeah, I
They
was
did
gonna
not
say that
say.
doesn't sound like
This does
America.
not sound like America. Yeah.
I mean,
Because
why would you have to be
why
seizure free for
2 years
6
for a
months a year
piercing?
for body piercings?
That's seems a
Well,
little.
No, I would check no for that one, but
I mean, I see what they're
yeah.
saying with that, definitely.
Annie made a good point about how our muscles and stuff tear apart if we have a tonic colonic. Imagine you getting pierced and you're shaking and your nose rip off, or they pierce themselves.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Like Lufa said, I wouldn't blame them for something like that if it happened.
Yeah, but it sounds
Well,
Yeah.
kind of
and I've gotten piercings and stuff. I mean,
Oh.
well, I've had my septum and I've done piercings myself, but uh there's never been a I've never had to answer if I've had epilepsy on.
yeah.
That's never been
Yeah,
a question on, I
their
don't know where
insurance
they
might have a
live.
problem. Even if you don't blame them, it might come back to hurt them just having something like that happen.
Yeah, I
So,
mean I feel like if you're going, I feel like this is in a different country for sure though, because if you're having a piercing done in where I've been at least, there's many signs and stuff to let you know, like you may pass out. Um,
yeah,
and we have things to accommodate this,
I've
but
done it.
we do not take liability. The only thing they have to take like liability for and whatnot is cleanliness. If if
Yeah,
you're getting a lot of people with infections and whatnot, but that's completely different than having a seizure if you're getting your ears pierced or your belly
yeah.
button
I
pierced.
mean,
Like I feel like it's a
isn't that
little,
what the waiver is
yeah, like you
for? Most
sign
of the waiver
something.
is like if you have
Yeah,
any sort
you
of medical incident while we're doing whatever, then, tough titties.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like this is in a different country. I don't know.
Yeah,
This has to be in that or some state that
I felt like UK
really
for
doesn't
some
want
reason.
you.
It sounds like if any country was gonna regulate how long you have to be seizure free for body piercings, it'd
Two
be
years
the
is a
UK.
lot.
Yeah. They didn't say that for the piercings, though. The
For
two
laser hair
years.
removal?
Yeah, that though. I mean, that is
Don't
nuts.
you have to go in there with those glasses on? Like,
Yeah, maybe the
Yeah.
laser might be triggering for
Yeah, I
some
mean maybe
people, or they might
Photosensitive.
imagine that it is. Somebody had a seizure and filed a lawsuit, and so they've got some big.
but if you already have a diagnosis of epilepsy, your your case isn't going to do very well. I mean, not to burst your
Unless it's
bubble.
another country's laws that you're
Yeah,
being judged under.
yeah, because that sounds like I didn't like the bridal makeup I had done, so I have to do it myself now and post it to TikTok, complain about it.
Some places are terrified of lawsuits, though, even in this state, even in this state to state, city to city, they are terrified of lawsuits. So it wouldn't surprise
I was
me.
gonna get a tattoo that says epileptic so I can stop writing it with Sharpie on my arm when I go into the pool.
Yeah,
there
that
are
would
people.
be, that's an interesting paradox. Can you get a medical alerts epilepsy tattoo if
Yes,
you haven't been seizure free long enough to get the tattoo? But you need the tattoo in order to make sure that you're seizure free long enough.
Do you have to be seizure free in order to get a tattoo? Because I've never heard of that.
I've never heard of
No,
that
this
either.
was this was
Yeah.
the question
That's
of
why
some
that's
other
Oh,
why
right.
country.
that's why I automatically thought this has to be a different country because I've seen people with tattoos that say like seizure or epileptic, or I've seen those tattoos on people, so that must mean you're actively having seizures if you have it on you as a warning or other things. But
I don't think anybody paid attention to me because maybe I got it in a garage that was a little different. There was no forms.
yeah, I don't yeah, there were no I've never had to check off being epileptic for a tattoo.
I've never checked
Um
off anything for a tattoo. It's like
no,
telling these
you
people
just you gotta, I mean, I've had to sign the little waiver thing. I've gotten tattoos done, but yeah, I mean, unless you got like some skin condition or something,
yeah.
but I mean, if you think that the buzzing and the pain of it is gonna send you into a seizure, then I probably would just think with your brain and be like, let's not get a tattoo. But if it's not,
Buzzing sound be a trigger? Is that something that happens for some people?
I mean, the repeated buzzing going off in a tattoo machine kind of pisses me off. I don't know why, but it doesn't cause me to have a seizure. I just don't like the constant buzzing noise of it. It feels loud and invasive.
Yeah.
I don't mind the tattoo part. It's just the sound that I don't like. It's more painful.
You put in ear pods, or could
Yeah,
you do
I
it?
listen to music.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I don't, because then it doesn't hurt. But the sound is just like, zzz, like shut up. Oh my God, I get it. Please. Getting a tattoo,
Right.
I understand. I get it.
Yes. I
Stop.
got one of the comments here from that question about telling people things. Someone said all the time, they don't differentiate between forms of epilepsy or the frequency. So they just can't refuse to treat you without requesting clarification. If I know my epilepsy won't affect whatever I'm doing, I'm always ticking no. I don't want someone else deciding for me whether my epilepsy is an issue or not. Someone else says, yes, again, not where I can put myself or others at serious risk, but I'm 3 years seizure free and I only had nocturnal seizures. I take all my meds on time, no exceptions. I am writing down I have epilepsy to get my ear pierced when I already have 21 piercings. Nice. Things like that, I don't write it down. My ears are already pierced. I don't think I filled out any forms.
I think with the amount of times that we get poked by needles, I think a tattoos and a piercing is really not that much.
Right. Yeah, because I had a
Like
lot
the
of emergencies.
surgeries are like pretty, I don't know. I mean, I know you're not awake for it, but it seems pretty invasive at the end of the day.
Like the laparoscopic
Yeah, like,
thing,
Oh
and
God, those are horrible.
I
Yeah.
mean, they didn't give me any sort of pain management pill when I got my IUD placed, and that was the most excruciating thing in my entire life.
Can't you ask for pain medication, or
I
did they just not
did.
give you the option?
They told me to get Tylenol or
Oh my
leave.
God.
Yeah. So, honestly, if a petition could be made to have, how can you get laughing gas for cheek filler or lip filler, but nothing for getting someone like literally putting a scissor into your uterus? Like it's like what? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. It
No,
doesn't
that
make
doesn't make
sense.
any
I
sense
might
at
as well
all.
go and get my lips filled and
I
then
mean,
come and get the thing done and get the lips uninjected just because I didn't want the injection in the first place. Just need something.
I don't see how Tylenol would even have any effect on that in the first
It
place
doesn't.
anyway.
It doesn't.
It's not more, it's not for that.
Like what? Said Tylenol or Aleve. I was like, what are you talking about?
I'd say
So
maybe like
basically you're telling me to suffer, and she's like, yeah. Okay. Good thing it lasts until I'm 30. This thing better last until I'm 30.
I think I might skip out on mine.
Yeah. So
Worth it, but it's not worth the experience. If that makes sense.
I got something here. We need opinions here because this person seems like they need help. It says, so are we all gonna die? I have generalized epilepsy and I can't work, so I'm gonna lose my Medicaid. With this new big beautiful bill cutting Medicaid, will I lose my coverage or will my coverage get worse? If I don't get my meds, then I have seizures. If I don't get my depression and anxiety meds, then I get, you know what I mean. What's going to happen to us?
We don't know.
Yeah, I can't say. I don't know. I have some backups laying around, but that only lasts for so long. Anybody with Medicaid, any risk of losing your Medicaid? I wouldn't know what that's like.
I don't have Medicaid, and I don't know how you get it.
Me either. Top comment says the way it's rigged, from my understanding, it's the tax cuts for the rich are effective right away, while the Medicaid cuts don't kick in until after the midterms. Sneaky bastards. Somebody say something before I started.
I don't think the disabled will be cut right away. That's my
I
understanding.
think it's supposed to start in around 2026 is when it's supposed to be effective for Medicaid and things like that. It's not effective right away, from my understanding either. But it would be good to get a better understanding for the future.
Yeah.
But from what I understand, it's not happening until next year. But that's still, my DoorDasher's name is Toe. So hopefully everything comes as DoorDash. I just wanted to add.
To answer your question, I think like people who are already on disability get a choice of Medicaid, Medicare, or they get to choose which one they want and stuff like that. It's the same thing as I think what do you call it? Not I'm losing the word right now.
Angel, I didn't have a choice.
Oh, you
I
didn't?
No, when I got disabled, they put me right on Medicare.
Yeah, I'm on Medicare. I'm not. I don't got disability, but I'm on Medicare.
There's a comment here, and it says rural hospitals are partially supported by Medicaid. With Medicaid slashed, the hospitals are in danger. Medical professionals move to where the jobs are. This could deplete the local economies, causing suffering and lack of health care. Health insurance doesn't matter if infrastructure isn't in place.
I just looked up something really quick. Cuts have been it'll reduce access to medical care. Any people with disabilities use medical care for fewer services or higher out-of-pocket costs. Home and community-based services at risk. Mental health and behavioral services will be cut. Medicaid is the largest funder of mental health services in the US, and they're going to cut a lot of psychiatric care. So that's devastating. Threats to transportation, medical equipment, strain on caregivers and family, and increased institutionalization.
It says, y'all want to come to Canada? Drugs are decently priced without insurance, and our insurance companies aren't restricted to certain clinics. I don't want to go to Canada. I love California. Something about it.
Don't like Canada? I'd love to go to Canada. Seems nice there.
Okay.
Someone else says, y'all want to come to South Africa? We have unions, forced pay leave when ill, can't discriminate on epilepsy, and drugs are quite cheaper. We also have excellent doctors in that private field. That my neurologist is American, though.
That's our one issue, is that Americans don't act. I think we be too entertained about what's happening in our government to actually do stuff. Like, yeah, unionize, all these other stuff. Like, we are hurting and we're dividing and conquering. And also Canada, you can wait up to 2 years to get care. I have a friend now who's basically, her friend is waiting 5 years to get cancer treatment. She's basically planning her funeral. So slow down on Canada wishes. But yeah. All right, y'all. Love y'all. I appreciate our community. I gotta go eat for real, or I'll be online forever. Bye, y'all.
Bye,
All right.
Court.
See
Bye,
you later,
Court.
Court.
By court.
Something here says, what was your response after diagnosis? Diagnosed a month ago with TLA. Since I'm afraid to go anywhere without my wife. I don't want to be in public and have any issues pop up. I've always been a self-isolating person, but now I'm even more. I am a high school cross country and track coach, but I missed most of this past track season due to this. I'm afraid to be around kids or at a meet and have something happen, especially without my wife. I'm very forgetful now and not my energetic, positive self. Additionally, the Kepra has me all sorts of an emotional mess. Although I believe it's beginning to level out, I was also prescribed Zoloft. Now I lack energy and get tired, fatigued quickly. Is this normal initial response or is this the meds? How did you overcome the worry of this? How long does it take to feel safe? How do you accept the embarrassment of something happening in front of strangers? Any other tips, suggestions would be greatly appreciated. I know life is different now, but I would love to feel somewhat like myself.
Boogie, we were just talking about this.
I said, this is just the new you. You just gotta fit into this body that you have that you can't get out of. You now have epilepsy. Live with precautions, and
It's gonna be a little process. You're gonna have to go through acceptance, and
yeah.
yeah,
The embarrassment of having seizures in front of people, I gave up on being embarrassed. Yeah, no longer embarrassed by it.
I ain't embarrassed by my seizures.
What was you guys' initial reaction when you were diagnosed? Me personally, I didn't understand it, and I wasn't from a place where people cared to understand it. So when it was like, "Oh, you have epilepsy," I left the emergency room and I went home, and they gave me some pills, and never even looked up what epilepsy was or anything. It was like, okay, I have seizures. That's what it is. Yeah. I was 16, so excuse me for being a whole lot careless. Just yeah, I'll just take the pills and I don't need to know what's going on.
Yeah, I was 14, so
Yeah.
I was 24, and I think for me and my husband it was more of a well shit kind of reaction. Like, okay, well, what next?
Right.
Yes. Yeah, I was 12. I mean, it didn't really grasp on me either, but I mean, the doctors scared me. I mean, but like it didn't really, yeah, it didn't really mean anything. Nothing at that age really, you know, re everything kind of bounces off you when you're that young. But, the doctors were walking in and out of the room with charts and stuff and saying, you know, oh, is it a tumor? Is it a cancer? And I don't think so. And they're throwing those words around. I mean, that scares the shit out of you. I mean, so I mean, that scared me. I mean, so I remember being scared by that, by the doctors and stuff.
Yeah. Hey, Brandon. What was your response to after your diagnosis? Oh, I see you. Jeff, what was your response?
I was in denial. I was 75. I've had chronic pain for 30 years. And all of a sudden, this comes along. And I spent almost 9 months in the house thinking I was sick. And then I finally realized I wasn't. And I started my life up again.
Brandon, you got something?
I guess I'm kind of with you, Pookie, where I was just sort of didn't really know much about it. Just was like, oh, I guess this means I have seizures, and now I have to take these pills. Um, Although I did start like doing a bunch of like Googling and stuff, but it wasn't until I really started meeting other people that I like learned more about it and stuff.
We didn't have Google.
Yeah, we didn't have Google in the 90s.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a good thing. You guys had Google. You guys can Google something, and yeah, that isn't the case in the early 2000s when I got it.
Well, now the kids got, Reddit pages.
Now they got Chat GPT. They don't
Yeah.
even need Google.
We got to go to the landline internet. And if
Right.
somebody went on the phone and cut off your internet.
Right. So yeah. Let's see. In one of the comments after the diagnosis, this person says their response was shock. Then I attempted to ignore my epilepsy. Then I had a seizure while driving and lost my license. Now I have had 5 brain surgeries and I'm still grieving. I feel for you. Another comment says, same, switching from Keppra to Lamictal help. But the anxiety of going anywhere without my husband is always there. Plus, not being able to drive makes the isolation so much worse. I live in the US, so walkable cities with reliable public transit basically doesn't exist. What? Not to be a downer, but in 4 years since the diagnosis, I have not felt like myself the way I did before. Hopefully, your experience gets better. What caught me was in the middle of this person's comment. They said, I live in the US, so walkable cities with reliable public transit basically doesn't exist. I'd like to know where this person is at because I have good public transit out here.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
There's no city in this country, a large city that doesn't have reliable public transportation.
Yeah. I don't know where this person is. But yeah, after my diagnosis, it was just a lot of denial. And didn't know much about it. Once I figured out a little bit I did know about it, I was like, hey, I'm going about my life. I'm a child. Do regular high school boy shit. And yeah. And I was putting myself in bad situations, just being careless. Someone says, I had so many seizures, I forgot that a paramedic was filing assault charges on me. I got a call today from the sheriff to let me know that a paramedic that I accidentally hit during a grand mal had his case dismissed by the DA, but also to let me know that the medics still aren't happy about it. So now I basically just, like, the only people I can call 911 for help are out to get me. The guy didn't even drop his case. It had to be dismissed by the DA. I've already had friends come and let me know the medic was talking at the local bar about what I did. I literally don't leave my house for fear of I'll have a seizure and be out the way place, and now I have this extra pair to stress to deal with. Yeah, I read that exactly how it looked. So you guys like, what are you talking about? Yeah.
I don't like. What's the question there, really?
There was really no question. They said it was a
Yeah,
question.
Sounds like
sounds like
more
a
of a
rant.
rant.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
That is ridiculous of a, medical professional, in that situation where it's like this person is very obviously not doing this to you on purpose. Like it is wild that the charge was filed at all, but obviously that's what the DA thought, where they were like, no, this is ridiculous. We're not doing that.
If that's what the guy thinks about being an EMT enough to file a report against a patient, then he shouldn't be in that line of work.
Yeah. One of the comments is, that's fucked up. Filing charges for something you can't help. There needs to be more education on epilepsy other than put a wall in his mouth. Oh, you must be possessed. Only sensitivity to strobe lights pissing your pants is a sign of a real seizure. If I were you, I would try and explore the options with your attorney and see if he has or can make an example of that troglodyte paramedic, counter to restraining order, etc. I'm not exactly sure what troglodyte means. Anybody heard that?
That's like a an insult, meaning like an unintelligent person, kind of like
Yeah.
caveman-esque, but it doesn't mean caveman exactly. It's, I don't know.
Isn't it like an
He used
extinct
this like,
animal?
I'm sorry.
I thought it was like an extinct animal or something.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's like Neanderthal or something, but I don't think it's a hominid. I'm not sure. I should just look it up, right?
Yeah, it says a person who lived in a cave, hermit, especially in
Caveman.
prehistoric
Hey,
times. The
yay.
derogatory term is a person regarded as being ignorant and reactionary in their views. For an example says, there might still be troglodytes in boardrooms who are unaware of the climate change. It's a derogatory term, it says, so you guys are right. Another comment says, did he try and restrain you or something? He can't have been handling the situation correctly. Sounds like he needs to be more aware of what to do. The OP responded, I don't even remember. I was apparently seasoned on the floor and somehow managed to come up and hit him with the right hand. The thing that's really upsetting is a few days later, I hear through a friend of a friend that he was at the local bar drinking and talking with his friends about the incident. So not only is he trying to take me to court for something I did while not fully conscious, but he's also dragging my name through the mud. This must be a small town.
Isn't
Someone said
that?
that's a HIPAA violation.
Yeah, yeah, hell yeah.
What's exactly HIPAA? I don't even know exactly what that is. Is that like,
It's basically a law that says that EMTs, nurses, doctors, etc. can't speak about their patients because patient rights require privacy for their cases.
Health information,
Yeah, they can't share it
privacy.
even with courts.
Accountability Act? Nice. Yeah. Yeah, being the person at the bar saying stuff, yeah, you can call HIPAA, right? Like I said, that sounds like a small town. Got something else here. It says, I just need support. I saw a post on here about epilepsy lowering lifespan, and I guess I just don't know what to feel or do with that information. I think the answer is to do nothing and once again acceptance. But is it just honestly never occurred to me, and I've never discussed this with my doctors. I'm seeing it can be over a decade taken off her life. I already struggle with finding reality tricky after having a lot of seizures, and this just made me a little tougher and less real. The ironic part is stressing over this could even cost more. For context, I usually only have absent seizures, but have had the occasional convulsion. I just don't know what to do with about this information or what to think about it. I try my hardest to be healthy and stay active and work out, but I'm always pulled back into the cycle of having a seizure, not being able to continue working out and staying active. I just feel like I'm stuck in one place. No matter how much ambition I may have, I'm a little heartbroken and devastated, and at the same time, I'm completely numb.
I mean, I haven't heard of epilepsy causing a shorter lifespan, but I know that stress can. And I mean, if anyone's a good example of you can live longer than what they say you can, is my dad. He's had 15 heart attacks, a quad bypass, 3 strokes, 2 or 3 strokes. I can't remember exactly how many, but a lot. And any one of those things could have killed him. And somehow he's still here and he's 70 years old. And so, um, if you take good care of yourself, if you have a good will, strong will to continue thriving and living, I don't think there's anything to concern yourself about your lifespan being shorter. Just have to take it one day at a time, you know?
Yeah, I never really thought about it. I never even looked that up to know anything about that. Thoughts, you guys?
Mark?
Yeah, so I don't know how nerdy you necessarily want an answer to get, but there's something that might, I don't know. I don't know if it would be helpful or not, but there's a difference between um, descriptive statistics and predictive statistics. So when you see things that say, numbers like epileptics have what, 10 years shorter lifespan, whatever, that number um, is taking into account the group of epileptics as a whole and describing the group. That's all those really numbers are meant to do. It doesn't mean that each individual epileptic person can expect to live 10 years less. There's a lot of reasons that epileptic people might have a shorter life, like SUDEP, um, but these things don't mean that, you know, um, that you should be expecting to, or planning your life around any sort of expectation. Each individual person still has the potential to live, um, based on their own individual situation, and that's something that those descriptive statistics do not take into account. They can't um,
Accumulate for
I'm
every
sorry.
individual.
Yes. Yeah. I'm
Because
I
one person
lost.
might be really sick and other person might be healthier.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Thank you
definitely
for.
true.
Yeah. Oofy.
I mean, yeah, I think you should definitely plan for life and not plan for death, even though just because you heard a statistic, yeah, that's good thinking. I
Yeah.
know, yeah, yeah.
Got something else here. Says, have any of you ever been traumatized in a hospital setting? They thought I was having a panic attack, seizure-like symptoms. But my chart says I have epilepsy and seizures. I was left alone for 35 minutes while a nurse looked at my chart and accused me of having ridiculously panic attacks and had 5+, so seizures during that time. Don't remember much, coming in and out of consciousness and worrying I was about to die, and then asking help, and no one answered during that time, trying to sleep and recover since discharge has been traumatic and stressing. That was her example of being traumatized in a hospital setting.
I think far too many of us have been traumatized.
Talk about it. What's going on? I was
I was
traumatized.
left in the ER for, I think it was, I want to say 5 hours alone, unmedicated, sitting in pee, completely soaked. It was bad.
Sorry to hear that. Mine was, I was in the hospital and this one lady, she was trying to put the thing around my nose and she was just going all through my hair and I was like trying to tell her, calm down, like I can do this. Like, you don't know what you're doing, throwing my hair everywhere and pulling my hair and stuff. And she screamed. And I told them I'm leaving. And then they asked why, and then they made her come apologize because otherwise I was out of there. I'm just trying to get some breathing stuff, and I don't even need it. I just had a seizure, but they said I needed that, but just the way she was going about it made me want to leave because, yeah,
Yeah,
she
it
was
doesn't
being a
sound
little
comfortable.
careless. Yeah, then they made her come apologize, and it was funny on the inside. Hospital experiences, you guys?
I've only been twice. Every other one that I've had, I was able to, like, it was either the EMTs came and I just told them, like, I don't, I don't want to get in the ambulance sort of thing. But oh shit, where was I going with this? So I don't really have like a lot of like, well, for seizures, I've only been twice. I've been to the hospital for other situations where a little traumatic, and it was same with it just getting left in the ER for like hours. Um, but I'm curious about the original post, like sort of what this person's race and gender is, because that always makes a difference in like hospital treatment. You know, um, it you may get different reactions from nurses and doctors. You know, if you skin color or you're a woman or something. So
So, I met this girl, did a one-on-one with her the night that happened. She was in the hospital with the stuff all over her head, and we did the one-on-one. I actually posted it. Check it out. but she does have epilepsy. And who else was talking? Angel, did you have something? One of the comments says, I was traumatized in a hospital setting, but not because of my epilepsy. I had major surgery and was given morphine afterwards. When I woke up, I told the nurse I didn't feel right. Something seemed off, and I thought I was running a fever. They kept discussing it because they were using a thermometer under my tongue, but I was drinking ice cold water like mad because I felt so hot. Yes, old stupid thermometers. Eventually, I told them, I think something is seriously messed up, and it was either from the surgery or the medication. They assured me I was overthinking things because I have epilepsy. I was placed in a room by the nurses' station. I could hear them complaining about how I keep bothering them, and you'd think I'd be sleepy after such a major surgery. I was only asleep for about 4 hours after my surgery. Believe me, I wanted to sleep. I was exhausted. It wasn't until 6 a.m. and the next nurse shift changed when the nurse noticed how much water I had drunk, but hadn't once gone to urinate. They were keeping track of that because of my surgery. That plus my face and neck looked swollen and like huge because I had retained so much fluids. She actually touched my forehead and her eyes got big and said, "You're burning up." I said, "I know." I kept telling the nurses, but they kept dismissing me. I told them the thermometers they were using wouldn't work because I was drinking ice water. She grabbed the thermometer and my temp was 103.4. They immediately took me off the morphine and they put me on a different opiate pain reliever. Same thing, fever, kidney shutting down further, retaining more fluids. I looked like Jabba the Hutt by then. My face and neck were so swollen, apparently I'm allergic to all the opiates. Good times finding out. Needless to say, I was traumatized because I was helpless. My stomach had been cut open. I couldn't move. I was stitched up, unable to walk, feverish, sick after a surgery, and people charged to take care of me weren't hearing me when I said the basic things. There was something wrong. They only looked at the thermometer and didn't listen to my words. If one of them would have touched my skin, it would have been verified. Dude, she's not hot. Didn't they think didn't they think to take to didn't they care to think to do their job? Needless to say, once I was better, I definitely let the hospital and my insurance company know with multiple letters, emails, and phone calls. That sounds very traumatizing. Hi, Rose. Welcome back. Long time no see.
Hi, Rose.
The icebreaker question was, what is something you do to make you feel better when you feel like shit?
I mean, eating should not be my first answer, but I like good food. And I draw like way too much too.
It's a good one. I'm going forward with this one now. We got this one. It's really long, so you guys got to listen. I'm not going to remember most of it. It says, gut it. I can't listen to music without risking a seizure. Alone. Had a TC last night after 6 weeks with no seizures, not even partials. I was diagnosed with TLE in 2018 after 2 nocturnal seizures. I'd been having partials unknown to me for months, but the doctor had diagnosed them as panic attacks. After a few years, it seemed to become apparent. Music was a trigger. Initially thought it was hormones, as I always seemed to get them at that time of the month, biologically female. I had a seizure at my desk after getting off the phone with an American person and a couple when watching YouTube videos and with American narrators. So then I thought it was American accents. But then I had a partial when watching a cooking video by an English chef. So it does seem to be auditory. I had a bad one on the bus while listening to Spotify on my headphones. Then it seemed to only be music triggering the TCs, so I stopped listening to music. No radio or Spotify or YouTube music videos. Since then, my TCs have been few and far between. In the last 6 weeks, I've been fine. I get partials about once a week, so this was unusual. Yesterday, I was smug, thinking I was cured. Yes, I know. Stupid and arrogant. Sat at my desk working. After so long, Spotify seemed like a chocolate box full of treats. I chose the songs and really enjoyed them. After 11 songs, I had a partial seizure and felt so sick, I Googled, why do partial seizures cause nausea? Paused my music. My partner came home to find me unconscious, cardigan covered in blood and drool, blood on the desk. I came round to him staring at me with concern. Doing the usual mitigation to calm down, he was amused. I had Googled my symptoms. I'm so upset. My tongue is mangled. I smashed my foot against my desk. My whole body aches after the muscle contractions. Though the body music was good, I guess it wasn't worth it. There is no doubt now that I have musicogenic epilepsy. There's not that much about it online. Can anyone share their experiences? Is it the type of music I'm listening to? It doesn't make sense. When I'm at work, part-time in a shop, the radio is constantly on, but I've never had a seizure there. And I've worked there for 2 years, but when I volunteered at a charity shop, I was listening to a Madness CD while steaming clothes, and after 2 songs, boom. When I'm very drunk, like a little bottle of wine or two, I can watch YouTube videos, mostly 80s music, and I'm okay too. I just don't understand this. That was a lot. Music has not bothered me, but is that an actual type of epilepsy? Musicogenic?
I saw that as a tag on somebody's name, under somebody's name on r/epilepsy, but I've never met anybody so far or spoken to anybody with it so far.
Yeah, I never met anybody or spoken to anybody. It might be vibrations that are setting them off. He mentioned drinking. I don't, they.
Yeah, it says musogenic epilepsy is a form of reflex epilepsy with seizures elicited by special stimuli. It has probably been described for the first time in 1605 by the French philosopher scholar Joseph Justus Scaliger. Yeah, that's
I have
interesting.
great advice for her.
Huh? Go ahead,
If I couldn't
Brandon.
listen to music, I'd kill myself.
Say that one more time, Jeff.
I don't have any real good advice, but all I do all day is listen to music. And if I couldn't, I would just kill myself.
Yeah,
I couldn't imagine.
Hard. But go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I hate to bring it up because obviously like not a great topic, but like in the military, they torture people by playing, very loud like music that hits tones that set things off in people's brain. Um and so it wouldn't surprise me if like whatever they were listening to maybe like could have caused a
Skinny
problem. I don't know what it
puppy.
was. But at the same time, they were drinking, right? It said. Did it say they were drinking as
Yeah,
well?
a small bottle of wine.
Oh, okay, yeah. So it there's a lot, or there's a few factors there that could have just combined and not worked out so well.
Yeah, the wine could also be a thing.
I guess I would also check any other triggers to aggravate this. It's mentioned this person had a seizure at work.
I believe they said they didn't have one at work while the radio was playing.
Did okay. Sure. Could have sworn. But either had one at work or while drinking. Uh, Either way, just check for triggers, anything. Yeah, anything that would just add to this. I mean, just I don't know. That's why people, with the nanny cams and anything, keep your seizure journal to check your, I don't know, water levels, your diet, anything, just to see what might be aggravating us in addition to the music.
I wonder too if it's similar to photosensitivity, whereas like, because I have mild photosensitivity, they said, where it's like only at a specific uh speed. And so I wonder if the reason that it's not triggering them at work is because it's maybe not like directly in their ear or next to them, or if because some types of music have different frequencies as well. So I wonder if that's something that they could look into.
You okay, Pookie?
Yeah, garbage.
Oh,
Garbage is under my desk.
I thought you were falling over.
No. Got the back massager on this chair. Love me.
I wonder if the earbuds have anything to do with those seizures. I don't know. Like I don't know. Like I'm just throwing theories out there.
Did you just say
Music,
AirPods?
yeah. You think that might be affecting that musicogenic? It might be making it more um making it worse by any chance if a person is listening to it at work and it's just in the air as opposed to directly in their ears? Could it be making it more severe, the vibrations? Because earbuds do make it stronger,
Well,
the
yeah,
vibrations.
it's like more in your ear than even just like regular headphones like these. But the AirPods themselves, I don't think they have any. My husband explained this a while back to my mom because she asked if my AirPods were causing my seizures, and he works in like electrical engineering and stuff like that, and he knows like how they're made, but I can't remember how he explained it. But I think it's more, yeah, it'd be like more like this the sound levels, like the amount of sound being put into your brain at that frequency, maybe.
Yeah, I get this notification once a week. It tells me I've listened to my music loud enough for too long this week.
Like earbuds.
That's earpods. I mean, they let you know you've been listening too loud for this amount of time. This could affect your hearing. I think Apple, they do that to avoid lawsuits because they know what's going on. So
Yeah, I
I've
get that
never
alert
known it
too.
to cause seizures, but that doesn't mean it's not possible. Yeah, I usually don't listen to it. My hearing is bad already. Yeah, there was one in the comments here. One of the comments was actually someone saying certain things I could listen to, I can't listen to anymore for the very reason. I've lost all music, yet if I have a seizure while doing something, I get PTSD type seizures every time after that. If I happen to have seizures listening to a certain song, it becomes a trigger. Wow. So here's another one. It says I was diagnosed with musicogenic epilepsy around 20 years ago. I'd been training as a pianist basically my whole life. Had my first public seizure on the first day I graduated high school. On the first day it's graduated high school when I was taking a class where the instructor played a series of chords on the piano. So it comes mostly from playing, but also listening, and a few times even from reading music, only pieces that I know how to play. I mostly have complex partial seizures, occasionally TCs, not for years, identified on VEEG as originating in my right temporal lobe. Took up some other instruments when the piano became impossible, but all of them have resulted in seizures, except singing, maybe because I have a terrible voice. I'm reasonably well controlled with all my meds and can still play sometimes, but it's scary because I never know how bad it might get. After being on the safest medication regimen for childbearing years, I have 2 fortunately healthy kids. I'm ready to start pushing for a new treatment plan that might have a shot at getting me back to my former self, musically speaking. I've been on the Motrigine for years and it's okay, but not a magic bullet. I've had very bad reactions to Keppra, Tobamax, Trileptal, thinking of adding Vimpat. Let me know if you want to talk more about it. I've done a bunch of research on musicogenic epilepsy. Though there's not a whole lot out there in the scholarly literature. All that said, does anyone have an epileptologist in the NYC area they'd recommend? I've been working with a general neurologist for the past few years, and she's clearly out of her depth with a rarity of my diagnosis. Thanks in advance, and sympathies to y'all who have struggled with epilepsy of this kind or any kind. I couldn't imagine. I love music, especially loud music. For some reason, so much more seizures than what I'm having. Okay, so moving forward, something says, I know there's no ill intent, but it still hurts. My best friend inadvertently chose her able-bodied friends over me. We were supposed to go to an event at the end of the month in a big group, and I was going to be chipping in for gas. She joined a sport, and they will be having a booth at the event we were supposed to go to. She dropped a bombshell on me this morning. She will be giving my tickets to her friend and his 2 kids as the rest of our original group dissolved. Another thing she told me this morning, and she will be working the booth for the sport she joined the day we were originally supposed to go. I have tickets for the next day of the event, but I was originally going to give those to another friend in the group so I could go the first day with a collective group. It's a big deal for me to hang out with people in groups because normally no one wants to ever hang out due to me being my epileptic self. I'm probably stuck going with my mom to the event now, which I don't want to do, but will if only for seeing what I want there. Part of me thinks I don't have the right to be hurt by but another part of me is hurting. Anyone else go through this? Support would be nice. Anybody feel left out because of their epilepsy, basically, she's saying? I know I'm not the only one who feels left out because
I think we all do at some point.
We all do. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what she's getting at. Left out is hard to.
It comes with the territory.
Yeah, I was going to say there's not much we can do. You don't want to beg for someone's attention, so.
And nobody wants to be a babysitter.
Right, heard that. Oh my, maybe I'm not the only one.
And they
Sorry
want to
see your
yell at you
symptoms.
for doing stuff alone.
Yeah. Any of you guys have any situations where you feel left out? Maybe someone changed plans on you like this?
I used to hang out with a group of friends, and it took me a little bit to realize, like, one friend would go on a vacation and then I wouldn't see the other friend. And then I learned that they were like taking like we were a group of three, and so the other two would go on vacations together. And I was never invited. So I brought it up to them like straight up, and it didn't, there was a lot of defensiveness. So I guess I don't have really good advice, but they didn't want to look after me. And that was the reason.
That's when you say, fuck those friends.
Yeah. Let's try to avoid people who make me feel left out. My peace is in my room at my desk, editing videos or talking to you guys. That's pretty much fun. I love just being in peace with myself. Hey, Rick. Icebreaker today is something you do to make yourself feel better when you feel like shit.
Take a nap. All right. So what I do, I'm sorry, can you repeat the first part again?
Something you do to make yourself feel better when you feel like shit.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, so definitely take a nap. Another thing is join this podcast. Another thing is listening to music. I'm a big music person. Mark, I really appreciate that you have your guitar there. And I really big on listening to music. I listen to sounds, why, and I wonder why they chose certain sounds at certain volumes and adding instruments in, and also reading about anything, any type of stories or things behind songs. So that's what I immerse myself into.
So, something else to move forward. I'm terrified of dying. I've been under a lot of stress lately as my mom just passed away. And because of that, I've been having more seizures. I recently had a seizure in my sleep, and my brother and his girlfriend found me and took care of me. I was insanely lucky. They just happened to be home and awake. But I'm scared I'm going to have a seizure while sleeping one of these days and not wake up. Is it wrong to be terrified? No.
Not wrong, but it's not necessary.
Thoughts for this person, you guys?
I would say reasonably, you always, yeah, you can be afraid, but always know that things like SUDEP are extremely rare. It is. I mean, statistically, SUDEP is rare. I mean,
It can happen to anyone, and if it's time, it's time. But you got to live your life. You can't be afraid to live. You know.
What do
Yeah,
you
we all get afraid of dying. You know, and I hate to speak for everybody else, but you know, I know there's been times where I've been afraid of dying.
just have bigger fears. That's all.
Yeah.
You know,
And you want to control that fear because that fear brings stress, and with the stress brings the threshold of your seizures. So
I don't have a fear of dying.
Me either.
Yeah.
It's inevitable.
Yeah.
I've never had a fear of dying, I guess. I've never been afraid of it.
If it happens, it happens.
I mean, it
I've
happens.
always doubted
It just does.
doubted that I could die during a seizure. Like me personally, I don't put myself in positions where I could hurt myself that bad.
I mean, if I died during a seizure, that's probably like the best way for me to go out. I mean, it sounds painless.
Yeah.
Easy.
I used to be more afraid of dying before I got diagnosed than after.
Yeah,
I
I
was
think I
never
was. I
afraid of
think I was too. I think it almost brought me like a sense of comfort.
Yeah.
Like honestly, I could die at any moment. I mean, statistics are statistics. I could be a statistic, but that just gives me more of a reason to be who I am. But I think for people that maybe have children or um family ties or something where they feel very connected to the earth, physically here in a sense, then I could see why it would be more of a fear for them. As for me, it wouldn't be one because I don't have any offspring. So,
I mean, I have 2 kids and
yeah.
it's weird. I had a lot more fears before. I was like a major hypochondriac. Um, I used to be deathly terrified of throwing up. I was always having existential thoughts about losing my life and stuff. And then epilepsy happened, and all of a sudden, it was just gone. I don't know why, but I feel way more at peace now than I used to.
I don't know, maybe I've never had a fear of like dying necessarily, and I think when I got the epilepsy diagnosis, I was like, hey, look, a cat. I think I was like, um, cool. Like,
Yeah.
if this takes me out, then no one can blame me for anything. And if this takes me out earlier than having to live through a long life of pain in the end, then that would be fabulous. I mean, not to be morbid, but I don't. I see people who are older, and I just don't really want to do it. I think I'm good. Right now, I'm saying that though. So,
Yeah, I love living. I just don't want to get to the point where I need someone to change my diapers.
yeah, no, I don't.
Yeah, that's agreed.
I don't want to
Yeah,
go
I
through
don't want to
that.
forget who I am or stuff like that. I don't want to forget the important memories of what made me me. You know.
Yeah, I don't want to be someone have to clean up my drool. I can't pick up my lips or change my diaper and all that. That's where I give up. But yeah, I'm just praying I don't go through that. Or don't have a seizure where I end up in that position where I need someone to change my diaper or clean up my
I mean,
drool or
that's
something.
kind of like myoclonic epilepsy in a sense. Like when it gets really bad and it comes on these clusters, and it won't stop. That's exactly what it's like my mom having to bathe me, having to walk me to the toilet, having to uh, feed me, brush my teeth, give me water, everything. It's completely debilitating. And it's like when I was going through that, especially, and they weren't listening to me, that's around the time that I was like, I kind of feel like a really old person right now, and I just want to die because I feel like I'm on my deathbed. Like, I know I'm not dying, but like, this isn't fun, and it's not fun. It's especially for not for anyone, it's not fun for anyone, but to be 20 and to feel like you're 80 years old on your deathbed in a nursing home and having your mom take care, it's depressing. It's depressing to anyone with a chronic illness. It's
Yeah,
depressing.
having to be carried, and every time I have a
Mhm.
cluster, I've
Well, and
soaked
you
myself into my drool
yeah,
or my
or if you pee
pee.
yourself, yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's like, if you say that to people, they're like, it was just a seizure. And what do you mean, like, it was just a seizure? Like, you obviously don't, Mark said, I think it was Mark, it's a epilepsy is an umbrella term. There's so much more that goes underneath it that people don't realize. Like, that is what leads to the part of it being so debilitating. Because, even when I was younger, I didn't understand epilepsy that much, and I thought it was just like a seizure, and then you go on with your day. You go on with your life. It doesn't happen like all the time, or it's just like one seizure every couple of months. You just got to be careful, and then you're medicated and you're good. That's what was drilled into my head until I started like experiencing it. And then when I was diagnosed is when I really did my research, and I was like, holy shit, this is like so misunderstood. Like I feel more misunderstood in my epilepsy than I do in my autism. And that's saying something. So it's a very there's so many niche categories underneath epilepsy.
There's more to it than just shaking for a couple
Yeah.
minutes.
Yeah, it's not just shaking and foaming at the mouth. It's everything.
Like your entire body. Just
Yeah. And then there's different types of it. There's different. There's
and
the
then the meds too.
Yep.
Can't forget the meds. Yep.
Yep, that's the part that people really don't understand is like,
Yeah.
because I'm medicated doesn't mean I'm happy. Doesn't mean everything is wonderful. I mean, maybe it
Comes with its own damn
better,
symptoms.
but maybe it makes you feel better that I'm not having seizures and stuff. But now I'm at risk of harming myself. So where are we really with this? Because obviously there's something missing here, and I'm not a fan of antipsychotics or antidepressants. I'm not doing that. So we're gonna have to figure something out that's not, because I don't want to live like this. Like I don't.
Yeah,
I don't.
nobody wants this, and to be afraid of dying from it is
That's like the least thing that I'm.
yeah, like the least of our concerns with
Yeah,
everything else.
that's like when all the concerns just end. Honestly,
Yeah.
not to be.
It is morbid, but I think that's just how we work at this point.
It's just like the fact of it is just like, well, at least at that point, I'm not worrying about my meds and stuff.
Not a burden anymore.
Yay.
Some people say the greatest motivators, two basic motivators of all humans are death and love, Eros and Thanatos. So
And food.
people are afraid of, all humans are afraid of death. It's what motivates them to do things. And the other half is love, or the need to procreate. Maybe you could interpret it that way. Or so, I mean, how do you see it that way?
I think I'm more afraid of my husband dying than I am of myself. That makes sense. I guess that would be considered the love aspect of it.
Yeah, I think that's the same with me. I'm more afraid of losing people around me than I am myself. Like death doesn't really cross my mind. Even when I have seizures, I'm not thinking, oh, I could have died. That's just something in the back of your mind. It comes every now and then, but I love living. That's why I try not to do things to put myself in harm's way or, yeah, pass those days of thinking about doing the worst to myself.
All right.
Mark, did you have something?
Just that I'm I'm afraid of dying, but not a fear um, for myself, not of my own existence stopping. I am afraid of dying before my parents die. I know um, how much that would impact them. You know, my family would would feel my loss more I than I think I fear my own end. Um, and I don't want that for them. Um, and yeah, a parent shouldn't have to bury their child, I think.
Right.
And so, yeah, especially now with the epilepsy, they've been incredibly supportive. Um, and my mother has been helping me out with all of my appointments. She's been driving me to and from them and helping remember things that have been said, little details in and out of the appointments. So yeah, I think that yeah, in a sense, I do fear my death, but not in the sense that I think it was meant when the question was posed, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, it makes sense. I was thinking ahead. But yeah, like you said, I worry about how it's gonna affect other people. Because I don't necessarily think I think I got a lot of time on my hands left, but it's just a thought. Yeah, I got something we can go around and answer this one. Radical acceptance. Does anyone practice radical acceptance of their epilepsy, especially if you have focal aware seizures? The only medicine that completely took away my auras and seizures was lamotrigine, but unfortunately, I got a rash and had to stop. Now I'm curious how everyone just goes about normal lives with their seizures. They feel like very short panic attacks for me. I'm curious what coping methods everyone uses in order to keep working or being independent. For me, independence is gone, working is gone, that stuff is out the window. Um, yeah. How do you guys deal with radical acceptance of your epilepsy? Brandon?
I guess I don't know. I I just did. I just sort of went. There's there's nothing I can do about this except avoid my triggers and get on with my life. I just sort of did the acceptance part pretty, or I that's how I do it now. Obviously, when it first happens, it, you you don't feel that way. It's the different feelings then. But yeah, nowadays it's just sort of like, yeah, it's just who I am.
Kevin? Well, we can go to Rick while Kevin's eating.
All right. Well, I think everybody's well aware. I practice radical acceptance. I wear a bracelet I have everybody around me at work knows. Maybe they get tired of hearing about it. Nice bracelet there, Pookie. And I make sure if I'm going to be in an area where my wife or other people that know about my epilepsy aren't there, I make sure to advertise it. So that's my radical acceptance is, I advertise it quite a bit.
Yeah, like Rick, I have my bracelet and Pookie. I always carry my nasalum with me, and I tell people about it. I go pretty much with people who already know how to handle my epilepsy. I still have my life. My epilepsy at this point, 28 years living with it, it's a part of me. It's a part of my identity. So it's great. I'm not going to say it's great, but it's nothing I can do. Like, you know, I'm not. It's not going anywhere. I know it's going to stay there for the rest of my life, and I'm okay with it.
Jocelyn, you
Hi.
were like right after we asked the question. How do you deal with radical acceptance of your epilepsy? How did you come to terms?
Oh, how did I come to terms with it? Well, I mean, I guess I just accepted it. I mean, I was going through the CSF leak too, and I was just so happy with a diagnosis in general of what I was going through. I mean, honestly, like it didn't take much for me to accept it because the stuff leaking out of my nose, I knew what that was because of TikTok. And then the epilepsy diagnosis came later, and I honestly wasn't surprised because I had looked it up online, and so I guess it just it didn't take radical acceptance. I'm sorry.
The denial was forced out.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going through so much. I think I just wanted an answer. I think that's what it was. And I think the reality is I don't have it as bad as all of you guys do. I've only had 3 floppy fish seizures. The fall on the floor. So I'm sorry. I don't mean to make fun of it. I've only had 3 drop down pass out seizures. I did have um twice a week seizures where I sat there and watched my brain malfunction. I thought it was marijuana. I didn't know it was seizures. So I was just like witnessing my brain malfunction going, what kind of marijuana am I vaping? And I didn't know it was seizures. I thought it was the marijuana. And I didn't tell, I was telling people about it, like my mom, and then finally I was like, oh, that's not the marijuana when I couldn't get any words out of my mouth. And then I told the doctor, and then I was like, is this menopause? And she's like, no, that's not menopause. So I'm just an idiot. I mean, I'm not an idiot, but I just ignore stuff. So that's just the truth. And then after like 6 months of the watch my brain malfunction, I then had a fall on the floor, pass out seizure, and someone witnessed it and they took me in an ambulance to the hospital. And then the neurologist just thought I was fat. Well, I am fat, but the neurologist was an idiot. She talked to me about weight loss before she talked to me about seizures. So I'm sorry, I'm going off on a tangent again. I do that.
Yeah. Pretty much to accept it and cope with it. I just accept it. I have it. It's not going anywhere. I've done all the research I can on it. Do this. This helps me accept it, laughing, making jokes, smiling about it, knowing about life. If I didn't accept it, I'd probably be doing worse and having the worst thoughts. But we'll move to Angel. Wait, Angel, I think you answered, didn't you?
Yeah, I answered it already.
Let's see who has it. Kevin, it's your turn. Coming back around.
I'm not sure what radical acceptance is, but I just guess because it took me a really long time to actually accept it. I didn't, I didn't cooperate with doctors and everything. I guess that's what it took to accept it in the first place. But hit rock bottom and had the surgery and everything. My compromise is that's my radical acceptance is just making compromises. That I think you have to make compromises every day in life, not just with epilepsy, but with everything. Just because you're not going to get everything you want, and uh, you just do what you can to be happy. I try to eat well and do things. So yeah, just you got to compromise things for your health. And I guess that's my radical acceptance.
Lufa?
What was the question?
Does anyone practice radical acceptance of their epilepsy, especially if you have focal aware seizures? The only medicine that took away my auras completely in seizures was lamotrigine, but unfortunately I got a rash and had to stop it. Now I'm curious how everybody just goes about normal lives with it. They feel like a short panic attack for me. I'm curious what coping methods everyone uses in order to keep working or being independent. I just don't think about it, just go about life. If you let it hold you back, it will. It for sure will. But you gotta. Jeff told me put one foot in front of the other. Move forward.
Oh shit. Well, I had some unfortunate news that I'm back on the waiting list for the Epilepsy Foundation because I didn't respond fast enough. So that's my fault, but that's also me getting in control of my own medical life too. So it's a nice little wake up call. Like, get your shit together, but it kind of sucks because I needed that. But it's okay. Hopefully I don't have to wait too long. But for me, I don't know, I guess I think I'm more struggling with the part of other people accepting it. Like, I can accept it, but I'm having a hard time accepting it if other people aren't accepting it around me. And it's frustrating. So it makes me not want to accept it. But I want to accept it. I want to just, because I know it doesn't have to be a burden the way that others make it feel to be. Um, but I mean, my whole life has kind of been just if it's not one thing, it's another. So I'm kind of used to it. I mean, I'm lucky to get a diagnosis. So, yeah, I don't know.
Sia, Rose.
Go ahead, you do it.
So some background on radical acceptance because I'm a therapist. So what's interesting is radical acceptance is a DBT concept, dialectical behavior therapy. And it all comes from kind of the thought that if we're unable to accept things that are out of our control, it keeps our suffering going. And then when we accept the things that are within our control, it reduces the suffering. So just some fun facts on that. But it's interesting because I fought so hard for my epilepsy diagnosis. So there's kind of that acceptance that I already knew that something was wrong with me. But I think where I don't have acceptance is how I got here. Everything that it took to get that diagnosis. Um, and I think that maybe I don't accept it. Like I know there's something wrong with me, but because of all the trauma and the things that I had to go through just to get this diagnosis, if I feel anything that feels like a seizure, I do try to fight it. Not like you can, but yeah, I don't know what I'm saying, but I accept that there's something wrong with me, but I don't accept how I got the diagnosis.
We got Sia and Jeff, Brandon.
I think it took me a long time to get to the point where I was able to. Brandon, what are you doing?
Oh, sorry. Hang on.
I don't know why that made me laugh so hard, but that was good music. But I think it took me a while to get to the point where I accepted saying that I had epilepsy. I didn't even start saying it until just recently, even though I've been on the medications for this long now. But I think in other aspects of it, I'm very much similar to a few others who have already spoken, as to where like I already knew that my life was going the way it was, and I was just kind of ready for the next shoe to drop. And then it did. And then when it did, I was just like, okay, I guess that's where we're at now. Now to figure out how to continue going forward. So I guess in a sense, yeah, part of it was radical acceptance, and part of it is still I'm struggling to admit to myself, or to people who don't understand still, like my family, that I have it. So some people don't even realize that I have it, but I just have kept it to a very specific few people who know.
We got Ann, Jeff, Brandon.
Ladies first.
I think she begged to differ.
Okay. As I said earlier, I had a really hard time for the first probably 8 or 9 months. And now, it's part of who I am. And I really knew nothing about it until I found you and this group. And I'm learning slowly, but still, it's who I am. And I don't worry about it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Brandon.
Sorry, I just sent a message to the chat because I'm about to go make dinner, but I was the first person to go, so I already answered.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And in response to the funny music, sorry about that. My girlfriend's watching the Aristocats, and it was in the It was at the scene where they're walking with the geese.
I knew I recognized that
Yeah,
music.
yeah, yeah. All right, I'll be back in like, I'll be on and off for like the next 10 minutes. I'm making dinner. Sorry.
No problem. So I think we got everybody. Wait, and you there still? Or you sleep?
He might be asleep. He took some lorazepam.
What? To the next one. Oh. You are more than your epilepsy, I was told. How do you guys convince yourself of this? My therapist recently told me that basically I need to convince myself that I am more than my epilepsy. It's gotten worse over the past year and it affects my everyday life. I know my self-esteem. I know my self-esteem is in the dumps, but I just can't get out of this funk. She suggested volunteering until I can secure a job so I get out of the house and talk to people. Also exercise. It just sucks that I do feel like my epilepsy controls me. How do you guys keep your self-esteem up and believe that you are more than your epilepsy? Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I've got more than epilepsy. Um, I don't know. The self-esteem part is hard. Um, I don't know. Coming to these meetings has really helped a lot. The um uh just talking to you guys on the Zoom has been um
Yeah.
helpful. My family have commented, they've noted an improvement in my mood. They said I seem less depressed. So um I don't know. There's value to talking to people. And I think that specifically people with experiences that are similar to yours, when it's something so specific, um, yeah. Thanks, Pookie.
No problem. Do it for myself as well. Also, yeah, just a part of helping me understand it and help me like be more myself is like I never knew anyone with epilepsy, and it's so much more comfortable now that I know people. Like, not saying that I felt like I was in this alone, but you guys know what I mean. Like, I thought the world knew nothing about epilepsy. Maybe it was just me. Like, never met anyone with it. Like, even at the neurologist's office, everyone's there for different stuff. I've never met anyone in person, except for you guys, that has epilepsy. So that helped accepting it as well. Like, I'm not in this alone. I knew that, but it feels better knowing those people and they feel like I feel. And like you said, Mark, this year, yeah, it's a big part of me now. Um, Looking forward to this helps me as well. Um, yeah, and usually the day after I feel pretty good until someone says something. I usually feel good after this until there's that moment where I'm like, damn it, I was feeling good, man. Why'd you say that? Just walk away from that. But yeah, usually my Saturdays are good. And I'll find that one person that ends up ruining the vibe that I felt from leaving here, or the morning before I get here, I'm walking around listening to music. I'm excited. I'm happy at everything. Yeah, that's what this does for me. Talking to people, being able to talk to people. Thought I was the only one on earth who really cared about epilepsy. And I started to give up on caring about it because I was just like, hey, nobody else is going through this. Nobody else is talking about the struggle. Yeah. So when I was getting ready to start a podcast, it was not about this at first. And then it's like, oh, I can change who I want to talk to about this. Because at first there was talking to people who like did music and stuff. I was into doing that. Let's talk to people who are doing music and let them interview them or whatever. But this got way more interesting when I found out, like I said, I'm not the only one. And yeah, other people complain, not just me. And I learned that my complaining isn't, I'm not gonna say isn't a bother, because still got those who feel like it is make you feel like it is a bother. But I guess we can complain together, so I don't feel like I'm whining. You know what I mean? Talking to other people, I feel like I'm gotta cry to you to get you to understand. Yeah, you guys
It
haven't
makes
asked
you
everything.
feel like you're like overdoing it, like you're over exaggerating or something. That's how other people make you feel, and you're like, am I over exaggerating? Am I just whining or?
Venting and
But at the
good.
yeah, it's venting. At the end of the day, we're venting about real struggles that we go to, and it's not whining. And the reason that they feel like we're whining is because they don't experience these everyday struggles, and because, I mean, for me, the only person I can really whine to before this was my mom. And I think just naturally because some people are older, or it's my mom or whatever, the people that I've been surrounded by are older, they're like, you have no idea what's coming, and I'm sure I don't, but I got a pretty good idea at the age that I'm at with the conditions that I have. That you just don't want to admit it, that I can empathize with your pain, and for some reason you don't want me to empathize with it. But that's okay. If you want to be alone in it, you go be alone. It's only you, Betty. It's only you, girl. Don't worry. But I think that the group is a very good structure too for us. In my opinion, at least, it gives me some structure to.
Yeah, it's given me something to look forward to doing.
Yeah, and to kind
So,
of still keep my epilepsy relevant in my mind while not making it something that's negative necessarily.
right. Let's say, I wasn't looking forward to a lot of things before this. It was just like I'm just kind of living. Does that make sense? I really had nothing to look forward to. Tomorrow I'm gonna watch TV and play video games. Yeah, tomorrow I'm
Totally
gonna
get
binge
you.
my thing.
It wasn't too long after I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, go ahead.
Well,
Yeah, my phone needed
what
a
I was
break.
just gonna say is that it wasn't too long after I got diagnosed and started experiencing this that my mom, who was the person I talked to every day, started saying, Jocelyn, I'm just tired of hearing this about this. And I was like, what? Really? I was so surprised to hear that. And it wasn't too shortly after that that I found this group. And I'm so grateful for this group. I didn't see, I stopped, I wasn't here for 3 weeks because of the surgery and recovery. And I am so happy to be back. I look forward to this. I look forward to seeing you guys and talking and mainly listening. This group is great. And I don't talk about epilepsy with other people, especially after hearing my mom say, I'm really tired about hearing about epilepsy. Because it was shocking, and I think other people they really don't know what we go through, and some of them don't care. was really surprising. But what was your initial question? Because I forget what it was.
How do you keep your I don't know.
Forget.
How do
I
you tell yourself you're more than your epilepsy was the natural thing. It just sucks. I feel like my epilepsy controls me. How do you guys keep your self-esteem up and believe that you are more than your epilepsy?
well, because I was gonna say that it to me like I kind of compare. I mean, it's not comparable, but like someone else said that they have a lot of other things, and like, yeah, I mean, me too. Like, we think we all do. Like, I have depression, I have anxiety, like obesity, like all these other things, and like, it's just one more thing that I have, and we all have, and I just add it to the list, you know? Yeah, I don't know. And as far as self-esteem, like as I've gotten older, my self-esteem has actually gotten better, surprisingly, which I think is great. I like myself a lot more as I've gotten older. So the epilepsy has actually not taken away from my self-esteem, which I think is pretty cool. So that's cool.
This is a little off topic, but does anyone believe in like, you spend so much time with a person that you just kind of subconsciously crave the same things and do the same things and say the same things like twins almost? Yeah. Yes. No. No one believes that.
I spend a
Like
lot of time with my cat.
like grow to become that over time, like
Yeah.
a friendship that goes beyond
Yeah.
friendship kind of thing.
So like me and my mom, as we know, are not getting along right now, and I just ordered Chick-fil-A. That's what I call it. That's what we call it. I just ordered Chick-fil-A because I was craving it, and I was going to ask her if she wanted anything, call her if she would pick it up. But I was like, you know what? No, I'm not asking my mom for anything. And then she called me and she was like, I'm picking up food from Chick-fil-A. Do you want anything? And I was like, man, I just ordered food. I just DoorDashed it. I just freaking DoorDashed it. Even when we don't get along, we're like the same person. Drives me nuts. She came into the driveway the other day and we had the same song playing at the same time. I'm like,
Was
what
that
what the heck, mom? Can you please just apologize? Because we're like literal twins. Can you please just apologize to me? But we're stubborn. Both of us are stubborn. Anyways, I
Like
just
mother, like daughter.
wanted to get that off my chest because me and my mom are literally twins. We share the same brain because what are the odds? It's always
I was gonna say like you, I love it when someone like I'd say does me bad and then they need me. It feels so good. It
well,
feels amazing.
just like I love my mom so much, and it's always just been me and my mom, so obviously we're gonna become like best friends because it was literally just me and my mom, no one else. That was my circle and my grandparents. But it's just like sometimes I just can't really fathom the how how the universe works, because I'm like, what are the odds that we're playing the same song at the same time? It's playing the same lyric, and you're playing it right as you're pulling in, and we're like mad at each other right now. Well, I'm mad at her, and I know she's mad at me, but somehow we're still
yeah.
on the same like rhythm with each other, which I think is kind of funny because I think that just says that we're both mad at each other. Anyway,
Well, that could be considered synchronicity, two simultaneous events that are happening that appear to have some sort of significance but are actually just completely unrelated. Um, I mean, depending on your worldview, it could be
I mean, if we were organized,
something with some sort of transcendent meaning, but at the same time, it could also be explained by, I mean, you two having the same music taste, having listened to the same sort of music for, years, and living in close proximity to each other, and
I just think it's funny
just
how
a coincidence.
people take
I mean,
traits.
there's a, I don't know if it's considered a saying or not, but once is uh, um, one something once is a I'm forgetting the word now, but something happens once, it's that happens twice, it's a coincidence, and three times it's a pattern. So um I don't know. I feel like it's
In like
kind of
20 years
a useless little
and
thing that
20
I've
years.
just given you, except for just a dictionary definition of some word.
Yeah, I think the world just does little funny things every now and then to try and throw little jabs at me and my mom, or try and remind us that even if we are still upset with each other, that we are cut out of the exact same mold somehow. We are still very, not the exact same mold, but very mother like daughter, daughter like mother, mother like daughter. It just
Mm.
is. I mean, come on, like, if I knew she was gonna pick up, I had a feeling that she wanted Chick-fil-A. I had a gut feeling she wanted Chick-fil-A. And I was gonna ask her, but my pride stood up to me, and then I spent my money ordering Chick-fil-A and accidentally double dashed it. I should have just asked. Oh, I knew it. I should have listened to my gut. If I would have listened to my gut, I would have saved $20, guys. $20. Anyways, that was my spiel.
Yeah. That's why I make sure when I DoorDash stuff, I make sure it's a good amount of stuff. Even like I'm not just getting a pizza, I'm gonna get two pizzas because it's gonna cost $10 and $15 just to deliver it. Yeah.
I get like
Make sure.
4 Thai dishes so I can have like food for the week.
Yeah. I Instacart a lot. So yeah.
Yeah, like at least three meals. The one and then two leftovers worth of entire meals.
Yeah. I do that. Yeah, I'm gonna order more than what I need because it's gonna be $15 and all that other stuff. I'm gonna make sure that delivery price is worth it. Um, there was something I was gonna say. Oh, yeah, yeah. I guess I was saying I love when um, people need me that um, didn't necessarily. Yeah, like my dad was telling me I shouldn't do this. Then today he calls me like, man, I need you. I need you to fill out this paperwork, man. And my girlfriend left me. I don't have anyone to help me take care of my business. I was like, how bad do you need me? Give me an Uber. But yeah, love it. Feels good. You need me now, and I'm doing something you told me I shouldn't be doing, which is the reason you're not gonna get me. I'll move forward because I'm not gonna edit that out anyway. Someone says, I don't want to be lonely. Hey guys, as you can tell by the title, I'm a lonely guy. All I want is a girlfriend who understands epilepsy, previously had epilepsy, or even has epilepsy, so we can get along. So if you know of a girl who is lonely like me, please, please get them to my inbox. I don't want to be lonely, dude, forever. Oh, hey, I'm an Aussie from the Sunshine Coast. That's an area where I live. Do you think you could find me someone who would like to come where I live? That's a hell of a question.
I didn't realize we were matchmakers now.
Right.
But
I
wait.
do love Australian dudes, but I'm in Seattle.
Epilepsy Tinder.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm
I
on
think
the East Coast.
And you
I
have
think
to
Em
love large
proposed this
ladies.
idea. We talked about this idea a few weeks ago. Swear to God, we did. Like a grinder version of for epilepsy people, or Tinder or grinder. I don't know. I
One
get
of
it
you
mixed up.
guys have to make the app now.
Yeah, I think that someone else did bring this up, but that'll be dope.
Oh my
But
god,
you can't sign up unless you have a love for this, or unless you have it.
That's kind of a silly. I love that question so much.
I go through the comments. One says, I know how you feel. As a guy, I've been single forever, but dated many times, thinking it's what would make me happy. What I've learned from that experience is you have to be happy by yourself before adding someone to your life. Having a girlfriend, even one who understands or has epilepsy, won't suddenly make you complete. You have a feeling of loneliness or depression until you square yourself away. I like that.
That is very true. Because you can't be happy with someone else if you're not happy with yourself completely.
May I comment further on this person's situation?
Go ahead. Go right
I mean,
ahead.
I know we have limitations, and but as far as being alone, yeah, I mean, if you need to be secure alone, but at a certain point, it's time to go out and meet people. So there are apps and stuff to do that, but um, you got to sharpen your social skills too. And there's plenty of things to do. I don't. He said Sunshine State, right? Or Sunshine Coast, or
Sunshine
Sunshine
Coast.
Coast.
It's in Australia.
Australian
oh,
Sunshine
okay,
Coast.
all right. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know how good transportation. I think it's good there. Yeah, just join a club or something, and talk to people or something. I don't know. Just yeah, join a club and talk to a girl. Yeah, not that complicated. Can't be that complicated, right? Am I oversimplifying this?
I also feel like you don't have, just because you have epilepsy doesn't mean you have to be with someone who also has epilepsy. I don't know
It'd
if
be
that's what they
nice.
were trying to say in their thing necessarily, but I don't think you have to limit yourself just because you have epilepsy. Like, I agree, like that if the person should be understanding, and you should get yourself out there if you're really feeling lonely. And I'm sure there's some sweet little Aussie ladies.
Yeah.
I don't think that's how they speak, but
I think they'd be offended.
kangaroo.
You get worse. You get worse.
Okay.
Kangaroo.
Well, they have big animals out there and bugs. I would never move out to Australia. Good for them.
I want to see an ostrich, so I don't know where
Yeah,
else to find them.
check your eye out.
They
Some of
have
this.
emus over there. Ostriches are over in Africa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I also would
There
like to
was
ride a
back
camel.
in like I think it was the 1900s, there was I think an overpopulation crisis of emus. Look up on whatever service you like, the Great Emu War. The Australians ended up, I don't know, I think the Wikipedia article actually said that the emus were victorious, but I mean, they went out into the Australian outback with machine guns and tried to mow down emus. and there were like thousands of them. I think they had become a problem for agriculture in the area. They were causing grain shortages, and they like emus have those gigantic legs. They can jump up and kick. Or am I, wait, no. Those are kangaroos. They can jump up on with their tail and kick, but emus still have those gigantic claws that they can rip stuff up with. So yeah, the Australian army had to retreat before they had finished killing as many emus as they wanted.
Seems like everything's pretty dangerous down there.
That sounds scarier than
Yeah,
compared to Bigfoot.
I'm
I
gonna,
would be
I
more.
gotta,
I would most definitely just want to see like I don't, I don't know why it makes me laugh so hard just thinking about these soldiers going out there and being like,
yeah,
our
the
target is
Great
like 30
Emu War
birds.
was a military operation undertaken by the
Yeah.
Australian Army in 1932 to address the problem of emus damaging the crops. Despite the
It kind of
deployment of
reminds me
soldiers and
about like
machine guns, the
Niger.
emus proved surprisingly resilient and adaptable, ultimately leading to the operation's failure and a public perception that the birds had won.
What? Put that in a video game.
Birds have won.
Oh man, like, put that man, put I mean put that in like Call of Duty or something like that.
Right.
That's a
That's so cool. Evil
Hey,
emo.
Jason.
hey Pookie.
We had an icebreaker question, and it was, something you do to make yourself feel better when you feel like shit.
Something what I do to make me feel better when I look like shit. Like I mean I write songs. I would write songs and then like play guitar.
Oh, nice. Everyone does music. I love music, and I can't play it, so I do the turntable. It's a little easier. Yeah, that's awesome, man. We were also talking about radical acceptance a little bit before you came. How do you accept the fact that you have epilepsy? How do you cope? How do you go about knowing this is what's going to happen for the rest of our days?
On like on like on like so yes like it's like when I think about it, yes like when I think about it, just like, when I think about it, I think like I mean like if it's I think it's like it's not the end of the world. It just I mean like it's just like a learning brick, like from step by step, and you know like you gotta take the like the side causes and the side roads, even though like the whole term is completely fucked. And you know like personally like and personally like you gotta be happy for like you gotta be happy. I mean like you know like not for them but just for you.
Good one. Everyone had good ones. I got something else. It says, I'm going to stay on a rural farm for a month, and I'm scared, but I also don't want to let my epilepsy stop me. I guess I just want some encouragement. I'm going woofing, which is where you live and work on a farm in exchange for housing and food. The farm I'm going to is in a very rural part of Colorado where there is a hospital 25 miles away. My seizures aren't perfectly controlled, but I'm also trying to live my life and remind myself that I very rarely need to go to the hospital from a seizure. The last time I went to the hospital post seizure was in early 2024, and it was because I hit my head. I'm bringing my rescue medication with me, of course. I will educate the people I'm staying with. I'm definitely nervous, but I also feel I can't live in fear forever. I want to do things. I just went 10 weeks without a seizure and had a focal on Monday. But yeah, I don't know. I just love to hear some encouragement, some adventurous things you've done regardless of your epilepsy diagnosis.
I think everyone should be able to do things that they love as long as it's not putting other people at risk. And living on a farm is not going to risk the people that are there, but I will say that having worked around horses and cows and other types of livestock, and tending to fields and stuff like that, number one, it's extremely hot. Number two, you become dehydrated very easily. And number three, if you do have a focal, when you're around an animal that's large enough to hit you, you will not only have to go to the hospital, but you could die. So, things to keep in mind, but still, like I said, everyone should be able to do things that they love as long as they're not putting other people at risk. And if these people are okay with like taking you to where you need to go, since we can't drive, then go for it.
See ya. Great advice. Somebody's gonna hear you. Go for it. The thing about living on a farm though, 25 miles away from the hospital, I think that's a little much. I mean, not that I go to the
That's
hospital much, but being
well,
that
that's
far,
what I meant, like with the dangers that are there, because yeah, it's not safe. And if you do get hurt, um, you're usually gonna get hurt on the head. And so, yeah, it's not safe.
so
Not the safest method, but
I
yeah.
mean, typically in rural areas like that, or like something where you're farther from the hospital. I forgot the mileage, but they would airlift you, and that would be a pretty penny. But if it was bad enough, they would airlift you. Which, if it has to do with a horse, then getting kicked by a horse is not a small incident at all. Or if you have a seizure and the horse steps on you, you are probably not going to work on the farm anymore. But if you feel confident going to the farm and working there, and you got stuff to keep you balanced and whatnot, then do your thing. I swim. I shouldn't be swimming, but I swim. So I ride a jet ski. Probably shouldn't ride a jet ski either, but I ride a jet ski. And we're not
I
close to the
swam with
hospital.
dolphins.
I swam with dolphins too. Yeah. If you feel like that is your element, then embrace your element. Just make sure that your body can embrace it as well. Because if your body can't embrace it, then you really can't embrace it yourself either. Just make sure you and your body are on the same page.
right, know your body. I say don't stop yourself from doing things. So you'll sit there, you'll think about it too much. Try to do things, know your body. Set precautions for everything you do. Because I don't necessarily stop myself from doing things. I just set some precautions, like going to that concert with all those lasers. I just kind of told the girl next to me, check out my bracelet, explained a little bit to her, got through that, and had no seizures, so it wasn't necessary. But I told her just in case, because she was a little bitty woman. She was not going to be able to help me.
Do you carry a rescue med with you?
No, I don't. No. I'm usually alone, so rescuing myself doesn't usually happen.
Yeah.
It's usually too late, or yeah, it's usually just too late.
EMTs usually carry like rescue sprays or yeah.
I got a box of
That's
nasal sitting right here. I've never used them. I opened them just to show them on the podcast, so maybe 6 weeks ago. Never even seen it before I opened this box.
Yeah.
I never really needed it or was able to get to it. Like I said, I'm alone often, so taking nasalium it's going to be kind of hard. I have a seizure in the bathroom and the nasalium is in the bedroom.
They gave me a pill as a rescue med, Clonopin, which I've taken before for anxiety. But I was like, what am I? I'm going to carry it in my pocket in a pill thing. So I bought myself a like an old fashioned poison pill locket because I was like, I'm not going to put it in the screw thing because I'm going to like be all stressed out to get the screw thing open and then I'll have the seizure. So a poison pill thing is a locket that opens and shuts, a snap thing. So went on to Etsy and there's some really cool ones, but I just got one that like has my birthstone on it, and so it goes on a necklace, and I'm waiting for it to arrive. And then I can just like always have it around my neck. That's
just like a little threaded capsule kind of thing.
No, it's not. It's not something that screws open. It opens and shut, just opens and shut and snaps open and shut.
Oh, clamshell kind of.
A clamshell, exactly. Yeah. And they have really cool ones with like skulls and spiders and turtles and stuff, but I just got one just very simple with a gemstone, like with a garnet. So it's not a garnet is not expensive. So that's what I did. It has to be easy to open or I'm going to panic and be like, "Wah!" And then like put the whole thing in my mouth and choke on the the necklace. So that's what I did.
Okay. This one, I think maybe we could all help this person and maybe relate to. It says, I love my girlfriend, but I feel bad. I feel like I'm ruining her life. Me and my girlfriend have been together for nearly 5 years now. She's been with me when I've had most of my seizures. She stopped me from falling in the bathroom, breaking my neck, and numerous other instances of things when I'm going through seizures. I owe her my life, probably. I feel bad because I feel like I am wasting her life having to take care of me when my seizures happen. It kills me watching her cry as I come out of seizures. How do you handle it with your partners? That is a rough thing to be in.
Number one, you can't let your own feelings of guilt let you push someone that loves you and is trying to help you away. Because it sounds like she's helped him on numerous occasions, and if she really didn't want to be doing that, I don't think she would continue to. And self-sabotaging is a thing where, you're so afraid of hurting the person that you love that you end up hurting them anyways by pushing them away from you. So, it's important to keep that in mind, to not like, if you want to have a conversation with her about it, that's a whole different thing. Have a talk with her and like talk to her about what she's feeling about the situation and how she may be being affected by this, and does she want to do anything like regarding the future. Does she feel comfortable still handling this? That have like a grown-up talk about it, but don't think things inside of your head, because that's just going to lead to your own assumptions and your own personal answers, and then that could end up hurting her. So yeah, have a talk with her.
Yeah. Anybody else? Come on, guys. Gotta have something for this person. Let's see. I gotta sleep. Oh, yeah. About the apologizing thing. I've been through that. Yeah. My son's mom, she just like, stop apologizing. It's something you can't prevent. So on and so on. And she was like, quit apologizing to me. She was like, she always says, I'm not your other kid's mom. I know what I got myself into. You don't have to apologize. It's like, oh man, I love her. But anyhow,
Okay, I'll say something. to build off what Sia said about um, what did you? She said something about letting your own insecurity,
Self-sabotaging with your
yeah,
guilt. Yeah.
self-sabotaging. Yeah. Yeah, I've definitely done that in the past, and it's really awful. You spend so much time regretting that, and you end up pushing people away, and it's I it's so much better to just open lines of communication. You, it it's the risk reward is just you got so much more to reward than risk. Um, uh, I I think I said that right, but yeah, just try to open lines, keep that open. I can't imagine just just go for that. I mean, instead of talking to us here, talk to her, not us. Yeah.
You know, Rick and Sailor Mom, you guys are married. How's that go? Probably easier than what this person's going through. They sound like child, I'd say, maybe early 20s, but you guys are happily married. What's going on?
I still apologize terribly, and a lot of times I don't remember even the crying and apologizing. I even did it this morning. Yeah, and I have no memory of doing it. And that's like a little bit of a first, kind of, that it started past few weeks. Well, yeah. Uh, but yeah, I would say talk. That's all you got. I mean, you got to communicate, otherwise stuff's going to build up and there's going to be assumptions on both of your parts and you're not going to know what's really, going on. I would yeah, you need to talk to her, and she's probably going to be, I don't know, kind of emotional and weird about it, but you gotta get her to understand that you care and you want to help, and she doesn't have to feel all that guilt. She's probably still gonna feel it because it's part of the whole thing. But other than that, I agree with everybody. Talk to her. That's all you can really do.
See, I know you're married.
Yes.
But
I'm
you
just
kind of
messing with you. I know.
you answered earlier a little bit how you handle it with your husband. So
Hmm.
also, yeah, you want to join in before Rick? You got something else to say?
No, you're good.
All right, Rick, how's the married life? How do you talk to the missus?
Communication is key, regardless of what the situation is or what's going on. So it's no different here. Communicate and communicate often and well. That's pretty much it.
Even if you've been married a long time, there's always assumptions that can build up if you don't communicate.
It's true, and younger people these days don't realize how simple it really can be. They make it more overcomplicated, but it really can just be talk.
Yeah, because 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 honestly, honestly, like for a lot of things like that, like you definitely need to communicate because like if you don't, like they'll actually they'll actually go like far away, they'll have to go far away from you, like even miles if they have to, and pretty much and I've dealt with that I would say at the end of last year and the end of last year and start of 2025. Like what's when I graduated from college, and I was severely depressed. Like after when she was gone because because and I won't say her name, but I'm like like that girl took care of me honestly, and she honestly stood up to my mom. So and like, but the way that we broke up and the way she moved like 1,000 miles away from me, I kind of feel the effects, and like like, and it still burns to this day. So like, so definitely communicate and definitely talk to a lot of people.
Yeah, a comment here I was looking at. It says you're talking to someone same boat. There was once a time in my apartment when I was alone. I had a tonic-clonic while talking to my now wife. I don't know what I would have done if I hadn't been on the phone with her and she called 911. EMS then had to break into my apartment. How do I deal with it? Well, the answer is kind of basic, but I just reiterate to her now. I just reiterate to her how darn thankful I am to her. I also try to make sure that I am on top of my care as much as possible and that she doesn't feel like she's having to do it for me. I'm sure your wife can get very anxious if you exhibit signs of having a seizure or if she thinks you might be having a seizure. I think showing appreciation, telling your wife how much her support means is not a small thing. Having her know how much you appreciate her and realize how much she does is really important. Someone else said, I think my partner feels guilty, nervous about me being around for his seizures. How has your wife helped you with the guilt? I like to be there for him more, but he isn't the type to express his needs. I know some people like that. The person response was, it's not what she's done, it's what she hasn't done. There have never been any snide remarks or careless comments about my condition, only reassurances. She was definitely surprised when I told her that early on in our relationship. I was worried my condition would become too much for her and she would break up with me. It's sometimes that folks with epilepsy and probably folks with other chronic conditions feel because we don't have to be a burden. I think it's actually pretty universal. So if your partner does indeed feel guilty about you or being around you because of your seizures, that may be why. To state it plainly, the feeling goes like this. I'm afraid I'm too much for you and you'll leave me because I'm something I can't control. And it definitely can be hard emotion to admit, verbalize, or talk about. I hope this helps. Was that helpful? Oh, this one says, literally diagnosed this morning. What should I know? While I'm not new to chronic medical conditions, I knew this. 31-year-old female, I was diagnosed with epileptic seizures this morning. I'm still in the hospital, so they can try to figure out if I have functional seizures as well. Any advice for someone new to the club? Anything extra specific that I should be prepared for? Is there anyone else here who was diagnosed at a similar age? I'm just kind of looking for a community right now.
Come on over.
Everybody, advice for this person. Let's give them one thing out of everybody. Come on, guys. I say prepare for the worst.
Yeah, I mean, because you don't know. It could be the best or it could be the worst. But I would also say make sure that you're going to get an EMU so that they know exactly where it's coming from and what caused it in the first place and everything. Everything. Yeah.
This was posted 5 minutes ago. So, yeah.
Find a
You're
community
diagnosed.
of
And these
support.
days, Chat GPT helps, people say.
Find a community of support. This community has helped. My neighbors have helped because I can't drive. They go get my prescriptions.
Oh, nice.
It's amazing.
Right. It sounds amazing.
It's amazing.
Sometimes it's hard to get people in your house to go get medication. But we'll stick to something else and not talk about that because I'm not going to edit it out anyway. But yeah, you guys, let's give this person one thing that you guys think they should be ready for.
Prepare for side effects of medications because you don't know what it's going to be. And some will be very bad.
Rick?
I say always remember to be patient with yourself because it's going to be a journey. It's not going to be a fun journey. There's going to be a lot of testing. There's going to be a lot of medications to try out that may make you feel worse, that may not help, and you're going to have dosage changes and medication changes. So get a lot of rest and be patient with yourself.
Kevin?
Suppose going into this, always, like they say, everyone's said, be your own advocate. Make sure you do your research. Yeah. Always know what you're getting into. Um, Rick said it's going to be a journey, so um, perhaps I don't know what your diagnosis will be, but going along through pills and such, just be prepared for that whirly dervish of pills, I suppose. Yeah, and I can't reinforce this enough. Always do the research, and but take your doctor's advice, but also know what you're getting into. So yeah,
Yeah.
be prepared.
Always advocate for yourself, even if you're taking your doctor's advice.
Right.
That's, you know.
Yeah, it's got to be a good combination, a good healthy combination.
I changed mine. I think everybody, first thing I should have done in the beginning, which would have helped me, is finding a support system. Because I probably would have been to this point 10 years ago if I had a better support system. Yeah.
It was so much harder in the 90s, though. We didn't know anyone to go to. There was
Yeah.
no epilepsy centers and stuff. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Still don't have a support system, but still. Wish I had this one 10 years ago.
Still a long way to go.
Yeah, support system is important. Because not coming to terms with myself made me want to do other things to myself. So if I had that support system and I wasn't there alone, that might not have happened. But Mark, you got any advice for a first timer? Oh shit.
I'm sorry, first time.
This person was diagnosed this morning. Just anything you could tell this person. Give them one
Right.
tip that we
Oh.
haven't given them.
I mean, just diagnosed right this morning.
Mhm.
First thing, the advice I would give to them, like in the immediate moment, is don't freak out right now. It's going to be a process. Um, it's yeah, I don't know who was it that said I don't know what their diagnosis will be, but it's yeah, it's it sounds scary. Coming out of the doctor's mouth, like right there. But it's living with it, tomorrow's not gonna be too different from today. And the day after that is not gonna be too different from today. Um, it's gonna be a step-by-step process. Take it day by day and don't freak out right now. There's
Yeah.
plenty of time to freak out in the future.
Gonna get worse before it gets better, I always say. But it is gonna get better. Not fast, but it's gonna get way worse before it gets better. Who has not? Who has not gave this person some sound advice yet? Jocelyn?
Well, I said like find a community of support, but I also think like manage stress, like that's about the not freaking out and stuff, you know. Like I know for me, stress is a huge trigger. I had a breakthrough seizure because of all this 24 hours of really stress, but like, so find ways to not freak out and manage stress, I guess. That might be a lame one, but
Jason, Sia, you guys got some advice for this person? Just one thing.
I think they're away. I think CEO said she was away.
Oh, Jason's there, it seems.
What was the question again?
Somebody just got epilepsy this morning. They're just asking for some advice.
Man. So take like don't go too fast. I would say don't go too fast, but take it slow. Like but take it slow and take procedures and always listen to the doctor. But I mean, but actually, don't take the doctor's advice, like just in case if it happens.
Yeah. I think I should have got second opinions when I was younger. That should have been a thing. But I was a child. So
yeah.
Don't always listen to these doctors. Sometimes you gotta do your own research. Okay. I was hoping this day would never come. The neuro says my epilepsy is intractable. The only thing we can do about it is an RNS or surgical excision. Before I was diagnosed, I never thought I'd have to make a decision like this, but I am here. Having to decide between living with uncontrollable seizures, getting part of my brain removed, or having a medical device placed inside my skull. It sucks. And I don't know what to do. I could use some advice or hear some of your experiences with surgeries or with the RNS. Kevin, you got some advice? I'm sorry to single you out. You're
No,
the
it's
first
cool.
person I thought about.
Always cool. Always cool. Did this person say the RNS or VNS?
They said with surgery or RNS.
Okay.
Would a VNS be considered both surgery and?
Sure. Well, yeah, I'll give advice on the VNS. It's a perfectly simple surgery, very simple. I forget how long. I don't even remember if I might. Yeah, I think I stayed overnight, and you'll be out within a few days. If you do stay. Um, you can look up the detail. I don't feel like explaining it, but the actual surgery is extremely simple. It's one device here in the chest, one in the neck. Swipe a magnet. Now show the magnet you got right here. Swipe the magnet, go across there like that, and it activates that in the neck along the vagus nerve. So that's extremely simple. And it worked for me. 6.5 years seizure free. And should I bring up anything else about this? Anyone that this person would not need to know?
No, you pretty said it all, Chet.
Okay, well, I just want to emphasize again, you have to have the battery replaced every 5 years. So, and that's even simpler. That's outpatient. You'll be out by the end of the day. You'll be out. They'll kick you out of the hospital with ice cream and everything. So you'll be good. It's really not that complicated.
Anybody had any surgeries? I don't think anyone here has. Any advice for this person or procedures, or this person's deep down in the dumps, it seems. They were hoping the day would never come.
Look, technically, mine is called intractable, okay? And it's also medicine resistant, and yeah, they don't even know if they did surgery, it would be exploratory to see if they could use an RNS, a VNS, or sectioning, whatever. They don't really even know because it's what it is. So I understand, right? You just feel like, well, what am I supposed to do now then? Like, pills forever that don't work, right? But, you get you do the best you can. You got to advocate for yourself. If a particular medication is really, really horrible and it's just makes you feel awful, then you just have to say, no, I can't take that one. We got to find a different one, or we got to find a different combo. Or you have to go ahead and have the exploratory surgery. I'm sorry. Like, that's it kind of, but 5 years with it. And I think we just hit me breaking having my last longest before breakthrough just a few days ago. So I understand, but that doesn't mean that we're giving up, right? Gotta keep going. At least they don't say SUDEP is like your highest thing you're gonna do. So yay, you gotta find the things you love about your life, the things that make you passionate, give joy, even if there's all the cruddy stuff sometimes too, right?
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
go ahead, Kevin.
Honestly, at my age, I'm more worried about having a heart attack than SUDEP. So it does not what I know that seems like a weird way to look at it. It just doesn't worry me. And
I didn't even know that SUDA was a thing until y'all started talking about it. I had no idea that was a thing until like the first time I got on here, and I was like, I had to look it up. And I was like, oh, I didn't even know that I could do that. How cool.
So that's what happened just last night before, I think. I completely, and it was even worse than the original first time I did it. Oh my gosh.
So
Anyway,
is that when you stop breathing altogether?
Yes. You basically you slow down and you start foaming at the mouth, and you're not sucking any air in. It's only coming out again and again and again. And eventually you just start getting brain damage.
The rescue medication to reverse that.
Well, yes, if it works.
If it works.
But I've had one that was like 45 minutes long, and he gave me 3 or 4. I mean, he gave me pills and nasally and whatever.
That is a blessing that you're alive.
Yeah, and my doctor said it was way too much, really, that he shouldn't never do that much again. So, so we haven't done that again.
Okay, it's all right.
No, it was no because I had to,
Yeah.
of course, tell my doctor about it. Like, hey, of course, that ended up, with an ER visit. That happens sometimes. Luckily,
Thankfully, I've never had anything remotely similar to that. But
yeah. I mean, it's not very common, and I've had a lot of like really mean comments on like the regular epilepsy subreddit when I said something about it, because they're like, well, if you had said it, then you would not be here. And I'm like,
yeah,
they can bring you back.
Million.
Yes, I stopped breathing completely, but yeah, they didn't bury me yet.
There's people that die during surgery, and that doesn't mean that they're dead just because they died during surgery or they flatline. Just because you flatline doesn't mean that you're dead.
Right.
Like,
They bring
like
you
you
back.
like unless you have been dead for a certain amount of time,
And I wouldn't.
nothing that they can do to bring you back, then you're dead. But I feel
I wouldn't necessarily have said it if it wasn't like right at the top of my chart, like every time, very high risk of SUDEP. I'm sorry, but that just makes me go like, I think I do suffer from it. Maybe it hasn't killed me yet.
yeah, like you just have more severe.
I just have a reason why it happens because of where it is in the brain. Yeah.
Yeah, your brain just like cuts off.
Yeah. Traumatic brain injuries. Fun stuff. Anyway, I'll be quiet now.
That's interesting that yours is from a traumatic brain injury.
Yeah, when I was less than 6 weeks old, somehow my skull right behind my ear here, all the way from the top right down, was cracked into an iron crib and broke my skull, and actually my brain actually goes in there. It actually has an like indent where it never grew, and it took like 4 MRI technicians to find it, specialists to find
That would
the
make
actual-
sense why yours are very SUDEP-y.
Yeah, and traumatic, like every time you're just like yeah. But they didn't like really start till I was 44. So like this lady who said she didn't get, like she just got it at 31. Yeah, I had that injury my whole life, but
you just die and you don't come back. How to know that you can come back? Cool.
Well, kind of.
Can I break in? I don't have what you guys have, but I'm 47, and turns out I have a birth defect where my skull base did not form properly and close. So there was a hole in my skull my entire life. And at 47, I had the brain poking through and a CSF leak. And until 47, now I had Alice in Wonderland syndrome at 10. And so who knows if that was like part of this. But it's amazing that we can have these things wrong with our brain and our skulls, and they don't show up until
What's interesting is I sucked the life out of my mom during her pregnancy. Like I took every single inch of nutrients that she had. And I came out big and healthy and crying. They had to induce her into labor, and I was a C-section baby because I tried to come out the other end because I am the shit. But I was like a healthy baby. Like I was pretty healthy. I only had like a little breathing problem where it was kind of like a little asthma that I used a little like nebulizer for when I was younger that I remember doing treatments for, but other than that, it was never like other than like the migraines, the consistent migraines, and the vomiting for no reason, and the fact that I was a lot more pale than the rest of my family. Like my veins have always shown through. I've always had very popped out veins. I've always been very like my family's always said I'm see-through. But
Like
I look a
maybe like
lot.
anemia, something.
Yeah, I have anemia, and
Yeah.
it's been bad recently. I don't know why, but I I I look a lot like my great grandmother. My my grandma would say, um, with the I just look very much like her, I guess, and she had very bad migraines for days on end, and I'm sure with the migraines came cyclic vomiting syndrome for her too. But as for the epilepsy and the myoclonic epilepsy, I have no idea like where where that produced from. I'm because no one on my mom's side has it, so I'm assuming it has to be on my sperm donor side. But
Have you had an EMU stay where they've like done like sleep deprived
yeah,
study and all of that stuff and they couldn't figure out where it was coming from?
well, no, I just don't know like where. Well, they know what I have, but we don't know like why.
Okay.
There's no
What
like
caused it?
yeah, like like if it's genetic or if it's
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's genetic because of the myoclonic.
Because and because of your
My
great grandmother. Yeah. Well,
on
it sounds like you have
point
some.
genetic, but I have no idea. I also was very stressed out as a child, like extreme stress. So I don't know if maybe the amount of stress and strain on my brain and growing up, that amount of strain happening throughout my brain developing, I think I always stand by this: stress will kill you. And stress will torture you. Stress is such a big torturer of the human being. And even if you don't, like, I didn't want to be in stressful situations, but I was just in it growing up. So I think part of that too, maybe, is what progressed. I'm sure I was born with the epilepsy, but I think it just kind of made it worse in my head. I just feel like it made it worse.
Isn't there some studies that say, if every time you have a seizure, even if it's an aura, you're burning pathways that make it easier to
Yeah,
breathe through the next one. Isn't that,
think
anybody
about
agree with me
it,
here? Anybody ever heard that? Okay, because
think
I've heard that
about it
before too.
like a whippet.
Yeah,
Like
it's like
when
when
you do a whippet, you're killing brain cells, and
well, of course.
you can only do it for a second, but you're cutting off
That's
all
not
connection to your brain.
exactly true.
And
The whippets,
it's not
whippets are nitrous oxide. That's the same as laughing gas. It's solvents, inhaling solvents like glue and paint thinner and stuff where
cleaning material.
it's the damage to the brain cells itself that causes the psychoactive effects. That's a different category from whippets. Just a point of
what?
clarification, sorry.
Whippets and nitrous. If you're taking
Nitrous
whippet,
oxide is laughing gas.
no. So whippets in California, when I went to California, whippets as it's referred to, you get it the big canister. And it's what you fill up with a balloon. It's what you would fill balloons up with.
That's
They,
helium.
yeah, but they also have like laughing gas as well and whatnot. But when you do it, it's cutting off airway to your brain, and if you do too much of it, you
No, the
yeah,
laughing gas.
people's
The laughing gas
lips turn
attaches to
blue.
the NMDA receptors in your brain. It's a dissociative. It's this dissociatives. The NMDA receptor is the same receptor that is associated with the ketamine high, the K-hole. It's not causing brain damage unless you like inhale so much of it that you're.
Yes, when you go to the store and you buy a canister this big, not whipped cream, not a whipped cream canister, a huge canister of what you would fill up like balloons with and stuff, and then you take that in and then you close it back up and you hold it in, it is cutting off airway to your brain and killing brain cells by doing that, and you are getting high while doing that.
No.
But
I mean, you're getting high while doing it, but the oxygen deprivation is not the
much of
same
it,
thing.
people turn
The
blue because
oxygen
they eliminate the
deprivation you
oxygen
could
because
get from like inhaling a canister, like from a canister of CO2. It's not the same thing as what you're describing.
I don't want to say who, somebody in Virginia used to use little ones that they use for paintball guns or that kind of thing, and they would poke the ends and do it. Not me, never ever, but you know, I saw them on the floorboards of their car. They said they were called whippets. I said, all right, whatever.
Yeah, I've seen them before. I've seen some of that big old tank, and yeah, I was just like, that sounds insane to be trying to get high off of smoking air or whatever the case is. Like, yeah, like Lufa said, it's something you put in balloons. Like, what are you doing? Like, who
I
thought
mean,
you
you
would
could
go
put
get
any gas into a balloon. That's, what you put into what container you put it into doesn't really matter. It doesn't change what it is and what it's doing. So what the gas you put into balloons isn't really specific at all.
I
It
thought they
could be
put helium in the balloons to make them float.
Yeah, helium balloons are the ones that are lighter than air. I mean, there's people who puncture the whippet canisters and fill, you can take the canisters for whippets. The name you get, or the name whippet, came from the company that makes the whippet, for whipped cream. That at home you mix up your own cream and then you put it into these little canisters, and it has a thing you can get it, the company itself, they manufacture the brand name Whippet. They paint their little cartridges green, and it has in blue Whippet written on the side, their little logo, whip hyphen it with an exclamation. You screw that into the little top thing. If you don't have any whipped cream in it, you can just stick a little balloon onto the end of it and blow all the gas into the balloon and suck it in from the balloon.
I've
So
heard of that too. Isn't that what they call huffing?
huffing would be, huffing is the street term, the slang for like the glue and the paint thinner.
Or
That's
paint,
that's
or
the
yeah,
solvents where
it's
you
things
take
that are
like,
really, really bad for your brain.
Yeah, that's when you take like something like some paint thinner or something, acetone or something, something really nasty like that. There's a couple different solvents that are most popular. If you watch Always Sunny in Philadelphia, Charlie, he's the one, he's always huffing solvents, and he has these little bags. He squirts the, like, what was it, the most, not the newest season, but the one before that, he was in working in a skating rink, and he was behind the counter, and he was the one who was squirting, the disinfectant into the skates, and he squirted that and then sniffed and realized, and that was how he started his whole thing. It was like a flashback episode. Spoiler alert. Ha, sorry. But yeah, the character from that point on has this problem with huffing solvents, and those solvent, he's pouring, whatever paint thinners and stuff into these bags, and is always, or just taking a spray paint can and spraying it into the little paper bag, and but that's not a whippet.
Okay, well, that is very interesting. I
That's
like
huffing.
Yeah,
Street
yeah, that's
huffing.
huffing. Yeah.
I like learning more about drugs.
There's just, I
Lufa,
think,
how tall are you?
there's just different terminology, I guess, nowadays. I guess where I am, I think there's just different terminology. But yes, long-term use of nitrous oxide and things like that cause brain damage, like memory loss, and
No,
it
nitrous
does cause,
oxide is
yeah,
not
it literally
toxic.
does. It literally does cause brain damage. When you inhale those things, it's causing brain damage. People become slower. They lose. It is cutting off. It is
Oh,
taking a part of your body and filling it with a different kind of air that your body is, that's not oxygen. It's cutting oxygen from your brain. That's why people's lips turn.
the atmosphere is mostly
When you
nitrogen.
when you take,
That's not really a good, I mean,
you're
most of
not
air is
let
not
me
oxygen.
finish.
Actually,
You
if
let me
you
finish.
inhale pure oxygen, you're gonna have problems. Are you familiar with that? Did is
You'll
she?
die if you inhale pure oxygen. And
Yeah, yeah. Did she get disconnected?
Yes, very much likely. Um, it was
Sorry.
a tough conversation.
Yeah.
My fault. I should have kept my mouth closed, I guess.
if you inhale anything over pretty much around 36% oxygen in the air, you start to pass out. I
Yeah,
think
you
that's what
need the inert nitrogen in the atmosphere in order to survive. I don't know.
Um,
They had an aura when we were out. My husband's all freaked out. Sorry. Just gonna throw that.
Yeah.
Also, you didn't get the icebreaker when you came in. How about that one? What's something you do to make yourself feel better when you feel like shit?
um, um, if I'm steady and like I can trust myself physically, I'll go take a shower. But if I think I might fall down, because I have before in the bathroom, then just, have some THC. I'm not good. I shouldn't lie, right? That's not good. My doctor says it's Okay, right? It's not causing anything. It's not hurting anything. And it calms me down and makes me feel better for sure. I don't know. Anything else? Maybe watch TV sometimes, but sometimes that seems overwhelming. Does anybody else have that? I'm just like, I'm a little aura'd out and I'm overwhelming. Yeah, I watched Sailor Moon, not that recently, but I do. Definitely, yeah. I don't know. Anybody else? I don't know what you guys said.
I said, I just find somewhere very peaceful. Most of the time by myself and smoke. Smoking alone feels so much better than smoking with people.
When
I
you don't
smoke-
have to make sure that you're like actually
like I
what's
don't know
the
how long
word?
I have this. Yeah.
I'm just scared of being like people won't understand me, right? Because sometimes that happens, right? If I'm having aura or some gibberish, and can y'all see this? I don't know if y'all could see this. Can y'all see what's happening in my backyard right now here? This is a mama deer and two baby twins walking across my backyard.
I
You
see it.
them? Yeah, there he goes. Boop, be-doo, be-doo. Anyway, my husband put out a giant bin of water for them. So we have 2 or 3 sets of mamas and twins that come by every day for water. So anyway, I'm sorry. I do that too, actually. I lay here in my bed and I can see out my back, and it's all, bushes and stuff because we haven't cut it back yet. And the deer constantly. We have eagles and hawks, and there's a couple of huge wild hares that just run around up there. So that's kind of, oh, and there's a whole bunch of feral cats that the lady next door feeds, and they're all over the place too. So
What
that's
does
kind of fun.
what does intractable mean?
It means they can't. As far as I know, intractable means, I can look it up to be sure, but as far as I know, intractable means that they can't control it. There's no, let me check the exact.
Yeah, I mean, I could have looked it up, but I was like,
No,
let
that's fine.
me get the explanation from someone who has intractable
Intractable.
epilepsy.
Yeah, let me just put it in here. All right. Oh, intractable epilepsy without status epilepticus, with status epilepticus. Wow, they have a lot of it. Okay. Drug resistant or refractory, a condition where seizures continue to occur despite the use of 2 or more appropriately chosen and used anti-seizure medications. These medications used, whether alone or in combination, are unable to achieve sustained seizure freedom. Essentially, it means medication alone is not sufficient to control your seizures. And then you've got your drug-resistant one, which intractable versus refractory means 2 different kinds of epilepsy, but they don't really say what the difference is. Structural brain anomalies are the #1 cause. Brain infections can also cause it. Treatment means epilepsy surgery, vagus nerve stimulation, ketogenic diet, possibly, but it did absolutely nothing for me. I'm sorry. We did it. We really did, but it really didn't help. It actually made my anemia worse for some weird reason. Yeah, it just means it's super seizure persistent, and different medications at different doses just don't do anything. And then it can be more serious if you've got if you have it with where you stop breathing, or if you have it with another kind of seizure too. But essentially it means medication resistant. Yeah. Seizure persistent, drug resistant, 1/3 of people with epilepsy may develop it at some point. That's not cool, is it? I know. Hey, we all hate that. Sorry.
Right.
Yeah. Did I say that okay? I don't know.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Um, forgot what I was going to say. Oh, I wanted to know what Alice in Wonderland syndrome was when Jocelyn was here, but we can go back to that a different time. But I have one here. This is mostly going to be opinions, but anyhow, my husband is on the brink of leaving me. Anyone else went through this? So today, absolutely exhausted after spending several nights attending to my baby, who still wakes up several times, and taking care of my oldest, who's been down for a couple of days with a spiking temperature. This on top of the deadline to submit an unfinished paper for my online courses. I confess that I was not far from a breaking point. My husband came back from work and immediately went for a nap, and even after I told him I needed help, I felt like I was going to faint, and I could feel pins and needles starting in one hand. Shortly after, I was down on the floor with a seizure, with my children nearby. When I came back, my husband was screaming at me like never before. We have 3 kids, and I heard him say that he doesn't need a 4th one to take care of. Says he doesn't need a 4th one to take care of. How had this become his life? How I'm not me anymore. All in all, he let his anger out, which is certainly better than keeping it bottled up inside. The children were crying. For the first time since this shit show started, I wondered if he was staying in for the marriage out of obligation. I wondered how close he was to reaching his own breaking point. Of course, I understand this is not what nor I signed up for, but now I am scared. I cannot even imagine having my children taken away from me. Does it ever happen? I really think that my husband is waiting for my new dosage to kick in before telling me that we're at the end of us. I'd be grateful for any advice you may have to help me navigate through this. I'm not a woman. Personally, I say leave that guy. But that's your husband, so it's not.
I'm a
even
guy, and
right.
I've been on the other in the same situation, but as a guy, basically. My wife has told me the same thing about taking care of another child, basically, and she has. I didn't know it, but a few years ago, she has sent a text to my mother when they were still on speaking terms, um, saying, and I never really expected her because I was doing all my uh hospital and therapy stuff through phone visits anyway. But he's like, he expects me to take him to all his uh appointments and stuff and get his medicines. I'm like, I just found this out. Yeah. So it's like she didn't want that. I learned that like she didn't want that. She was done with the epilepsy.
Yeah, I've heard someone else say the same thing, that their significant other said they didn't want to raise another child. I've read another post like that, and it's far out. I don't want to talk down on your life, but yeah, that's messed up. I can't imagine what I would do in your position, Angel, or anybody's position who's watching this.
Well, currently trying to get 50-50 for my daughter, so they just came and visited my house this week, and the 31st I have a court date for it. So
Congrats, man. Oh, hey, Sarah.
Hi, good to
hi
see you.
Sarah.
So you need the icebreaker. The icebreaker was, what is something you do to make yourself feel better when you feel like shit?
I like comedy podcasts. That's kind of my escape, I guess.
So you're not going to watch my podcast.
Huh?
I said, oh, so you're just not going to watch mine.
Well, I like to participate in yours.
I object. We laugh.
Yeah, but to feel better, I don't know. I like to clean. I go for walks. Pretty simple.
Me
Like,
too. Simple things.
You got a puppy, you gotta walk. Yeah.
yeah, he just woke up. I just had an aura
What
like
kind of
20
puppy?
minutes ago. It made
Oh,
me, it reminded me to come on here actually. I was like, hey, it's Friday. There's people who will understand.
oh my God. I did too at freaking Walmart with my husband like 6 o'clock. I came home and I was like, can I go in the bedroom? Yeah, it was. I'm not used to that. I mean, because we had gone almost 3 months. I'm sorry, Sarah. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Yeah. Just a, yeah. I
Well, I'm
mean,
glad you joined us. It's great. What kind of puppy do you have?
here. He's a mix of a bunch of different things.
Yeah?
Like, like
It's okay. No problem.
I can't even remember.
Whenever you think about it, no problem. I have a Chiweenie. That's why I asked. 'Cause,
Yeah,
you know.
he's that. He's
Oh.
that and like Pomeranian, poodle, Shih Tzu.
Oh,
and
wow. He's so cute. I love it. The ears, so cute. Adorable.
Yeah.
So are you feeling okay though after your aura? Are you shaky or do you have to do
It's
anything?
a little weird. It was like the emotional kind, like
Yes, crying
I
or
don't like
something.
feels kind of like a near death experience.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I know what that's.
You know, but okay,
Okay.
physically and everything, just a little shooken up.
Yeah. Well, we're glad that it reminded you to join us, right, Pookie? It's the worst kind of reminder, but still, you know.
Yeah, I'm glad you joined us. I'll see you. I'll see you later. Good night. I'll be here a couple more hours.
Bye, see ya.
I actually gotta go too, so.
Bye, Kevin. I'm sorry. I miss like everybody, but.
All right, so.
Good night, champ.
Mhm.
Good night. All right.
So I got something here. It says years of misdiagnosis, self-doubt, and silence. Now I'm being evaluated for surgery. I recently got referred for epilepsy surgery, and it made me reflect on how long I've been living with this without realizing. My epilepsy likely started in my childhood, but I didn't recognize the signs. I thought the symptoms were just me zoning out, emotional swings, strange sensations. I assume everyone felt that way and that I was just being overly sensitive, so I kept quiet. At 16, I started getting diagnosed with various psychiatric conditions. For 4 years, I believed I had mental health issues, but then things got worse until one day I had a seizure so clear and intense that no one could mistake it for anything else. That's when I was finally diagnosed with epilepsy. Even after that, I spent a year trying to convince myself and my doctors I was improving. I wanted to be normal so badly, I downplayed what I was still going through. I was afraid to face how misunderstood and dismissed I'd been for years. My doctors, my family, and myself. Now that I'm being evaluated for surgery, I feel both scared and validated. It's proof that what I went through was real and serious. just not in my head. Looking back, I realized how many symptoms I normalized or misinterpreted. I thought I was dramatic. Turns out I was just undiagnosed. Any thoughts on this would be appreciated. Sometimes just feel like I need someone to talk to. Oh, so this person's explaining things they could be here talking about. But yeah, this person's looking for advice. Misdiagnosed, I didn't have to go through that. I was told you have epilepsy at the hospital, second seizure. I didn't see that link, Sarah. What was that?
Oh, that's the link to what my dog is, so I don't have to memorize all his actual DNA tests.
Oh. You guys got any advice for this person? I say just got to deal with it as it comes. Don't let it stress you out. Find a support system.
Yeah, and yeah, like, I mean, there's a high likelihood that there was probably something in my childhood that people just ignored, and I just said, oh, well, I'm just being sensitive or whatever. So, yeah, I understand that. All of a sudden, you're an adult and you're being told, hey, this is because they wanted to do surgery right away on me too, and I just didn't. But if they say it's right, then, I'm guessing it'll improve my life. And I'm not one to say it won't. So you should probably, yeah, I mean, do your research, ask your doctors lots of questions, and come talk to us. Because if you want a support system, Kevin can talk about his implant. We've got Katie, she can talk about her implant. They're two completely different things. You've got Jeff and lots of different age groups of people, and people who've had it since they were born, and people who got it when they were adults. So we're all here to listen too, and kind of that's sort of hard. A lot of people don't want to listen because it's sort of stressful, I don't know, uncomfortable, something. Anybody else think that's
Rachel.
Yeah.
Rachel, I mean, yeah, Sarah. I'm sorry, Rachel.
Sarah, yeah, I'm
Sarah,
sorry.
earlier I was asking about radical exception. How'd you get past that? How'd you cope with the fact that you now have epilepsy?
It took a long time. I mean, it took many years before I accepted it. What do you mean? I guess maybe I don't understand the question.
How'd you come to terms with it without hurting yourself?
Just I guess having some grace and just realizing people have all kinds of other illnesses, and they don't let it stop them. Maybe things that are even more debilitating. So looking at it that way, and I kind of didn't take it seriously because I felt like, oh, this only happens like once in a blue moon, or the auras I didn't feel like are that serious. But last year when I had a really bad seizure at work is when it really like kind of hit me like, oh, this is real. Like you really have it. And then that was, I think, ever since then is when that's when I accepted it, I think. But even since then, it's sort of like if I don't have a seizure for a long time, I almost feel like I'm too okay. Like, do I really have it that bad if I don't have seizures every day like some people, even though it's not a competition? Does that make sense? I don't know.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
I think we all understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Even
all
if you're
do.
not having it every day, am I really still serious? Yes, you are. And that's just the way
It's
it
not
is.
easy. I,
And it
you know,
sucks.
me and Pookie, we've been dealing with epilepsy for over 2 decades. So, yeah.
Right. Yeah. And I haven't. And Mark, how long have you?
I don't really know. It
When did
kind
you
of depends on
get actual
what you mean.
diagnosis that you?
Yeah, the actual
Because
diagnosis
that's what I
itself
can go by is
came,
like 5. I know when it
um,
started, but
Yeah.
yeah, the diagnosis itself came in December of 2020. Um,
so
Not
you've
this
got
past
about
December, the one before that, but I knew that I was having
something.
tonic-clonic seizures for 2 years before
Oh
that
wow.
and was intentionally not seeking
Oh. Hey.
um assistance. Just
Oh, well, I'm glad you
um
sought some assistance. That's not good, man.
I had a tonic-clonic seizure in front of my mother and she made the decision for me. I woke
There
up
you
to
go.
EMTs in the bedroom.
Yeah.
So that was that. And I guess at that moment I fessed up that I had already had a tonic-clonic before that, but then I had another one just like 5 weeks later anyway. So that's enough to have been diagnosed with epilepsy anyway. So, um, yeah. So from the actual label itself then would be that December, like New Year's of 20. So yeah, last year was the year of epilepsy for me.
How long have you had a diagnosis, Sarah?
2017.
Okay, so you had it for a little longer than me. Pookie has had it the long. Well, I don't know. Angel,
Angel had it for
20
27
years.
years.
27, and you've had it since you were 5. I know.
No, I've
And I've
had
had
it.
it.
I was diagnosed at 16.
Oh,
I
okay.
had my first seizure. I was in a coma.
Oh, okay.
It
Right.
was after my car accident. I was in a
Right.
coma,
That
so I'm
I
not sure
knew
if
that it
that counts or
happened when
not.
you were 5, but
Because that
the
count?
injury happened anyway.
Yeah,
Right.
the injury happened when I was
Yeah,
5.
but you got your diagnosis at 17. Okay. All right.
16, but yeah, 16,
Okay.
17.
Yeah, and I got mine at
Tomato,
14.
tomato.
Okay. All right.
But my neurologist is, uh, he thinks the absence seizures have been happening for far longer than what anybody may have noticed.
Oh, I got something here. It says, has anyone else's epilepsy turned them into a control freak? Ever since I started having seizures, I have become the biggest control freak ever. I have no control over my own body. Therefore, I take control of everything else around me, even small things. Is this normal?
I think it depends on if you live with other people.
I don't take control of people. I take control of things to protect my own life. That's about it.
I just
I
mean if
think
you
I,
live with other people, they might move things, or you might, you can't
Yeah.
arrange everything for everyone. So that's all.
I think I became a little protective over the things that I purchased, like TVs and stuff like that. But control? Hmm. No, I've never told anyone you can't watch TV for 6 hours because it's my TV or something like that. I can't imagine what controlling someone will be like. It's just kind of not my personality.
I try to like have a sense of control over things like my diet because it's one of the things that I can control, unlike some other things. So I don't know if that makes sense.
I was never showed how to, like, I would say not sort of put stuff in order. But like repetition. There's another word for it. I procrastinate a lot because I wasn't shown, like, I forgot the word for it.
Like a daily schedule or a
Yeah, I wasn't like
timing.
put on a schedule or like made to do things in a timely manner.
Right.
So I'm bad with like starting habits of let's get up. This isn't an explanation, but this is an easy one for me to think of. Like, oh, let's get up and brush our teeth every day. I wasn't one to have a regimen. I didn't have that. A set regimen. I was kind of spoiled when I look back at it. I was sheltered. I didn't notice that till this year. I did not have a problem.
But your mom loves you, right?
Just smooth sail through life. A lot of people talk about how their childhood were. And I was like, man, so sheltered and didn't notice until I was 35. Yeah, my mother had it. Yeah. Yeah, I'll go through the comments. Someone says it's not normal, but it's certainly understandable. I would see a counselor. Someone else said, I understand. I started having them when I was 9, and I've always been a bit of a control freak in many different ways. That's why I love to clean. I can control how I clean things, how clean things get.
I can understand. I can understand because it's one of the few things you do have total control over, and
My
especially if, like,
mom,
yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
yeah. I was gonna say my mom is a control freak like that. It's gotta be clean this exact way. It's like, go ahead, Sailor Mom.
My husband is much better at that than I am, but I've found myself doing certain things in a very organized manner, putting clothes away and stuff more than I did before, because I have to be able to know where it is, and I'm not going to have a memory of it if something happens. If I have a seizure, I don't know where my shirts went, like I would have known before. So, yeah. I gotta have everything neat now, at least that part. I strive to do the rest. Anybody else really organized?
I'm finding I have to be, I don't know what's related to what, but just for my daily functioning, I'm finding, yeah, I have to stay, like things have to be clutter free, and I just have to have things easy just to function.
Yeah. My mom's probably like the opposite. She has everything at a certain spot for her, and it could be cluttered all up, but she knows where to find it and stuff. And I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna go to my room, and I gotta organize my room so I have space. So if something happens, I'm safe.
Mhm. Yeah. As long as you have your space the way you like it.
Yeah.
One second.
So as a group, we don't think it's too weird that they want to do this, that they want to take control of this one thing. No, go for it if it brings you pleasure and it keeps you safe. We're all on board, right?
Yeah, I'll do whatever to keep myself safe. I won't control other people. I won't control their actions, but I'll do whatever to keep myself safe.
Yeah, someone else said I'm starting to like being a control freak. That's what someone else said. Right. Breakup. My boyfriend of a year and a half just broke up with me because he said my seizures were too much and he couldn't deal with the stress of knowing I could have one whenever. I have currently been having a tonic-clonic seizure about once every 2 months, but I have gone years without them. Has anyone else had this happen to them, or did you just manage to end up with an asshole? Or did I just manage to end up with an asshole? Partners of people with epilepsy, what can I do to make things less stressful on a future partner? I think she's asking someone from the opposite end and not us. How would you advise this person? I'd say leave him. If he can't deal with it and he's already gone, just let him go. Don't stress yourself about it.
Not worth it. Not worth it.
Don't people please.
Yeah, he already did the hard part. Just leave him. So.
And it doesn't sound like you're really having that many anyway. So.
Yeah.
You got anything, Sarah?
No, I agree with you, but I have no experience with that, so nothing to.
I don't either, unfortunately.
I haven't even dated anyone since I got diagnosed, so I definitely have no idea.
And we were married for close to 20 years when I got diagnosed.
So. You're lucky.
He didn't know. Poor man. No, he loves me. He's wonderful. I feel bad. I feel guilty.
No.
What you gonna do though?
No.
We got
some
someone here.
5 beautiful kids.
You're also lucky.
Right. I got something in the comments. Oh, were you saying something? Go ahead. Oh.
I was just saying I was lucky not to have had any seizures when I was pregnant with any of my pregnancies.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Unbelievably lucky. So I thank heavens or whatever.
So first comment says, unpopular opinion here, but as the spouse of someone with epilepsy, it can be extremely traumatic for us. I have epilepsy too, but mine isn't active like my husband's, so I see both sides. He didn't choose this life, but he still has the right to choose if that's the life he wants to live. It doesn't inherently make him an asshole, but it does mean he wasn't the right one for you. The right person will face any hardship in order to be with you. I'm so sorry you're going through this. Hang in there. Dating someone with epilepsy, that's what that person's going through.
But they're both inactive, and that's fantastic. How wonderful. Doesn't that give everybody hope? Everybody's got breakthroughs now and then.
Yeah, for some reason I'm breaking through lately. Yeah. Very unfortunate, but I'm alive. All right. Another comment. Oh, that comment's way too long. Someone said, first, I'm sorry you're dealing with this. Breakups are super hard, but as someone with tonic-clonics, I have come to understand how hard it is on a partner to witness this. I have been told that post-ictal, I can be mean, not physically abusive or anything, but just mean, vocally. Partners can always decide if they can't deal with it forever, and we have to be okay with that. He's not an asshole, nor are you. A long-term relationship with an epileptic can take a lot out of someone, and it isn't just for anybody. Isn't just for everybody. Right. Not everybody's made for this life. It's hard out here. Ooh, this one I saved for Family Day. Does anybody feel like a burden? My epilepsy is back after 12 years, and everyone seems to be on edge and scared around me. I don't want to make people feel uncomfortable, but it's hard not to feel like a burden. Ladies and gentlemen, thoughts? It's hard not to, I say. It's not
Yeah,
something.
it's very hard not to because it comes with the territory. Like we all get that guilt and we all get that I'm a burden feeling.
Yeah, even if they do always, it's okay. Don't feel like that.
Yeah.
It's hard to get your head out of that headspace. 'Cause I've been told it's okay. It's not something you can do. But then there's things like I can see, like you look irritated the slightest bit. I can see it. This you don't want to deal with. I can see small stuff. It's like, yeah, you keep saying it's okay, but there's that little bit of not okay I can see in your eyes. Yeah. You guys been there? So maybe like it's okay, it's all right. It's all right. You can't, it's not something you can control. And then yeah, they don't exactly have the look on their face like they really care. But just stop trauma dumping. Move forward. I was recently diagnosed and I am terrified. I am a 28 NB. What's NB? 28-year-old NB. And I had a seizure twice in the past 2 months for the first time in my life. Both times I was in public and ended up at the hospital after my second stay. They put the sticky wires, sorry I don't remember what they're called, on my head to monitor my brain, diagnosed me with epilepsy, triggered my low blood sugar and stress, and gave me some Keppra to take twice a day. I'm terrified. I've had stress and anxiety all my life, and now all of a sudden, it can cause my brain to do a head reset. And I was on the train with one of those. What if I was on the platform and had fallen into the tracks? And the other time, I was sitting in a chair, and apparently, I bit my tongue very hard. Sometimes I forget to eat, especially when I'm stressed out. I've been so stressed about trying to remember to take my meds that it causes me to forget, which makes me worry that that's going to give me a seizure. I am not someone equipped for these levels of calm and regular brain. My brain already has enough cross signals. My mom said I just have to take it one day at a time, and I'm trying to do my best. I'm pretty sure I had a seizure in my sleep the other day because I forgot to eat and forgot my meds, and I woke up feeling woozy, and my body was in a crazy amount of pain again. I have a neurology appointment in January to get more details, but I am so afraid now, like all the time, and I've been trying to brush it off with my hilarious dark comedy and sarcasm, but it's starting to not work. Please help. Anything you can offer? I don't want to die. I mean, if I have no choice, then okay, but I'd prefer to live as long as possible. Mark, advice for a person who's ready to give up?
Don't give up. There's a lot to live for. This isn't the end. Um, it's just the start of the journey. You don't know how it might be. You know? Yeah, it's gonna be tough in the beginning, but it gets easier.
Easier with time. And if you hear me saying with time, I do not mean months, maybe not years, might not be a decade, but it gets easier. It gets easier. Took me maybe 12 years. Finally, just be like, fuck it, I'm gonna deal with this. I'm gonna get my health in order. The first 10 years, I was just like, yeah, lollygagging through my 20s, having fun, being careless about it, having seizures, not telling my mother, telling my friends, don't tell my mom. Let's keep going. We don't have to go back home, stuff like that. But yeah, past 10 years changed. In the past 5, it's gotten even better. And yeah, I'm down to 3 to 5 a year, and I'm kind of excited about that because that was not the me 10 years ago. The me 10 years ago, I wasn't even keeping count. Yeah, I don't think I was telling my mom or my doctor. I was just going in for MRIs and just never tell them, oh, well, I had 6 last month or whatever the case. But yeah, I'm in a better place now. Been doing this for 2 decades. So whoever's watching this, it gets easier. It's gonna get much harder before it gets easier, but it's gonna get easier. It gets rougher.
Yeah, I don't, yeah. I would say that we're almost down to like, it was every 2 months, every 3 months that I would have a breakthrough. But the problem was that if I had a breakthrough, maybe I'd have a cluster, you know, be a bunch together. But then you know, we made it a really long time this last time when I had a really bad TC. That's why my husband's really worried. Yeah, that's great, you know, that you're like doing the same thing, like 3 to 4 a year. That's a little bit better than me, but
Yeah, taking this B12. I've got the focals out of the way with the B12, so I'm all right. I'm comfortable with 3 to 5 because that's better. That's the best it sounded in a long time.
Yeah, it gets to a point where you can manage it.
There you go. Perfect way to say it. Because it might sound crazy for someone to hear me say, "Oh, I'm comfortable with 3 to 5." I'm comfortable with where I'm at compared to where I was. Because
and also like they're talking about they can't take their medications and things like that. My husband got me, and it's kind of embarrassing. Some of the other mods are like, ah, but I have a month-long pill box that I set up all of my medications in because at one time I was taking like 14 different things at night and 7 in the morning, and I'm sorry, you have to know when those things are going to run out so you can order it in time, whatever, you know what I'm saying? And then also the other thing that I have a lot of trouble remembering is the liquid at the end, right? After you take your pills and you try to remember you have a liquid at the end. I understand, it's so hard, especially if you're having seizures because you have all that memory loss and the post-ictal stuff. And hey, Tom! So maybe that's one way to help, and maybe another way is get a straight up an alarm clock, an old style alarm clock. If you can't put it on the phone, because like a lot of times I found I overslept my phone alarm for my pills. I did when I first got sick. So we had a regular alarm clock, which meant it was loud, and I had to get up and go across the room to turn it off. So at least I would look at the number and say to myself, oh, I need to do something. And then the pill box would be right there. Okay, so I could at least do those things. So that's all of the, all of the stuff I could say, all the tips I can give you anyway. If those are the things you're having trouble with. Anybody else got anything? I'm quiet now.
That's a good one about I like that about the alarm clock because I do that with my phone. If I set the alarm, I'll turn the alarm off, but won't take the extra step of actually going across the room.
Yeah, I do that. I snooze the alarm a lot. So for my morning dose, what I did is I stopped sleeping with the phone in the bed. So I actually have to get up and go turn the alarm off. And that helped my morning because I keep a bottle of water on my desk. So
I charge
right
my
here.
phone right next to my pillbox too, so that was another way
Yeah.
too.
My
But yeah,
plugs are here on my desk. My bed's there. The bottle of water is here on the desk with the B12 and the pills. So I got to get up. And once I get up, I'm pretty much able to get up. Like this B12 has been giving me way more energy than I'm not going to say I wanted, but yeah, I'm way more energy than I imagined getting back. Yeah, B12 has helped me not take as many naps during the day, not during the week.
and another thing, they said they're having trouble eating meals, and I understand this, I really do. But if you say to yourself, I have to eat something before I take these pills because they're gonna make me sick to my stomach, and if I throw them up, then I lost a dose, and that's not only is it stressful on my body, but it's also like, oh, how am I gonna get that dose back, right? You have to phone calls and pharmacies and whatever.
Just don't take your next dose.
Right, sure, yeah, sure. But yeah, so that's a good way to make yourself do it, is you have to turn off that alarm and you have to go and take the pill box with you and go eat some food first. At least that's what I found. Anybody else? I don't know. Ways to help you eat?
I'm sorry, I completely missed the conversation, so you have to go back over it.
I got something for you. The icebreaker today was, what are things you do to make yourself feel better when you feel like shit? I go find somewhere peaceful, smoke some pot by myself, maybe cry a little bit.
Change my frame of mind.
Just be
How
myself.
do I
a
do
little
that?
bit.
I don't have an answer for that right now.
Yeah, no one knows.
Where do you come up?
Crying. But hey, they don't hear me crying because I probably got music on and
Up with this stuff? Let me see. What do I do?
yeah. Little tears never hurt anybody. Also another question. Oh, I forgot what the question was. I'll get back to you. But the next one says, will I be able to live a proper life? So last night was my second grand mal seizure of the year, and I can't help but wonder if I'll be able to live a normal life. I'm about to graduate college and I have plans to move, but my epilepsy is visibly getting worse, and I feel like I'm never going to have the independence every adult wants. I can't stop crying. I also just lose more will to live after every seizure. My meds aren't working, but I'm so scared to change them again. The question was, will I be able to live a proper life? For this person, 2 seizures this year is, I'm at 3, so you're doing something. So live your life, man.
I think I had like 14 in 3 days. Just like a couple months ago. So. No, I'm not. It's not a competition, but seriously, I'm sure there's something, right, Pookie? You got some good.
Yeah, I say you can live a proper life. You gotta live with precautions, but you can live. Don't be afraid to live. Be afraid to live, you'll be depressed. Being depressed, you can have a seizure. Having a seizure, you're just gonna have seizures. So
Exactly.
you don't want to have seizures along with seizures. You have a seizure because you're supposed to have seizures, and then you have a seizure because you're stressed. Yeah. So
where'd the pioneer go?
He left. He left for a second. I think he was just getting out
I
of the
think he was
shower.
having internet problems. It looked like he froze for a sec.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think he just got out of the shower too. He still had no shirt on, still looked wet. Anyhow,
he was flexing. He was flexing today. His pioneer muscles.
Mark, did you have an answer for that person?
I'm sorry, could you summarize the question briefly? Because
They were basically
were
just saying, will I be able to live a proper life? Can't stop crying after every seizure. Lose my independence. I'm about to graduate college. Will I be able to live a proper life? When you say proper life,
proper
be able to live a good
proper
life.
is the key word in that question. Proper life, because you'll be able to live life. Proper, it depends on what you mean by proper. It won't be the life that you thought it was if you were picturing something just without epilepsy. It's gonna be different. It's gonna be impacted by it in some way. Seizures are not something that just, go away or something to just brush off. It's there. But like I had said earlier to in another question, it's not something necessarily to fear. Um, just take it one day at a time. That's really all you can do. Seizures or
And you
not,
haven't had it
epilepsy or
very
not, take
long.
it one day at a time. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Oh, I was just saying you haven't had it very long and you've already come to understand that. That's great. Very, very adult and accepting. I love it. Sorry I
Yeah.
interrupted.
Don't compare your life to what normal should be or what other people are doing. You have to adjust it to a life with epilepsy, you know?
Go to Edge. Says, I have been epileptic since the 8th grade. I've worked, got married, and have a beautiful daughter about to be 4 years of age. Helped raise my stepson for a decade until he was 16, and he is an incredible young man. I am in my 40s. What do you consider a normal life? I think it's all a matter of perspective. So for me, I think I'm living a normal life. When I was young, I asked myself a similar question. I just wanted to be normal and do normal things. I did try to live like that wasn't me. It wasn't any different than I do now. And at times was a bit reckless, I guess. There's things I never experienced like driving, but that's okay. My cousin doesn't drink and he doesn't have epilepsy, but we had great times back then. But back then when I lived more reckless, I was more of a burden than the person I am now. There will be difficulties with having epilepsy. Sometimes the meds aren't at the same dosage, or maybe it's time to switch meds because they seem not to be working. Sometimes may have to switch doses. Everyone has curveballs in life. That is a great way to put it, Angel. Curveballs. I'm gonna use that. I was throwing a curveball at 16.
I just want to say bye. I have to go.
All right, you have a good rest of your day.
You too.
Says I grew up thinking I was broken. Turns out it's just epilepsy. I'm honestly just trying to feel less alone right now. Since I was 8, I've had these strange episodes. Fear out of nowhere, confusion, feeling like I wasn't real. I'd asked to go to a hospital, but every time they'd run a quick check, say I was fine, and send me home. Eventually, everyone around me assumed I was just being dramatic, a spoiled, overly sensitive kid. And I started believing that too. At 15, the psychiatric label started bipolar, OCD, PTSD, one after another. Nothing ever quite fit, but I kept hoping something would eventually explain what I was going through. It wasn't until I was 20 that I finally diagnosed with focal impaired awareness seizures, non-lesional left temporal lobe. It was confirming through EEGs that that moment changed everything and nothing at the same time. It explained so much, but didn't undo the years of confusion and self-doubt. It's been almost a year since the diagnosis. The brain fog is better. My memory is improving, but emotionally, I feel like something is inside of me still buried. Like I lost years of knowing who I was supposed to be. Has anyone else been through this? Has epilepsy or misdiagnosis stolen parts of who you are? I really need to feel seen. Lost years of knowing who I was supposed to be. You guys ever wait, Angel? No, you had seizures and then they knew you had epilepsy. Yeah, I didn't have misdiagnosis or how about you, Tom? You didn't have a misdiagnosis, you said. Yeah, this person, I guess they're just now figuring out they have epilepsy after having seizures since they were 8. So,
Yeah, well, I collapsed in 2nd grade and like in class and a couple things like that. But yeah, it always was misdiagnosed as a mental disorder and just left at that. And I didn't try to do anything because every time I said anything about anything, I was being overly sensitive or whatever. So for sure, I thought something was weird with me, but I decided it was like super easier to just be quiet. And then thank God I didn't have, the kind that I have now when I started driving and when I was younger. And then I didn't start having them until I was 44. Otherwise, I could have hurt someone.
right.
But I'm sorry. I understand that sort of missing piece of like, well, why wouldn't you listen to me? I think you should come join us, or you should seek therapy, probably. Maybe both. Anybody else?
I'd have to say both.
I say both. Definitely come join us. We want to meet you.
It's
I mean, this
certainly
group
less
is
expensive here.
Right. So you got a new one. It says, I was told I couldn't take care of a baby or a dog. Today on Reddit, someone said that I wasn't capable of taking care of a dog or a baby on the pregnancy Reddit thread. I feel like there's a misconception. My epilepsy is well controlled, and I talked to a medical professional first. First off, I don't understand how people say such hurtful things, and why would someone think we are not able to take care of a dog? I guess the question is, as good as why are there mean people in this world? When it comes to epilepsy, I say you just gotta take it as it comes. People don't understand. People aren't gonna try to understand. So you just gotta take it as it comes. Try to educate somebody, maybe throw a few, this is what's going on, this is what's going on, so they understand a little bit. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, people are careless. When it comes to epilepsy, it's a lot. It's hard to take in for some people, I could say. There we go. Some people, when you try to tell them, like I tried to tell the girl next to me at the concert, and the look on her face was instant panic. I was like, no. I was like, yeah, I have epilepsy. But yeah, I was like, you ever heard of epilepsy? And she was like, no. Yeah, actually I have. I was like, what's that? I was like, when you have seizures. And she was like, oh. And I was like, yeah, I got my bracelet. You're all right. Don't worry. But yeah, I told her, don't worry. I'm not going to have a seizure. I'm just throwing it out there. I explained to her my seizures are 3 to 5 a year, so they're spread out. I'm not having a bunch of seizures. You're not going to see me fall and do all that. I mean, you never know what you'll see when it comes to me or any of us. But I told her, just don't worry about it. Enjoy the show. I'm just letting you know what's going on. And worst come to worst, check my bracelet. Has my mom's number. Yeah.
I talked to a guy yesterday, a new guy at work. And I told him I was epileptic during our conversation. And I told him that I don't usually have grand mal seizures. I'm not usually bouncing off the ground. So might it just be you and I in an area and I have to have a seizure? There's no need to call 911. And he's like, you don't have, you're epileptic and you don't have convulsions? Not always. But so he says, well, what other kind of seizures are there? I was like, oh my gosh. How much time you got? But so I mentioned a few of them. But he said, he was just really happy to hear that because he didn't know anything about it. And so I told him, see, where I work, we don't go on breaks together. We're relieved. Okay, somebody would take our spot, then another person takes the break. But so the next time I have a chance to speak with them, I want to sit them down and share a little bit more, educate them a little bit. Everybody have a chance to educate. I feel as though I'm doing something special.
You can tell them to come join Tuesday.
Oh, most definitely. I don't know if he can even get on a computer, but I don't know. Good, that's very good, Angel. Good thought.
No.
I had something else I wanted to say.
I say whoever tells me you can't take care of an animal, screw them. Especially on Reddit. Some horrible people here.
Well,
Just saying.
if she was asking about a dog in the pregnancy subreddit, I think that getting pregnant with a dog probably is a bit too much for her to handle.
I think they said take care of a dog or a baby. I'm telling her she should have neither is what I'm reading. What I'm thinking of
I
this.
took care of both. I managed to take care of both. I worked while
You
having
had a baby,
seizures.
Angel?
I have a daughter. She's 4 years old. And after my first cluster, I was pretty much.
And then you got pregnant.
I was pretty much got told it's time to hang it up.
No more pregnancies.
Yeah, I was told it's time to hang it up. Let's start going for it was the family sit down time. Like, it's too dangerous for you because that cluster lasted 6 hours and stuff. And it's like, it's too dangerous. You don't know when you're going to get them. Like, it was one seizure. It was just like, I don't got signs. I don't got any way to know. And it was just too much. But hey, I still managed to take care of my daughter. I even started her potty training. So she knows her ABCs, complete alphabet. She knows how to count to 29.
Good job, Angel. Kudos.
And she wasn't even in daycare yet.
Good for you. Way to go.
Yeah.
Major kudos.
Well, I'm still fighting for 50-50 custody.
I got something here. It says I had a breakthrough seizure today. and the only people I'm telling are you. Had 7 seizures over 3 years and do not have any driver's license. Dear hubby took 4 months off of work to care for me while I started my stronger medication. He is going back to work in 2 days, as I've been seizure free for 4 months. This afternoon, during my required nap, I had a seizure. I woke up from my tongue being bitten. I can't tell anyone but you guys. I'm hoping I can hide my swollen tongue from him until he goes back to work for 2 weeks. Fuck around and find out. I'm so distraught. Thank you to this group. I don't feel as lonesome with you to share with. Oh man. There was no question. But I'm gonna ask you guys ever just been like, it's not worth telling you guys I had a seizure?
Yeah, yeah.
You're mute, Mom.
I've not told many people, even my wife.
My favorite cat is back, Lufa. Oh, that's Tony. But yeah.
So
That's Tony and the Tiger.
Oh, Lufa.
hi.
Lufa, the question was, I forgot what the question was, to be honest.
You tell everybody if you have a seizure, do you tell
Oh,
everybody?
yeah. Has there well, this person said a lot, but I feel like I gotta read it again. So bear with me.
Okay.
It says, I had a breakthrough seizure today, and the only people I'm telling are you. I've had 7 seizures over 3 years and do not have my driver's license. Dear hubby took 4 months off of work to care for me while I started a stronger medication. He's going back to work in 2 days as I've been seizure free for 4 months. This afternoon, during my required nap, I had a seizure. I woke up from my tongue being bitten. I can't tell anyone but you guys. I'm hoping I can hide my swollen tongue from him until he goes back to work for 2 weeks. Fuck around and find out. I'm so distraught. Thank you to this group. I don't feel as lonesome with you to share this. My question was, have you ever had a seizure where you didn't feel like it was a big deal enough to tell anyone? Yeah, I had a seizure. I'm all right. I didn't have a concussion. Why bother everybody? Been there. Mom, I know you're watching this because you're my best supporter. But yeah, there were some times I was just like, you guys, let's not tell my mom I had a seizure. And she'll let me come out next time.
For us. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, I was just saying, Mom, you're watching this, and yeah, there was a few times they're just like, you guys, stop worrying. We're all right here. Let's not tell my mom. Let's go about the day. If you tell her, I'm gonna have to go home, and it's not gonna be good for me. You guys might not have as much fun. But
Okay. Well, what I was saying is, pretty much everyone here in this group has had seizures most of their life or had it for a number of years. We have seizures.
Yep.
If I was to tell people every time I have a seizure, even my wife, if I have a seizure, if Tracy's aware of it, then good. If it's bad, or sometimes I might ask her, Tracy, did I have a seizure? I mean, this is just life. This is part of life. And I don't know if that's just my nonchalant attitude, but it seems as though this young lady isn't used to having seizures. So was it 8 seizures in 8 years or something like that? I don't remember what the stat was, but
something like that.
And Sailor, your thing's on. You're mute.
I realize I'm muted. I was just agreeing silently. Sorry.
Yeah, but I think the young lady probably should talk to somebody. Because obviously not too many people are aware that her seizures are frequent. Or they're not frequent, but maybe people need to know that she's having that for her safety. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
makes sense.
I tell my friends, but I don't tell like my mom not to, just because not to worry about her, not for her to worry and like go overboard, you know?
I think it
Yeah.
depends on the family dynamic. Or like, especially like, because for me, the first person I would tell is my mom. But I think it just depends on the family dynamic too.
No, I mean, I tell Tracy, but I don't tell all the time.
Has there been
My
any
mom
times,
loves me,
Lufa,
but
where you felt like I'm not gonna tell anybody this time, I'm all right?
Maybe when I used to be a drug addict, or a substance abuser, I wouldn't tell people so that I could keep doing my thing. But now I'm just chilling, and if I have a seizure, I usually wake up and I'm like, "Yo, I had a seizure," because you could tell. So it's not really like I can hide it, you just tell. So.
Yeah, there's really no reason to tell anybody because what are you going to tell them?
I mean, I don't really know who I'm like telling unless it's the person that I'm living with. Like, if like somebody specifically asks, like, "Hey,
Right.
do you want to hang out?" I'd be like, "No, I'm not feeling well." And they're like, "What happened?" Because they know it's
Yes,
supposed
well,
to
that's
be like,
different.
"Oh, I just had a seizure." But it's
Yeah.
not like I'm gonna
Okay.
go around posting on social media like, "Guess who just had a seizure? Look at me. I'm so cool. Aren't I so cool?"
That's what I did from the hospital bed.
Well, that was a photo shoot, but things happen.
Yeah.
You know, I missed voting day because I had a TC and Joe missed voting day, like presidential voting day, because we were in the emergency room. And of course, they're asking me who the president is, and I'm not giving them correct answers. Like,
Oh my God.
it was, yeah, it was, and
When I did the same thing, I kept answering Obama. For the longest time, I kept answering Obama, and I don't know why. It's the only president that has ever stuck in my mind. And other than that, we've had no other presidents. We've had no other presidents than
Well, you
Abraham
picked a
Lincoln
good one.
and Obama.
yeah, there you go, sure.
Those are the only two that come to my mind. Abraham Lincoln, Obama,
Yeah,
George Washington.
sure.
When
No,
they asked
I'm
me,
good with those three.
yeah, when
I'm
they
good
asked
with
me
those three.
on my last seizure, I was actually able to answer it. And they still took me to the hospital. For some reason, I remember it. I think I was a little snarky about it. They were like, who's the
You
president?
remember? Come on. If you remember, it's usually okay. You're like past the postictal state of needing to go to the emergency room.
Yeah, I think they said my blood pressure might have been a little high. And I thought maybe
Okay,
it's a seizure, but I don't know how that
You're
goes.
right.
They said that to
He
Tracy
just came
too.
out of
Well,
the
his blood
seizure.
pressure's high. Well, excuse me. He's coming out of a seizure. How long have you been doing this?
Right.
And then she's asking me, how many nickels are in a dollar or something, and divide that by 20, or some nonsense like this. And Tracy's like, he's coming out of a seizure. How long have you been doing this?
I
He's
was a
not going to
teller in a
answer that
bank, and that's
question.
still difficult.
If someone tried to ask me to count backwards, I'm not good with numbers. Can we pick something that I have a specialty in at least? Like, give me
Yeah,
a
right.
break here. They literally said I was deficient in math, man. You want me to
Ask
count
me,
backwards from 20?
ask me what's in a certain flavor of ice cream. I got you.
Yeah, we need to
Asking me
get
some of the stuff they ask me,
specific
I'm like, I'm sorry, no.
Oh, I told you guys I was making some blueberry ice cream.
Ooh, how was it? I love blueberries.
It wasn't good.
Oh,
I want that
I'm gonna
mango
make
one.
another one, I think tonight.
That sounds good.
never give
Yeah.
up.
Oh, no. I can make some good blueberry ice cream.
Okay.
Are we going to talk
This
about
was just a
food again?
bad, this was just a bad batch. I somehow I got too much
My
water
grandma
in it. You're
makes
not
me
supposed to put
blueberries
water in it.
every day, so
The water turns to crystals and then you get
Exactly.
crystally. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, I worked in an ice cream shop where we made
Oh, you
every
did?
flavor in house for 6 years before I had to
Wow.
because of the epilepsy.
Well, yeah, this got, it's hard. And it's
Blueberry is one of
crystally.
those hard ones. It's one of the ones that's, I shouldn't say it's hard. It's difficult to balance the sugar and the 14% milk fat that we used without it adding extra ice crystals. And then you would know it when you scooped it because you could see it in the scoop. It would look more crunchy than the scoopy. And I'm
And
sorry.
my freezer was too cold. Right.
Yeah,
See?
yeah. So you can, there's different, yeah, or it got too hot and then it got too cold and the water separated and then it refroze.
All I use is heavy cream, whole milk, sugar, that's it.
Do you
And
use
beat
fresh
it.
blueberries or do you
Fresh
use?
blueberries. I picked them that day. In fact, I got 7 pounds of blueberry.
Wow.
I have some blueberry.
That's
Yeah, I have
a
2
lot.
bags in the freezer.
Yeah.
But
Well, do you cook them down before you put them in?
Yes.
Because that will reduce the amount of water in them for sure and make it a lot more viscous to blend.
Yeah. What I did is I put too much sugar in it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I put like 2.5 cups of sugar in it. Oops. And so I was trying to get some out and I tried to rinse some of it off.
Gotcha.
And I didn't think about it
About the
until
water.
after I was cooking it and everything.
Yeah.
And at that point, there's no turning back.
Yeah.
Just finish with it because you can't start over again.
Not really. You can use it for something else.
Well, we ate it all. We ate
that's
it all.
great.
We forced it down.
There you go. Couldn't have been too bad. That's awesome.
No, of course it wasn't.
Yeah, fruit flavors are always delicate like that. For sure.
Yeah. So I think I'll make some more tonight. And it only takes an hour max.
I didn't know
Just
ice
use a
cream was that
blender.
easy to make.
What's that?
I didn't know ice cream was that easy to make.
Oh yeah. You just take whole milk, whipping cream. Okay. 3 cups of whole milk, 2 cups of 3 cups of whipping cream. Blend it until it's you can peak it. And then you take 4 or 5 cups of blueberries, cook them down. You put the sugar in it, cook it all down till it's all the blueberries, all the sugars melted. Then what I did is I strained the blueberries and got all the skins out. That I liked it better the last time I did it. I left the skins in it. But then after that, you just put it in the freezer. 6 hours later, it's ready to eat. But I missed a step. You after you get the blueberries, they're all gushy and everything. Then the cream is so thick, you just blend the blueberries in. You don't whip it in or nothing.
You have to fold them gently.
That's the word. Thank you. I had a blueberry moment.
I just know way too
So,
much about baking and way too much about ice cream. That's all.
well, yeah, I wish you lived closer. We could do lots of baking. But yeah. So
I need to buy
yeah.
a bread pan again. I miss making banana bread.
You guys make me want to go make some stuff. But I'm gonna move
Tracy has a
forward.
Tracy has a recipe. It's A to Z bread. I mean, it's the same recipe. I mean, you can put anything in it, anything from zucchinis to apricots. You know, it's the
Yeah,
same recipe.
like my Mennonite cookbooks all have this like any kind of loaf, just make it this particular fruit or this particular, you make it chocolate chip, make it nut, make it
Butterscotch.
butter, right? Yeah.
I use wheat flour for my banana bread.
Wheat flour? That sounds interesting.
It sounds healthy and filling.
What she said.
And Pookie, is your house on fire?
I don't know. I don't remember.
And that your house is on fire. Look at all that smoke.
He's relaxing.
Is this my house?
Oh,
I can't remember.
Are you in your house?
I think this is someone else's house.
I would believe that. Yeah. Well, both you and Mark are in a zone right now, so. So Mark, by the way, how you doing? We never even had a chance to say hello before. How you doing, guy? You seem to be in a zone right now.
Little bit.
A little
It's
bit.
also getting late here. I'm over on the East Coast, so it's approaching midnight. Midnight, wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? So it's 10 minutes
Yeah,
to 12.
Yeah.
yeah, wow.
Longest
But
you've been on, I
Philadelphia.
think.
hi, good to meet you.
Yeah,
Formally,
good to meet you.
yeah.
Where are you from on the East Coast?
Uh, Florida, way down, central
down
Florida.
there.
We spent 2
Yeah.
years in Florida.
Yeah, I love it here. I was born in Miami, so
I have a
Florida's.
sister-in-law in Pine Island.
I'm not familiar with Pine Island.
That's
I have
been there.
south of Tampa.
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
You
We
been
lived
there?
in Orlando and in Tampa.
Oh, okay. So you know where Pine Island is. The sandbar?
I live down in well, yeah, I live down in Naples too. So it must be north of Naples, south of Tampa, so like Sarasota area.
I don't know. That's
No.
all I I could look on a
well,
map right now if I wanted to. but-
yeah, I could look on a map too.
Or me. I don't know where my phone went.
Yeah. It's not that important.
You hear my
but,
wife singing in the background?
No.
What's she
no.
singing?
She got her guitar out. So yeah, she's had a
My-
guitar since we've been married, and she used to play a lot. But as time goes on, you put something away. When we have a friend who plays a lot, and he wanted to get together with them for a couple reasons. You know, if they're in they were in our congregation, then we split congregations, and we only see them at conventions and such. So, our last convention, we saw them, said, "Hey, why don't we get together and you and Tracy can play?" So anyway, he came over and he's better than she is. So everything that she knew, he knows how to play. So it was a good thing. So she went out and bought a guitar stand. So now it's out. It's out. She can see it, and she has no reason not to pick it up now. And
This
now that
is
I'm on Zoom, so she's not on TV, watching TV. So she went in and picked up a guitar.
yeah. My husband has a 12 string and a 6 string and a violin, and he can play so many instruments. But two of my sons have asked him to teach them to play guitar. The one that we keep out on a stand. So
Well, in the
excited.
new system,
Yeah.
in the new system, I'll be able to have a chance to play all musical instruments. That's my goal.
My one grandfather, he could play. I don't even know an instrument he couldn't play. They had an organ, a pipe organ in their house. They had a full harp. I honestly do not know an instrument this man could not play. He's a Mennonite minister, but yeah, Joe had the greatest time every time we go over to their house because my grandfather would pull out some other instrument for him to check out.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
I
funny.
thought, yeah, I have a friend who her brother could play string instruments. You give him a string instrument, he can play it. Yeah. But there's people out there that just have that gift.
I wish I had the instrument gift. I didn't get that one. But I did get this. And we're gonna move forward.
You done, Trace?
Yeah.
I'm sorry we got off course.
It's all right. It says, actually, you guys, I love this chair. I forgot to say that. Man, I got this new gaming chair. The vibrated massage has been on all day. I can sit here with it massaging my back all day. It feels so good. Then it lays
Looks like
back.
the
I
one on
slept
Bill
in it
from
just to see if it worked, and it worked. It was nice. I actually fell asleep in it. Lays all the way back. The thing come up. But back to this. Let's talk seizures. That's not what it said. That's what I said. I wish I could come to peace with this. I used to be okay, or at least I tolerated it more. I accepted the partials as just a painful, regular part of life, reoccurring every month, almost like a period. I accepted my medication when it suddenly and immediately made me have to take a nap at 2 p.m. every day. Even though it hurt, putting it lightly, even though it hurt at first, I learned to deal with losing my license and relying on my partner to drive me. Now, all these years later, my seizures are under control, yet, as odd as it may sound, I'm more resentful of it now than ever before. My brain is fucked up. It is so utterly fucked up, both from whatever the seizures did to my brain and the side effects of the medication used to keep my demon in my head confined, primarily temporal lobe simple partial focals with only a handful of tonic-clonics, word recall, memory, cognition as a whole. I'll be talking to someone and just immediately stop and go quiet, then start talking 5 seconds later once I found the word. I can't remember critical details, and my brain creates false memories. 16 years ago, they started. 9 years since the diagnosis, 9 years on medication, 9 years on this fatigue and brain fog that I've come to assume is normal existence, and that I have no hope but to operate within, always just a little confused by everything around me. People used to call me smart. I wasn't gifted or particularly smart, but I would say I was slightly above average. Now I get called out, both maliciously and politely, on my own mistakes, logical errors, and poor memory. Before this medication, before this disease, what people called me out on was my weird behavior as a kid. Now I'm a quiet person with much better social skills, but my cognitive decline has taken over as the point that it sticks out. I've gone from being fine, being able to do something, but just being too lazy to feeling unable to do something no matter how hard I try. I know this probably seems very woe is me, and I suppose it is. I know other people have it harder. At the same time, being smart, even if it is just slightly above average, was something I felt a little good about, since I wasn't good at much else. And now that's gone. My brain is diseased, and the meditation to treat it only makes the symptoms worse. I'm not good at anything anymore. I just exist in this perpetual fog, perpetual confusion, always being reminded of others, of the flaws in my brain I didn't have before. The flaws in my logic, my thinking, my memory, my capability. I'm a shell of who I used to be. How do you guys come to peace with yourselves after figuring all this out? Come across a lot of those questions today. You guys, how'd you just come to terms with it? I learned that this is life. This is what it's going to be. Stop trying to fight it and do things that I know aren't possible with my condition. And I just try to live as good as I can with my precautions and all that good stuff. I try to live beyond sometimes and do things without telling people. It feels good to not have to check in. So I do that time to time. I just check out without telling anyone I'm checking out. But this video is going to make it hard because I'm not editing that. But yeah, got to start checking in more before I'm checking out. If anybody's watching this, knows me checking out too often.
I don't really have any good advice. I feel sorry for them. I'm sorry. I'm glad that they are seizure free though. Almost that I already have memory, problems with one. If I could stop having seizures and still have the memory problem, well, I guess I'd go with that.
How'd you come to peace with this?
It's not peace exactly. It's I don't have a choice, right? Anybody else?
Right.
I can
Yeah, I know what you mean.
hate myself constantly, or I can just try to get by, find the joy and the words when they get lost. I don't know.
Right. It's like
It's not good advice, I guess, but you asked what I've done, and that's what I've done. I'd take it all to be seizure free. I feel like Pookie would too. Anybody else?
Yeah. Yeah, I forget what I'm talking about when I'm talking to people time to time. And I've told people, just gotta get used to it. This is what's going on with me. I'm gonna forget, regardless if you like it or not. Try not to be abrasive about it, but we gotta live. Just live life. Try not to let it hold you back. Make sure your support system is supporting and not just sympathizing. I say some things sometimes that just make me feel like I'm trauma dumping. What do these things come out of? Anyhow.
Sorry.
Yeah. So, got something else. Does anyone have similar seizures? I have focal epilepsy, and when I have seizures now, my body tenses up. Involuntary hold me, breath or breathe out completely, can't talk at all, and it seems like they're triggered by anxiety or certain loud or repetitive noises that play over and over again in my head, loudly rushing like a wave. Getting worse as they work their way from right ear to the left ear. I know all this is very specific, but I just want to see if anyone is going through the same hell I'm going through. Also, my doctor says neither of those triggers are the reason I have them. I don't have similar seizures, but this reminds me of the musicogenic seizures that the other person was saying earlier. Yeah, sounds bother you? Sounds, I don't know if they bother me.
What?
Actually, I think you said they do, Lofa, right? Noises?
Like
You
repetitive
said specifically.
noises or loud,
I
explosive
think she
noises.
said the tattoo gun in particular
Yeah,
bothered her.
sometimes like loud or repetitive noises like kind of overstimulate me, and then that kind of, but I think that's more from a sensory standpoint. But I don't think it caused me to have seizures. I just have seizures. Although sometimes when there's like a lot going on, I collapse. Like I just kind of look around and I see everything, and then I just collapse. So, I don't know.
I wonder, the way the person described these, I wonder like to what extent rather than causing the seizures, they might be a symptom of the seizures coming on, starting. I know
Like
that
a
it like sensory,
auditory aura.
yeah,
Sensory aura.
yeah, kind of a,
That was the
I-
word I was looking for, was sensory. Good job.
yeah, nice teamwork. Put together, we have at least one brain,
the
right?
thing, well, exactly. We've got lots of brains between us, and between all of us, we've got a magnificent vocabulary. It just takes a little while to find the words now and then. I understand all of those things that those people have complained about. I
Yes.
read thousands and thousands and thousands of books. My vocabulary is ridiculously enormous, except I can't find any of it anymore, and I can't read a freaking book anymore, and that is so frustrating. Just, you know.
I got something else here. I never had a throw up problem, but this person says, do I take more meds? I threw up around 2 hours, maybe 1.5 after taking my meds. 150 lamotrigine, 100 lacosamide. Do I take them again? I had a seizure about a fortnight ago, and I know I threw them up. I'm now wondering if that was the case. I can't say for sure at what time I took the meds and how soon before I vomited them up. Online says after an hour not to take, but to phone a doctor. But I'm in the UK. There are no doctors open a part of 111. Gonna assume 111 is 911.
Yeah, I mean, I would,
Wait,
or I would
111?
contact
Did they say?
pharmacy, you know, to ask. But if they're saying everything is closed, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's so
Here
hard
in the
because I
UK,
know
I
I've
think
thrown up my
emergency is
pills,
999.
but if I hadn't seen
911.
them, I would have been like, they already dissolved, and I'm not gonna take more, right? So
Yeah.
if they didn't actually see the pills in their expirant,
Well,
I wouldn't take more, but I would contact someone who would know something. Poison control. Call poison control. You know,
yeah, I
ask
don't know
them.
if they have a poison control over there, but I mean,
Whatever.
just because the pills dissolved, just because they aren't visible there, doesn't necessarily mean that they weren't also absorbed.
Right,
I mean,
exactly.
they might still be there, just not, you know, Or there might have been enough of it pulled in
to hold you till your
without
next
any,
dose.
so yeah, it could go either way, depending on the way that it's metabolized.
Exactly.
What would you do?
That's why I'm saying it depends on the medication, and it depends on how long ago you took it, and it depends on, you know, the combination of them and exactly how long it's been.
What would you
That's
do,
what I'm saying.
Mark?
Yeah, Mark, what would you do?
Me personally, I mean, I'm a little bit on the irresponsible side. I would just wait until the next dose rather than risk doubling up. I think that I would assume I at least got a partial dose absorbed there, and I would just be a little bit extra watchful, a little extra careful, and have a clonazepam tablet nearby. But I'm lucky to have that luxury of, you know, an as needed benzodiazepine.
Me too. If not, I don't know if I'd be here. So, but yeah, I mean, I agree with you about all of those things. Yeah, and try to make sure you've got somebody to watch you. I guess if you're not going to take one, then you need to make sure somebody's going to watch you. And if you are going to take one, you need to make sure somebody's going to watch you. But I certainly wouldn't take a full dose of anything because 2 hours is a long time for your stomach to digest things. Which is why I said call poison control, just to have them tell you how quickly things metabolize. I don't know. But if they don't have poison control, I'm sorry. But I'll go with Mark.
Anyone on Lamictal besides me? I don't think so, right?
Lamictal, is that the
Motrigine?
brand name one? Or
Motrigine is the
there's
generic version.
I'm on the generic Vimpat. That's not Lamictal, is it?
That's the
No,
Cosamide.
Lamictal is. Yeah, okay. No. I had been on Lamictal, but I mean, I was so hypersensitive to the sun. I would get rashes on my arms anywhere I went. It wasn't Stevens-Johnson syndrome. I had seen that before firsthand on somebody else, so I knew. Um, and so like a lot of people have jumped on me on Reddit saying, "Oh, sun rash, you should have gone straight to an emergency room." Like, not every sun rash is Stevens Johnson's, but any rash should be, you know, I don't want to be giving any sort of advice that somebody might take. But I forgot the question. So
Should they take another dose of their medication because they threw up after 2 hours? And we are not clear as to were they pills, were they tablets, how long does it take to metabolize? Some of mine are like 12-hour long metabolizing because they have to last that long. So, you know,
didn't I
you
already
need
answer
someone
this
who knows
question?
the exact medication and how much you're on and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same medications that me and Mark take. I take the Motrigine and he takes the Cosamide. And those are the ones the person takes. 150 of the Motrigine, 100 of the Cosamide. And he threw them up after 1.5 hours.
Yeah.
At the most 2.
I wouldn't double up on my stimulant medication because that's extended release and that's a stimulant medication. So if I throw up, that would just be a loss for the day. But
Yeah.
if it's something
Yeah,
else,
those
then
days of doubling up on stimulant, doubling, tripling, those are behind me. Just Concerta. Sorry to
Vimpat.
interrupt.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, Vimpat makes my stomach upset, so I'm not sure if I had already thrown up, I'd take more, certainly.
Yeah.
yeah, I wasn't sure about what to do with the Petra when I grow up from it, but I figured that I would take the Keppra first, see how it digests,
they
and then
make you do.
I would take the rest of my meds after to see how I was feeling, so that I wouldn't throw up the rest of my meds at least.
Is it working?
Well, I'm not on Keppra anymore. I'm on Breviac.
Oh, okay. Right.
I just take everything at
Do
once.
you like the Briviac?
I mean, it's okay.
Yeah. It's not
No.
totally taking control though.
I mean, it doesn't, I don't know. I guess
Yeah.
I guess we'll find out. I'm on a low dose anyways. So
Understand. I've
I
gone
guess
through like
we'll
15
find-
medicines.
Yeah.
I understand that. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, okay. I get it. It's not great. Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Because I haven't tried that one. That's why I'm asking.
It's like, I mean, dare I say it's not like mighty strong, I guess. Like it doesn't have as long as of a lifespan in my opinion right now. But there could be many factors playing into that. But Kepper kind of stops everything, but it also blows my mind up. So Kepper's kind of a no-go, and people said it's like Keppra, but without the
It
whatever.
wasn't even rage for me. It just didn't control them. You know,
Yeah.
literally almost every medication I've gone through is it didn't control them,
Have
except
you
for
got
one or two where I had major problems with them.
Have you gotten like tested for what medications your body metabolizes and what ones it doesn't?
I don't think that they have done that. No.
You
I
should
mean,
see if you could do something like that.
yeah. Gosh. I mean, they've
Because
done
it'll show you what won't work for you and what may work for you, and then what is certain that works with your body makeup.
Right.
And because I have treatment resistant.
Yeah, because that's like irretractable is basically
So
drug resistant, treatment
yeah,
resistant.
if you can
That's
if
yeah,
you
like
can
well, right now, like I take one of the major ones that I have had a lot of luck with most of the time is Dilantin, which is like a 150-year-old medication. Thank God. So you know all the side effects, but yeah, they have me on like the highest dose they could possibly give me of that, plus a whole bunch of other stuff. But you know, that's the one that I guess would take the place of Briviac. But I also Vimpat, right? 2 Vimpats at night, 2 clonazepams, one other, like I guess sleep kind of thing, you know. Then those B12s and the liquid, right? So yeah, but I don't think I've had Briviac, so I thought I'd ask how it does for you.
The B12 working for you?
Yeah, I like the B12. I used to take a D3 and I really liked it, and an iron too, and I ran out of those, and I feel like I would be happier if I had those too, because I think I'm a little anemic. I say a little, I'm joking. But yeah, Joe already ordered some iron for me, so. Yeah, but I like my B12. It's good, definitely.
Did you get the gummies?
I didn't get them yet. I have to finish up the ones I have first that are caplets.
Oh.
But yeah.
I feel you. But while we were on the subject of Keppra, I have something Keppra. Keppra side effects. I've been on Keppra since December, managed by my family doctor as Canadian neuro. The weights are crazy and was having frequent seizures and injuries. We had to keep raising it because I'd have breakthroughs every couple months. Went from 1 every 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago, we raised 1,000 milligrams twice daily. The mental health spiral has been horrific. On Friday, I called my family doctor. It's been getting worse, not better. He saw me virtually the same day, brought me down to my original 750 milligrams twice a day, and said he would consult an old pediatric neurologist on Monday to see what we can switch to. It's still getting worse. I'm anxious. I'm depressed. I'm angry. I'm having episodes of complete disconnect. My mother was so close to taking me out the hospital yesterday, but managed to de-escalate. But what do you do? What do you do with this thing in the meantime? Coming off takes so long. What got you through this period?
Titration is horrible, and I'm sorry. What do you guys say? How did you guys get through titrating up or down various meds?
I was kind of reckless. I was just, you don't even want to know. I was just cold turkey.
Yeah,
He
you
said,
can
take
go
this.
cold turkey it a lot of times. But I didn't with the Keppra.
I did with the Keppra. I got a prescription for something else. That's all I heard is go pick up this prescription. I don't remember him saying titrate anything. I remember him saying, take these.
Yeah,
Go
no.
pick this up from the pharmacy. So that's what I did a lot. I go get it from the pharmacy and take these. I didn't get a titrating, none of that, none of the talk about it.
Medical advice.
But I'm here today.
We're glad.
Nature's made.
Right, because I did the same thing on Keppra and Dilantin just to get to where I'm at now. But cold turkey.
Wait a minute. You took Dilantin?
I took Dilantin first for like 6 years.
Really? And it did not control you in those 6 years?
I wouldn't say it was the medication at that time. At that time, I was living life of a newly adult.
Okay, all right. So you
I'm
were
all
being
freedom.
reckless, maybe not taking it, or maybe doing other things like drinking alcohol or something else, maybe?
Please take your medication as prescribed or whatever works for you. We're not doctors.